Yes, good afternoon, good morning, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome back to Football Heritage TV. Tottenham are playing today, as we all know. Tottenham Hotspur away at a ground where we've not had happy memories in the last two seasons. If memory serves me right, I believe in those last two games we've conceded, is it 9 goals, 10 goals? Was it 4 last year and 6 the year before? Something catastrophic like that. But this is different times. This is a new Spurs. This is what we've built. This amazing youth squad that we've built is going to cope with this and is going to win easily today. Or is it? Big up. Welcome to absolutely every single one of you. I can see loads of you in the chat. The main topic of conversation that seems to be across all of Spurs social media today, YouTube, WhatsApp groups. I'm sure it's probably on X and Facebook, but I'm not on those sites. Is Mickey van der Ven will not play today. It's a strange one, right? We saw Mickey van der Ven in the first half against Everton get injured, and then we saw him stay on the pitch for the rest of the 90 minutes. Strange decisions from Tottenham, that one. Strange decisions. But, hey, are we going to live to regret that? The question is this, right? The question is this. Can Tottenham cope without Mickey van der Ven and still continue to play a high line? That's the question that I would ask. Can we still play a high line and not have Mickey van der Ven in the back four? Now, let's have a look, right? If we take Mickey van der Ven out of that back line, what do you lose? Well, straight away, you lose the quickest player in the Premier League. I believe I saw somewhere that he clocked up the highest speed of any player in the Premier League last year. And we know that Mickey van der Ven is rapid. People like myself, I've claimed for over a year now that Mickey van der Ven has actually bailed Romero out of a lot of situations. He bails Porro and the Dogi out of a lot of situations. And it allows us to play this kamikaze, well, it allows us in Ange's eyes to play this kamikaze high line, all out gung-ho style of football. Without him, you're now bringing in Radu Dragusin. I'm being told reliably by my Romanian friends that is how to pronounce this. Dragusin, not Dragusin. I don't know. So Dragusin coming into the back four, like for like in terms of position. But when we look at the fact that Dragusin is more of a Romero, isn't he? He's more of a put your head on everything, bite into the tackle. He's not the quickest. I'm not saying he's slow, but he's not the quickest on the turn. And he's more of a right-sided centre-half. Now, are we going to see Dragusin just fill in on the left-hand side? Or are we going to see him go to the right and maybe Romero, the more experienced of the two, come over to the left-hand side? What we do know is this. Newcastle United have a lot of injuries. And I will get to comments and such in a minute. By the way, big up to Joshua Jones, who's been a member for 1 month. Big up, Josh. Hope you're well, my man. I said, hey, Savva, good luck. Not me that needs the luck. It's our back four, as always. But as I was going to caveat, Joshua, and big up to you. Thank you so much for that. What I would say is this. Newcastle United have a lot of injuries. They have a lot of injuries at the back. If there is a good time to play Newcastle United, surely this is it. No? Surely this is the time to play them. They're missing Shah and Botman, a centre-back pairing, which has really put them in good stead for the last couple of seasons. So it looks like you're going to see Emil Kraft and Dan Burn there. They've also got the option to play Dan Burn at left-back and have, his name's gone completely out of my mind, came from Bournemouth. Somebody in the chat, really quickly, save my blushes. Who was it? I think we were linked with him for a very, very long time, and I'm just waiting for one comment to pop up, which is going to tell me this guy's name. I can't think of it at all at the moment. But they've got Lloyd Kelly. Thank you so much, Tom Thacker. Yes, thank you, Alfie. Thank you, Finn. Thank you. Yes, for some reason it went out of my mind. They could play Lloyd Kelly at left back with Dan Burn in centre half. They could play Dan Burn at left back with Lloyd Kelly in centre half, but it is not the same as when they have Botman and Shah, who have built a good relationship. So listen, from my point of view, both teams are going to this with some injury concerns. Newcastle have got a lot more than us. I believe that Willock is out as well. Who else did I see that was out? There's 6 or 7 players that are out for Newcastle. But Spurs, we have Solanke out. So far, we've seen 90 minutes of Solanke, and now he's injured. Didn't miss a single game for Bournemouth last season. Get him at Spurs, and suddenly, he's injured. I don't know the time frame of him coming back. I don't know if he's back for the next game, which is, of course, the North London derby at home to them lot down the road, the Arsenal. But he's injured. Richarlison, who had the opportunity to move to Saudi Arabia, he said he wanted to stay. He has stayed. He's still here, but he is now also injured. Lots of people I've seen in the last couple of days mentioning the word glass and talking about our players. Lo Celso was made of glass before he went. Looks like Richarlison's made of glass. Is Van der Ven going to be one of these that gets injured quite a lot? You know, the style of play that we have, you can see it. So we'll see, won't we? We'll see what happens today, and I'll let you know the team news as soon as we get it. The game doesn't start until 1:30, but you know me, I like to get to some comments. I believe that YouTube is a place where everybody should be seen, everybody should be heard. So I'll try to get to as many of your comments as possible. Other questions today against Everton, who on paper, I say on paper, they're bottom of the table, 3 games, 3 defeats. They've conceded 10 goals in those 3 games. Real big problems for Sean Dyche. The reason I mention them is against Everton, we were allowed. Well, it afforded us the opportunity to play a slightly more attacking, aggressive midfield with Basuma as your only real central midfielder, and then James Maddison and Kulusevski both operating in that kind of attacking midfield, press-resistant, number 10 type role. Now, the question is today, will Spurs be able to do that? Will Spurs be able to do that today? Away at Newcastle, I think they've got a strong midfield, Newcastle. I really like Bruno Guimaraes. I think he's a very talented footballer. I think he dictates the game for Newcastle in there. I really like him. The pace, the power, the energy of Joe Linton, who used to be a centre forward, but Eddie Howe's done an absolutely phenomenal job of converting him into a powerful Premier League central midfielder. Then when we move away from that, you've got the elephant in the room. What am I talking about? Tonali, Sandro Tonali, who was banned for 9 months for gambling, for betting. Newcastle fans, I think they got him for about, I don't know, somebody, if they're Newcastle, will tell me. I believe he got about 9-10 games of last season. I thought he looked good. I liked him when I'd seen him play for AC Milan. Really good on the ball, loves getting stuck in, great engine, good pass on him. If they've got a midfield, and I don't know what their midfield's going to be today, I'll let you know in 20 minutes when the teams are announced. But Tonali, Guimaraes, and Joelinton is a strong, powerful midfield. Now, with that, and George, I will get to this in a minute. Good morning, George Cadaras. How you doing, bro? We'll get to this in a minute, mate. With that in mind, surely what we can't do is just play Basuma as the only midfielder. Surely you're going to have to chuck in Bentancur if he's back, or you're going to have to put in one of the youngsters, or Papa Sarr, well, who is still technically a youngster. So, look, it's going to be very interesting to see what we do, our midfield versus theirs. Their midfield is what I would call a men's midfield. It's a real manly midfield, right? It's pace, it's power, it's aggression. They all love the tackle. They love the fight. Other than Basuma, I don't know who loves that in our midfield. I don't know who's got that consistently in our midfield. So we will see. However, you would like to think with players like Son that we've got enough to go past Dan Burn and Kraft. Have they got the pace to keep up with Son? Will we be able to thread him into those little areas? I don't know. These are all things that we can surmise and all things that we probably won't know until the actual game starts. So I'm just giving some options. By the way, I'll let you know when Spurs official release the starting 11 for today. Let me get some comments. What I would say is, guys, girls, Are we going to see it as simple as Dragoshin coming in for Van der Ven? Is there any other? Back four combination that you believe he'll play, or are we just going like for like, which would probably make sense considering Spurs did nothing to sign any defenders? Let's have a look, shall we? Let's have a look at some of the comments in the chat. Where are we? By the way, yeah, Newcastle's front three. In the last few games, I believe they've been playing Harvey Barnes off the right, Anthony Gordon off the left, and then a player who I'm a huge fan of. Isak. I think he's a wonderful talent up front. He's everything that our forwards aren't. His control, his touch, his skill, his ability to bring others into the game, I think is absolutely brilliant. So for me, that's one we've really got to watch out. And listen, this is one of them games where I just hope Romero isn't rash and goes smashing into him, that sort of thing. Hector Rico, good morning to you, Hector. Good afternoon, wherever you are in the world, my friend. I said hard game to predict. I agree. I'll put my prediction out there right now, Hector. I put it on my YouTube comment section this morning. I'm going to go for 2-2. But what I will say is I truly believe that this is the best time to play Newcastle. So if you offered me 2-2 right now, I'm taking it. St. James's Park, tough place to go. Only lost 1 in 10 games at St. James's Park, I believe, in the last 10. And I believe that was Man City. Somebody might correct me on that, but I'm pretty sure I saw something like that the other day. So 2-2 I'd take. But what an opportunity to go and steal some points from them when they've got injuries. We said this last year, though. We went there, they had loads of injuries, and I believe they scored 4 past us. So we'll see. Big up to Tom Thacker. How you doing, mate? Tom Thacker has said, why wasn't VDV taken off against Everton? Really good point. I think we all saw that when he went down, he looked in a bit of pain, and you're thinking, right, it's Everton at home. Get him off. Wrap him up in cotton wool. But we didn't. It's not what Ange does, is it? Ange just seems to play these players through thick or thin. But listen, is that going to come back to haunt us? Do we know how long he's out for? Is it just for one game? Will he go away with Haaland, with the Netherlands in the next couple of days for international week? We'll find out. Big up to my man, Phil COYS. How you doing, Phil? I said, good day, Savva. Massive game today. Show to me you can put in a solid performance against Newcastle away. It's long overdue. Now's your chance. Yeah, look, absolutely. We've got to go there. And so far, Leicester City was 50-50, right? It was a brilliant first half, a really poor second half. Everton was a great game, but it's again, it is Everton. Now we're moving up a notch to the next level of competition. Yeah, not the Arsenals, not the Liverpools, not the Man Cities, but this is the next level up, right, from an Everton or a couple of levels up. So let's see what they do today, shall we? Big up DJ Aaron Lawrence. How you doing, man? Long time no see. Hope you're well. I said big up Savva. Now that Van der Ven is out, Ange better adjust his tactics defensively. Otherwise, we're going to get pammed. He better show adaptability. Well, look, Aaron, listen, I completely agree with you, mate. There are lots of people that just say, oh, no, just keep doing what you're doing. Have belief in your system. I think the difficulty is Van der Ven is such an anomaly. There's not many centre-backs in world football that have that pace that Van der Ven's got. And Van der Ven almost is, like in Monopoly when you get the get-out-of-jail-free card. I feel like Van der Ven is Tottenham's equivalent to that for defending. We play very high up. And Van der Ven allows us to get out of that. By the way, the team has been announced. I'll read the team out to you now. I don't think there's any real shocks. Listen, I think Ange, for once, I'll give him credit for this. He's got Vicario in goal, Pedro Porro, Romero, Dragoshin and Udogie, Sarr and Basuma in midfield. Good to see that the 2 youngsters we bought are getting games. Sarr and Basuma in midfield with Maddison in the number 10. Kulu from the right, Odegaard from the left, and Son up top. So Brennan Johnson doesn't make the team. The bench is Fraser Forster, Jed Spence, Ben Davis, Alfie Devine, Gray, Bentancur, Bergvall, Johnson, and Werner. I'm going to say it. I completely agree with. I agree with what he's done in terms of Sarr and Basuma. You've got to play two midfielders in there, right? You've got to. You've got to get two proper midfielders in there. Again, no place for Bergvall, no place for Gray, our two summer signings in midfield, and can't get in above Basuma and Sarr. So straight away there, I'm just starting to, why were they bought? I know we can all talk about the future, but are they going to get games? Then the big news, I suppose, obviously, we knew Van der Ven was out. We knew that Dragoshin was going to be playing. But Brennan Johnson doesn't make the team. Now, Brennan Johnson came in for a lot of stick last week, and I completely get it. I get why he came in for a lot of stick. He didn't do very well. He hasn't done very well for a very long time. Can you guys just let me know that you can still see me? The only reason I ask is I've lost internet connection on my phone. I'm just hoping that hasn't transpired. Sorry, bear with me 1 second. I'm hoping that hasn't transpired onto... I don't know what's going on. I've just lost complete internet connection. Hopefully you guys haven't witnessed that on my end. So apologies. So yeah, Brennan Johnson came in for a lot of stick. He's now been dropped. Kulusevski goes to right wing. Some people will say, well, hang on, he's not a winger, which I agree with. But I would still rather see Decky than I would see Brennan Johnson. So this is going to be a very interesting game now. You've got Decky on the right wing. You've got Odegaard starting his second game in a row for the club. So let's see what he can do. But let's see what happens. We know Sonny's going to play through the middle. I think this is a really difficult game to call. I think this is a really, really difficult game to call, guys. What do you reckon? Let me know your score in the chat now that we've seen the teams come out. Whilst we're there, it's the first time I'm going to ask in the first 20 minutes, smash the like button, people. As a YouTuber, I'm not one of those that will ask for your money. I'm not asking for any of your money. That's not what I'm about. But please, I do ask for a like. It's absolutely free. It does help the algorithm. And guys and girls, look at this. We are only, I won't show you completely. You'll see how much money I earn from YouTube. I'll show you that. 13,396. We are 4 subscribers away from 13.4K. So please do smash that subscribe button. And that does allow you to comment in the comment section as well. Thank you for everyone who's let me know that they can see me as well. And big up Josh Gain, one of my channel members, also one of my mods, said subscribe, people. Absolutely, Josh. Big up to you. Let's see some of the comments since the team has come out. Tom Thacker said, no Johnson, hallelujah. Well, listen, look, I almost feel sorry for Brennan Johnson. I just don't think the guy's good enough. I'm not having a go at him. He seems like a really nice lad. I just don't think that he is good enough to be playing at this level. Johnson is better than Grealish. Big up, Teabag. What a lovely picture that is as well. Big up to you. Corey Dickerson, big up to you as well, my man. Hello to you. Spurs forever. Thank you very much. It's Tom ZK has said, like front three, no Werner or Johnson. Well, they're the positives. The negatives are at some point they will be coming off. Corey said, Savva, do you still speak to Henry? I do still speak to Henry most days, yes. I spoke to Henry yesterday, I believe. Yeah, I do still speak to Henry. Yes, he's just doing his own thing. And yeah, I do still speak to Henry. I saw someone the other day try and say that Savva and Henry have fallen out. I don't know where they got that from. Me and him speak most days. So let's have a look at some of the scores, shall we? Bella, and a channel member, Bella has said Newcastle 3, Spurs 0. Bella, you're going for it. I mean, that's a big old scoreline there. Aaron has said as much as Kulu is wasted on the wing, I'd very much rather see him than Johnson. I completely agree with you. It's going to be interesting because he'll either be up against Lloyd Kelly or Dan Burn. So let's see how that works out. Josh Jones has said Newcastle 1, Spurs 1. Liam's gone for a 3-2 to Newcastle. Jack Herbert's copied me. Just kidding, Jack. Jack's gone the same as me. He's gone for an old Desmond Tutu. George has said we definitely need more physicality in the midfield. Sarr coming in is a good change. Yeah, for me, I need to see something from Sarr. I think I'm one of those fans that I've not quite seen the hype with him yet. I think he's got a great engine. I'm just trying to wonder how good is he as a footballer. We'll see. Mike Clifford has said, I don't have any money. That's a good job. No one's asking you for any then, Mike, isn't it? Big up to you. Gary Officer out there in New York, I believe it is, Gary. How you doing, man? He's gone for a Desmond Tutu as well. Big Boss World has said, what happened to Mickey van der Ven? Listen, Mickey van der Ven, I think we all saw, I'm just speculating. I'm guessing it was from the injury he got in the first half against Everton, mate. I hope you are well. Big up to you. And wherever you are there, let's hope you're still in that place on holiday in that cove. Big up to you, my man. Hope you're well. Nicola Polito. Big up, Nicola. Hope you are well. I said, I'm not really confident. 4-2 to Newcastle. Some big scores going around, but in favour of Newcastle. I'm not sure. Listen, if we get battered, it's going to be awful, right? For me, I'll take a point right now. I will take a point, but I'm not saying we can't win. Big up. By the way, Exposure Channel, I'm not going to bring up your comment. I won't have you talking in derogatory terms about other YouTubers, especially when they're my friends. So please leave that alone. Anyone can YouTube and make streams about whatever they want, all right? Wayne Holland. I don't know if he's just here to wind me up. But big up to you, Wayne. One of my favourites out there in this big, bad world. Hope you're well. I said 4-0 to Newcastle. 3-0 to Newcastle. Oh, gosh, there's some big scores for Newcastle coming in. Aaron's gone 2-1 Spurs, trying to get a bit of weight back to the Spurs camp. I'm Switzerland in this. I am Switzerland. I'm 2-all. I think that this is going to be an end-to-end game with two defences that probably concede a lot of goals. Subajit, big up to you, my man. I said 3-1 Spurs. Tony Rodriguez has flipped that on its head. Big up Tony and gone 3-1 Newcastle. Anthony Clark has gone 1-all. Someone in the chat just asked me, I thought I'd saved it. I haven't. Someone asked me what I thought about the Arsenal game. Look, I think, listen, it's difficult. By the letter of the law, Declan Rice should have been sent off. But what a stupid rule it is. I saw a good post today which said, no one talks about the fact that the ball was still rolling when Declan Rice kicked it away, so the player wouldn't have been able to kick it anyway. I don't know. I think all the rules are a bit of a mess. But listen, Arsenal had the game in their control, threw it away, and Brighton are a good team. Brighton have really impressed me these first 3 games. I thought they might struggle, but they've made some good signings, and they're doing really well. Young, I believe the manager is 38. Is he 37? So their manager is younger than me. The Newcastle team, by the way. Oh, I've just missed it. Bear with me 1 second. The Newcastle team. Here we go. Pause. Is Nick Pope. Yeah, so they've gone with Tino Livramento at right back. Dan Burn and Emil Kraft at centre-half with Lloyd Kelly at left-back. They've gone with Sean Longstaff, Bruno Guimaraes and Yo Linton in midfield. So it's the midfield other than Tonali that we thought. And then they've got Harvey Barnes on the right, Anthony Gordon on the left, and Alexander Isak up top. Their midfields are Trippier, Target, Hall, Murphy, Tonali, Murphy. Another, they've got A. Murphy and J. Murphy, Almiron and Osula. So this is going to be a really interesting one. Tonali didn't make the team. I think that's good news for Tottenham, if I'm going to be completely honest. Also today, at 12:30, which is 4 minutes time, we've got the Old Firm derby. You've got Celtic hosting Glasgow Rangers. So that's going to be interesting one as well. Post Protein Oa. I mean, that's a great name. Big up to you. I said, we're holding 4 with that bench. Now, you're going to have to forgive me. I'm not cool enough to really know what that means. When you say we're holding 4, does that mean we're letting in 4 goals? I'm just going to have a guess. Big up, Troy. How you doing, Troy? I've not seen you for a while. Hope you're well, my friend. Troy said hi from Australia. Troy, most Australians hate me, so thank you for being in here. They don't like me because I'm not the biggest fan of Ange Postecoglou, so apologies to the nation of Australia. Said hi, nice to be back. Big up to you as well. Looking forward to tonight's game. Hopefully we can put in a good shift. Pretty happy to see Johnson given a rest. Spurs 2, Newcastle 0. Let's hope you're right. Let's hope you're right, Troy. Let's hope you're right. Wayne Holland, I knew you were trying to wind me up, mate. I knew you were trying to wind me up. Big up to you. unlucky yesterday. I thought your boys could have snatched a point, but Aston Villa are a decent team. So just unluckily 2-1. Vinny said 6-0 Newcastle. I'm only joking. 1-1 for me. Absolutely. Hector, this is a great point, Hector. I know we don't agree on everything, my man, but this is a great point. Pedro Porro, we know how good Pedro Porro is going that way. We know how good that, and that's upfield, by the way. We know how good he is. But behind him, he leaves a lot of space, and that is where Anthony Gordon is really going to look to expose. So Spurs need to be really, really compact in there today. And when you look at Isak, Barnes and Gordon, we can already see what the process is going to be. Eddie Howe's going to have them constantly on the counter-attack and constantly going down those channels. So we've got to make sure we're in... we've got to see how we cope with that. Josh has said Brighton do normally start off well. They do. That's why I never get too excited about clubs, Josh. The first three, I mean, even look at our first 10 games last year. Still 1 year later, people are still talking about Spurs being that team, even though it was 10 games. Spurs King has said Rice admitted he should have been sent off. Yeah, listen, by the letter of the law, yes. I just think the rules are a little bit silly, but players know these rules. It's all a bit silly, isn't it? No. The Brighton manager is 31. Jesus Christ, that makes me feel old. So he's 10 years younger than me and managing in the Premier League. Big up to him. Here's just me sitting in my spare room talking to you lovely people. 3SS Sports Picks has said, big up Savva, I'd take a 1-1 if offered to me. Wayne Holland has got his Leicester City glasses on. Look, Barnes worries me, Wayne. You and I chat. We chat most days, Wayne. You know my feelings. I think if I'm a manager playing against Tottenham Hotspur, I am getting as many quick players on that pitch and I am going down those channels. I don't see today being any different. But I do think their defence can be got at as well. So we're going to see what happens. AJS1988 said, I'd love to go to an old firm game, but no away support equals no atmosphere. What, have Celtic got no... they've got no away support. Are they banned? I don't know anything about this. Let me know, AJS, in the chat. Big up to you. Oh, George, thank you. I know you're Australian as well. Big up to you. Maybe I'm swaying the Australian fans. No, they hate me. Big up. Oh, that door didn't just shut by itself, by the way. Please don't worry. There's no exorcist here. Blake War said, no need to apologise for our guy getting shafted by our board. Listen, I don't think he was shafted by our board. He's come out and said he wanted these players, that he was chasing Odegaard and Solanke for a long time. For me, this is on him as well as the board. You look at his signings, the 16 signings he's made. I'm not prepared to just let him off that much, I'm afraid. Big up to Siley, who said Football Heritage TV, my favourite Spurs channel. It's my favourite Spurs channel as well. Big up to you. Thank you very much. Billy, greetings from Kenya. Greetings to you out there as well. I've never been to Kenya. I'm guessing it's a lot hotter than the UK. Big up to you. Hope you're well. Paulmeister said, hey, Sav, I loved your tribute to Sol Bamba. Yeah, listen, as I said last night, look, I think when we see things like that, somebody passing away at the age of 39, it really hits me. It really made me think, God, we've all got to be a bit nicer to each other, haven't we? You never know when it's your time. And, I just don't think people tell their loved ones enough that they love them and do enough things with them. So, be nice. Be nice. Here's Rich. Rich has said 2-1 to Newcastle. Tisnado. Big up to you, Tisnado. I've not seen you for a while. So big up, Savva. Much love from Australia. You have lots of fans of the channel here. Have a great show. Marmite, I believe I'm called. Marmite. Jack has said, the worry is that Newcastle's front three are all direct players that run at you. We don't like that. Absolutely. Absolutely, Jack. That's got to be the worry. But Jack, it's not my worry with Newcastle, mate. That's my worry when anyone plays us. We watched Fatawu of Leicester, whose first ever Premier League game. He tore Udogie to pieces. He tore him to pieces. If he can do that, what can Barnes and Gordon do? So for me, we've got to drop The defence 10 yards for me. They look good. They look good. I tell you who I think is really, really impressed me. I really, really, really like João Pedro. I think he looks like an excellent footballer, Phil. 30 million. That's why it annoys me when you see that we're spending 65 on players like Solanke. 35 million pounds. Sorry, my camera just fell. Sorry. 30 million pounds for João Pedro. I would have taken him all day long over Solanke. That's just me. Brighton in the last 20 minutes was so frustrating. I mean, from a Spurs fan's point of view, yeah, you wanted them to get another goal. But look, they'll be happy. 7 points from their first 3. They've played Man United. They've played Man United and Arsenal. I mean, listen, they'll be happy to get Arsenal away out the way. They'll be happy to get Man United out the way. So they've really started well. Absolutely, Blake. Absolutely. It's all we can say. The proof is in the pudding. I don't think that gets talked about enough. Proof or pudding. Proof is in the pudding. I'm a cow. I love this name. Today, this amateur manager will be finally shown up. Listen, I don't think it's going to be a mauling. I said I think it's going to be 2-2. Big up Jay Ashraf. Hope you're well. Says Savva, I'm so peed we didn't get Locatelli. Me too. And Chiesa. Yeah, listen, Chiesa I was 50-50 with, but I would rather him than Odegaard. I'm sure Paratici would have snapped them up. Where will Liverpool play him? Well, listen, you've got to remember the difference between us buying a player and Liverpool buying a player is Liverpool don't buy Chiesa to be a main man. Liverpool have Salah as their main man, and then everyone else rotates, don't they? Jota, Gakpo, Diaz, Nunes, all of these players rotate. Chiesa will fall into that bracket. And that's why when people say things like, oh, look at his stats versus his stats, the difference is somebody like a Brennan Johnson will play most games for Spurs. Somebody like a Chiesa won't play week in, week out for Liverpool. But I think it's a great signing. I really do. Big up to Zakir over there in Pakistan. Big up to you, my friend. Welcome to the show. The Boomverse, I said, listening to Herzler after the Woolwich Brighton game. Wow. He speaks his mind with facts and hardcore epic manager. Listen, I mean, not everything needs to be a dig at Ange. I think we've got to get that out there. I've got my opinions on him, but I don't think anything, we need to make everything a dig at him. I do think Ange talks too much. I think, I saw the interview with Lang. Hang on, I'm just going to get let's get the Old Firm game on for a little bit, shall we? There we go. Celtic 0, Rangers 0 after 4 minutes. Look, the problem with me is I watched the interview with Lang and I've watched the interview with Ange, and they're both praising and saying this is what they wanted. We wanted this. We wanted this youth route. We wanted to go younger. That's fine. But in the same sentence, Ange keeps talking about winning things. So I will judge him based on that. Yeah. If Ange had come out and said, you know what? There's a lot of work to be done here over the next 3 years. I'm committed to the club. Stick with me. We're going to have some up and down patches, but ultimately we will get there. Sure. But he keeps coming out and saying the opposite, doesn't he? He keeps saying now. So we'll see. Minter looked good as well. Minte, he looked good as well. Posty Pat said the hype for Glasner has quickly died down. I think it was a new manager bounce last season. Palace are a good enough team to finish mid-table. Yeah, well, listen, I think that's where Palace should be finishing with their squad and their revenue, right? They should be a mid-table club. I think they'll be there again. Impact Vids, and for anyone that missed the lineup, it was Vicario in goal, Porro, Romero, Dragashin, and Udogie, Sarr, Basuma, and Maddison, Kulu, Son, and Odegaard. And the bench is Forster, Spence, Davis, Divine's on their grey, Bentancur, Bergvall, Johnson, Werner. So the Spurs bench is 4 central midfielders, 3 of which are kids, 3 of which are teenagers, Johnson and Werner, and then Spence and Davis. I'm going to put it out there, and for anyone who said the squad is stronger this year, have a look at that sub bench. I'm not being negative. I'm just saying, have a look at that sub bench. It looks awful. I've just read the lineup out, so there you go. We're losing this one, Savva. I've got 2-2. If Spurs have got anything about them, they won't lose this one. They've got a lot more injuries than us. They've not started the season brilliantly, but look, it is what it is. I actually think Udogie kept things more simple. He wouldn't lose. I agree. Daniel, completely agree. For me, I like Udogie. I do think everyone's gone well over the top about him. I think defensively, he is very suspect. And he gives the ball away a lot. But again, another young player. Another young player that needs time. Big up Two-Faced Trevor. What a great name that is. Big up to Two-Faced Trevor. I hope you are well. My heart says a win. My brain says a loss or a draw. Big up to you. Big up to Robert, who just became a channel member. Big up, Robert. Thank you so much for that. Really appreciate it. Always enjoy the back and forth with you in the chat. As I say, we don't agree on everything, but we have good football chats. And that goes against the belief that this is an echo chamber. There are a lot of people that disagree with me. Big up to Meravignan, 1980. I've probably butchered that name. Good afternoon, Savva. I hope you're well. I am very well. I am very, very well. I hope you are too. Darren D has said, Ange is either a liar or deluded. Ari wanting to wing things while buying kids. Well, this is the thing for me. Forget the word deluded. Forget the word liar for the moment, Darren. The big thing for me is that he says this, but his actions do this. Do you know what I mean? There's none of that. There's no actions and words marrying up. So, oh, Gray, everyone's praised this guy. He can't get a start. Let's be fair. We've had 3 games now. Midfield injuries, and he's still not starting games. Gus has said the narrative has done a 180 since June. Newcastle win. Jolinton scores. Jolinton's a very interesting player. The Dutch Egg Derby. I'm guessing that we're talking about Ten Hag and Arne Slot. Look, I like Slot. I wanted Slot. He was one of my first choices to come here before Ange. I think he's a brilliant manager. His teams play great football. Man U at home, don't lose many games. I would say that will be a draw or a Liverpool win. I do like Liverpool. I think they're a good outfit. I think, yes, their fans are frustrated that they didn't buy more, but I do think Liverpool have got a very, very strong squad, and I do think that they're a good team. So I won't sit on the fence. I think Liverpool will just shade that game. And I also think that Chelsea will beat Crystal Palace today as well. Let's just have a look at those team lineups for you, shall we? Where are we? So we've got Chelsea versus Crystal Palace. Chelsea have gone with Sanchez, Gusto, Fofana, Colwill and Cucurella, Caicedo and Fernandes, with Madueke right, Palmer in the middle, Neto left, and Jackson up front. Starting to look good, isn't it, Chelsea? It's starting to look a lot stronger. And then on the bench, you've got the likes of Disasi, Yao Felix, Nkunku, Vega, Dewsbury Hall, Adebayo. So I think it's quite a decent team. Crystal Palace have gone with Henderson in goal, Klein, Richards and Guehi as a back 3, Munoz and Mitchell as the wing backs, Hughes and Wharton in midfield, with Eze and Kamada behind Mateta. I like that team as well. I think Chelsea will have too much for them. However, listen, we all get things wrong. So let's see what happens. I'm just seeing if I've missed anything. Normally people send me loads and loads of stuff. No, I haven't had anything that I need to share. By the way, 10 minutes gone. It's still Celtic 0, Rangers 0 for any of the Scottish contingent that are in here. It's a feisty game, as you can imagine. And hang on, Celtic are through here. I know we're not doing a watch on, but Celtic are in. He's got to score. That's a goal. If he's onside, what a good goal that was. Really, really good goal, Kyogo, for a Hashi. Really, really good goal that. I looked up at the complete right time. Basically, they've done to Rangers what teams do to Spurs. Massive gap. Massive gap down the right. It looks like it was it Kun? Was it Cunha or Kun? He's onside. He's onside. The guy in the middle is playing him off. I just want to see if Kyogo was onside. Yeah, he held his line. Great goal from Celtic, that. Really good goal. I would have taken Kyogo. Just saying, I would have taken Kyogo. So Celtic 1, Rangers 0 in the Old Firm derby. Mo Shire said, stop being so deluded. It's a long time since I've been called deluded. I normally get called negative. Stop being so deluded. We're going to lose for now. Mark my word. Okay, are you talking about today or what? My thoughts on Ange. I think he's an okay manager. I think he talks way too much. I think he contradicts himself everything he says. His style of play leaves us very open. It can be exciting at times, but I think this is a big year for him. I think this is a big year for him. AJS has said there was a row about the number of away tickets allocated, so I think Rangers banned all away fans. VAR is trying its best to ruin this game for Celtic. Have they cancelled that goal? Offside. Oh God! I mean, wait till you see this offside decision. Oh my God! His shoulder is offside. This is unbelievable. His shoulder was offside. He's off. Oh my God! It's 0-0. It's 0-0. They disallowed the goal. That was really. The football rules are mad, aren't they? That football. I don't believe Sancho was. I don't think he signed his contract in time to play this weekend. Yeah, I mean, it was really. The world of football's gone mad when goals like that are being disallowed. Madness. Big up, Connor. I've gone 2-2 with Spurs. I just never know. I just never know, Connor, because Spurs can either come out and be brilliant or come out and concede 4. And this is why I don't like this style of play. It's so up and down. There's no real calmness to it. There's a lot of chaos to it. Where are we? Liston. Big up, Liston. How you doing, mate? Said many fans are worried about Radu will become frustrated with his situation and will ask for a transfer for never playing. Same fans are equally worried when VDV is missing from a game. Absolutely, I agree on both fronts, Liston. I think Dragushin will get frustrated unless he's given every Europa League game, every cup game, and when players are injured. But I don't think Ange knows how to rotate. I don't think he knows it. The bigger clubs have to rotate. That's why I don't think he's ever going to manage a big club. I don't think he knows how to. Yeah, Blake. Yeah, apparently City did look at Kyogo, but I'm guessing when you could get Gundogan on a free, it makes sense to do that. Big up everyone. Keep smashing that like button. Come on. One thing, I've got a real loyal following on here and people that come and watch me all the time, but we're really bad with the like button. We've got 156 likes and there's 500 of you in here. We should have 250, 300 minimum. And please do keep subscribing. We've just gone past the 13.4K. So please do keep subscribing. Angus, there's a shock. Angus is going 3-0 to Newcastle. Big up to Kate Rixham, said, she's just talking to Philly. Big up to Kate, big up to Philly. I haven't seen you in here yet, but big up to you. Fred Spurs said, is there any other team you don't like? Is there any other team's window you don't rate? Is there any other team signing you didn't rate? Loads, yeah, of course. I don't think every team's made great signings. I think there's been some dodgy signings out there. But the difference is, Fred, I'm a Spurs fan. Right? My job isn't to look at other clubs and go, oh my God, that's dreadful. My job is to look at Spurs and go, have Spurs done enough? Yeah. Listen, I don't think Spurs have had the worst window in the league, but it's a very underwhelming window. No matter how much people want to praise it, it's underwhelming. And you know how you know it's underwhelming, Fred? All the people are saying it was a good window was saying the complete opposite of what we needed at the beginning of the window. What I'm attacked for, Fred, is my consistency. I gave an opinion and I stick to it. These people give an opinion and shift like the wind. These people change like the wind and are called positive. It's madness. I saw another video today. Genius. Spurs are signing Cardoso. A genius move. Please, can people stop using the word genius? It's getting really, really silly. Ryan, big up, Ryan. How you doing, man? Hope you're well. Said, would you have taken Sterling? Yep, absolutely. We took Timo Werner on loan and we've got Brennan Johnson. Of course, I would have taken Sterling. Our wingers are Odegaard, Johnson, Werner. Of course, I would have taken Sterling on a year's loan on 100 grand a week. Brandon, it is now. Sorry, by the way, it is now 1-0 to Celtic. It is now 1-0. I want to say that was. Who is that? Sorry, who's the Japanese central midfielder they've got? Is it Danson or I don't know his surname. Let's have a look. Maeda, sorry. Maeda scored that goal. Really good goal again. And Celtic are superior in this game. They are superior. Brandon, two of the best players I've seen in a Spurs shirt. Both very different positions. I would have loved to have seen Gazza and Ginola playing together. Ginola is one of the most skillful footballers I've ever seen at Tottenham Hotspur. And Gazza was a joy to watch. When people want to talk about the Bentancurs and the Basumas and you watch Gazza play, he was sensational. What a footballer. Swedish Chelsea fan has gone for 2-2 in their game, I believe. Mex Ryder has said, hopefully Spurs put up a better performance. Well, yeah, we're going to see that the kickoff is in just over 40 minutes' time. Get your score, keep getting your score predictions in, people. And big up to Matheson Edwards, who's become a YouTube member. Big up to you. Really, really appreciate your support. Thank you very much. Really do appreciate that. 1 second. Where are we? No, that's not what I'm looking at. Sorry, I've been added to another Spurs WhatsApp group. So big up to you, Matheson. Really appreciate that. Big up to absolutely everyone inside the chat. Sorry, someone sent me a link. Should we just see what this link is? What is this link? What is this link? Hang on. Is this going to be anything that I... No. Sorry, it was a link. I thought it was going to be to do with Spurs. It's something completely not to do with Spurs. My friends should know better. Philly, big up, man. He's talking to Kate. Hope you're both well. I'm a cow. Said, yeah, I came across that video that more. It is. Listen, I'm a cow moo. I'd love to know who you are. I love this account. I think I've got an idea, but I think what I find really funny is people who want to do this as a living just lie. They just say whatever they want. I'm noticing everybody now is working out that the successful formula to get to 50, 60, 100K subs on YouTube is to just say really nice things and to put words like genius. All the thumbnails are like that. Oh, I don't believe it. It's all a bit... Listen, I don't do that fake stuff. I'm going to come on. I'm going to tell you my opinion. The thumbnail you see of me is just me with my arms folded. There's no expression on my face. It's not happy. It's not sad. I just want to come on and tell the truth. All these videos where Spurs are genius. What do you mean Spurs are genius? What are we talking about here? Can Spurs win something? Can we win some leagues before we're talking about genius? It's just getting... And it's a lot of it is from non-Spurs YouTubers who don't seem to have a clue what they're talking about. You know, I don't want to hear from non-Spurs fans about the club I've been supporting and traveling around the world supporting for 40 years. Listen, United are unknown, but they could be. They could be. I think United need to settle down and get their new players into the team. But it's going to be interesting. Brighton wasn't an easy game. Now Liverpool's not an easy game. We'll know more once we get to 15, 20 games into the season. I really like him as well. I really like Matt Vifa and I really like Manu Kone. And this is what I mean. Our fans will praise the life out of Archie Gray. Kone and Vifa will start immediately for their clubs. Matthew, I just don't know how we can compare the players. Like one's a left winger, one's a central midfielder. It's I don't know what we're comparing. It's like when people say to me, who do you think's better, like Ronaldinho or Iniesta? And I'm like, well, they're both very different. Do you know what I mean? It's like, it's very, very difficult. I mean, technically, yes, but the rules are just getting silly. I've got nothing against Ali Gold. Ali Gold is paid by the club. That's all I can say. Listen, he's not going to come out and be brutally honest, is he? He's going to say the things the club want him to say. I've got nothing against him. But hey, it is what it is. It was the right decision. It was the right decision, but the rules are just ridiculous. But the decision was right, Angus. What you're not happy with is the same thing as me. If you actually take a step back, what you're not happy with is the rule. Again, 4 midfielders on the bench. Again, where's Mikey Moore? Where's Tyrese Hall? Where's Mikey Moore? Where are they? All of these fans, all window have salivated over the youngsters. Where are they? Carlos, I say this every year. They never do, mate. They never do. They never do. They're doubling down. All the people, all the YouTubers as well that were very wrong about this window are now coming up with the most insane excuses as to why we didn't buy better. It is mental. My prediction was before and after seeing the lineup. 2-2. 2-2 is my prediction. Yeah, I don't think the lineup's too different from what I expected. The only thing I think that was different was I thought he might keep Johnson in there. Not that I would have. Liston has said exactly, Savva. I don't click on these over-the-top ridiculous thumbnail videos from rival fans saying other teams are amazing. It's just made for views. Listen, I get it. I get it, right? I'm not knocking it. If people are doing this and it's their living, go and make your money. I get it. Yeah? This isn't my living. I have a job, right? I've got a full-time job. This is something I do on the side. I made a promise to myself that when I came onto YouTube, if people love me or hate me, I will never just lie. I know people want different reactions. Like, people have a go at me because I don't jump out my chair when Spurs score. I've never been a jumper at football matches. I've never been a throw my beer at the TV when we concede and go mental when we score. I've never been that. That doesn't mean I don't support the team. I'm just not built that way. I just never have. But it is what it is. Who said? Sorry, I've got to see this comment. Did someone mention Basuma in the same sentence as Gaza? No, they couldn't have. Surely they couldn't have. No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I'm moving on. I'm not even going to look for it. I'm not going to look for it. Lankshire's injured, right? I think Lankshire's injured as well. Paul, this is what I mean. We've said it all window, haven't we, mate? All summer. These kids, look at them coming on and tearing up QPR and Hearts and Vissel Kobe. You get to the season, where are any of these kids? Not one in the 11. Where are they? Not on the bench. Alfie Devine's made the bench today. Just Alfie Devine. I think our squad is very small. I think it's a very small squad. No, you wouldn't be in the mud. We've got to stop doing this. If Brennan Johnson comes on and scores a goal, doesn't mean that the people that don't rate him are in the mud. Otherwise, that would mean every player that scores a goal every week is good. So it's mad. Yeah, but Angus, consistency and the decision being wrong are two very different things. I agree with you that it's stupid, but it is the rule. I think it's ridiculous. I don't see how players should be yellow carded for that, but that's what the rules are. Hate them, but it is what the rules are. Alternate COYS said, Sav, what's your thoughts on the above average John Carew having more goals than every single team in the league? Listen, I messaged, as soon as I saw that he score yesterday, I messaged Alex, box office, and I said, Alex, you've got to change your opinion on him now. But do you know what it is? Do you know what we're seeing already this season, which I think needs to stop a lot of people with their lazy narrative on Haaland, is that he's not a good player. He can just score goals. Some of his hold-up and link-up play yesterday was excellent, as it has been throughout his career. But, I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen a better finisher than Erling Haaland. He is deadly in front of goal. He is absolutely deadly in front of goal. Like the goals yesterday, you would say the first one is nice and easy. So many forwards would miss that. The third one, cool, calm, power, slotted into the bottom corner. The second one, the power in that shot. Listen, this guy is a freak in the nicest possible way. This guy is a freak of a striker. He is ridiculous. And still, like when people say to me, oh, I'd rather Son. No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't. I'd rather Kane. Would you? I just don't. For me, I just don't think I would. This guy at this age is scary. I've not seen anyone at his age like this. You're welcome, my man. You're welcome. I don't know who this is. I'll be honest. I really don't know. I can't comment on players I've not seen. I really can't comment. I'm sorry, my man. I'm sorry. I really can't comment. Absolutely smash the like button. Let's see where we are. We're on 215. We should be on 300 by now. Keep smashing that like button. As I said, guys, I'm not asking for super chats. I'm not asking for your money, but please do keep liking and keep subscribing as we're chasing down 13.5K. I truly believe I should be on 20K. Just kidding. Stephen, I can completely believe we didn't buy another left back. It is what it is. West Ham, West Ham on the counter-attack look very good. And Mohamed Kudus, I'm watching Mohamed Kudus play football, and then I'm looking at all the wingers we've bought under Ange. I just don't get it. I do not get how West Ham's two wide men in Bowen and Kudus, and even I'm going to chuck Somerville in. And then you look at Odegaard, Johnson, Werner. I just don't know who is scouting at this football club. I really don't know. But it is what it is. Angus, listen, dude, you're just going to have to own it. Even Rice said it was a red card. Look, you're going to have to own it. You didn't win. You're 2 points off City already. And I believe in 2 games' time, you play City. Huge game at City. I can't see you winning. I think you're going to... I think City are going to beat you. I think they're too good again. I don't think you're... I don't think you're as good as them yet. You've got what? Your next 2 games are Spurs away. Spurs away and City away. Is that right? Let me have a look. I might be making this up. Sorry if I'm wrong, Angus. I'm sorry. I just check I'm not making this up. Arsenal's fixtures: Tottenham away, Man City away, and Atalanta away. Arsenal pressure early doors. Pressure early doors for Arsenal. But listen, look, let's be fair. Brentford is Man City's next game. Hang on, have they got Brentford at home? Sorry, let me check this. So Man City's next 2 games are Brentford at home and Arsenal at home. And Arsenal have got Spurs and City. The gap after 5 games could be 6 or 7 points already. We'll see. I mean, I hope it is to you guys, but we'll see. By the way, I do think you'll beat Spurs, but hey, Haaland cost 5 more than Johnson. Of course Johnson's not scoring the goals. Mate, I'm so worried about playing Erling Haaland when he's in this form. He is ridiculously good. He is so good. So good. Where are we? Haaland looks like Vigo from Ghostbusters 2. Big up, Rob Frank. Paul Pablo said, Matoma of Brighton. Would he be a placement? I'd love Matoma. Again, I'm looking at these clubs that are lower than us, and I'm saying, how are they buying better wide men than Spurs? It beggars belief what this team is doing. Spurs forever said Romero is better than Martinez. Romero starts for Argentina. Martinez in and out. I don't know what that's got to do with anything, but big up to you, Spurs forever. Big up, John Fitzpatrick. Hope you're well. John, tell these people to smash the like button. We should be on 300. We're only on 235. By the way, guys, they're exactly 30 minutes as Celtic nearly get a second. It is 30 minutes until kickoff. Celtic are swarming all over Rangers here. Still only 1-0, but Celtic do look dominant here. They look much better than Rangers. Anthony said, Man City has Haaland, Arsenal Kai Havertz. There's the reason Man City will win the Premier League. By the way, I don't think Havertz is a bad player. I do think he's shut a lot of people up. But you're right. It's, this is what I said all summer. I've said to Arsenal fans, I think Arsenal are a brilliant team. But the difference is they have got De Bruyne and they have got Erling Haaland. And and Rodri. I just don't think Arsenal have got a 3 that can compete with that in any way, shape, or form. I just think, again, this is just wrong. If you watch him play yesterday, when you say he's a one-trick pony, some of his hold-up and link-up play was excellent. So why is he a one-trick pony? I feel like it's a very lazy narrative. Big up Bone Stark, Bone Star 2K. Wishing you a great weekend as well, my friend. Well, this is the thing. Look, I like Declan Rice. I like Partey. I like Odegaard. I just don't put them anywhere near the bracket of Kovacic, Rodri, and De Bruyne. By the way, Kovacic, what a fantastic footballer Kovacic is. Another one that doesn't get that doesn't get the praise he deserves. Spurs forever. Sterling will score the win in the North London derby. Look, Angus, I think you'll beat us. I do think you'll beat us because I do think that over the top with the likes of Trossard, Martinelli, Saka, I do think any team that knows how to play us over the top will win. Brentford will give City trouble. Not at the Etihad. I don't see it. Sorry, mate. I think that'll be another 3 or 4 goals scored for Man City. They're too good. Big up James Flower. How you doing, man? Hope you're well. By the way, yeah, really good striker. This guy, really good striker is Pierre. He's Pierre. Sure, you might be a good striker as well. Really good player, Garcarez. Again, another one. All-round game is very good as well as his goal scoring. Yeah, it's this sort of thing which does my head in. It's lazy football debates. And this is the thing, again, if people are watching Kudus and then watching Johnson and anyone's got the I'm going to call it out. If anyone says Johnson is better than Kudus because of the GA last season, they don't understand football. I'm calling it right now. It's madness. Scott said Haaland potentially score more than our front three. What, put together? Yep. Have I seen Arsenal's fixtures for November? No. Let's have a look. Why am I looking at Arsenal's for November? Let's have a look. Arsenal in November have got Newcastle away, Inter away, Chelsea away, Forest at home, Sporting away, West Ham away. Oof. Look, if Arsenal want to win a league, these are the games you're going to have to do it. This is what City have done for years and years and years. They go through runs like that and they come out the other side as champions. Let me say Havertz is Arsenal's Núñez. Both of them have got good stats, both of them. I think both of them are underrated, but what it is they're not Haaland. They're not Haaland. What's your thoughts on the Europa games? Yeah, look, we should cruise through, right? We should cruise through, but it's Spurs. What do we do in those competitions? Have we got, so I'm just seeing Rangers on the attack here, but comes to nothing. What do Spurs do in those games? Do we rotate? I don't know. When we rotate, are we going to have the strength? All of the people saying we've got a stronger squad. Well, let's see. When we play Bergvall and Gray together in midfield in these European games, let's see how strong they are. We'll see, won't we? William has said Foden and Rodri didn't even play. Yeah, you think they had Foden and Rodri not playing, Walker on the bench, Ake on the bench, Gundogan on the bench, John Stones on the bench. They got some players. Curie has said, I don't care what happens. We need 3 points to don't go home. Yeah, listen, we do. It's going to be a tough game. Newcastle away, very tough game. Brandon, for me, best player in the world. I've said this over and over and over again. Best player in the world right now. I don't see anyone who comes close to him in terms of the ability to run a game, midfield control, passing, tempo, composure. And then we're seeing videos of people saying Cardoso is going to be better than Rodri. I mean, what do you do? What do you do when you see those sort of things? It's absolutely madness. Big up, good morning, afternoon, evening to each and every one of you. There's over 500 of you in here, only 248 likes. Can we please get that like button smashed? I think that would be the right thing to do. Don't you? Don't you? Don't you? Yes, I do. Smash that like button. Where are we? Oh, hang on. Who's this? No, that's not what I want. You know when you click on something and it's just not what you want? No, I don't want that either. Where are we? I don't know. Never mind. Big up to each and every one of you. The kickoff is 25 minutes away. But by the way, this has been a really good game here from a Celtic point of view. If I'm Rangers, I'm looking at this and saying, this is another year we're not winning the league. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting, isn't it? Ange playing at Rangers, that's going to be interesting. Listen, Rangers, for as bad as they are here, depending on the 11 Spurs pick, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because, Ibrox is a tough place to go. They're going to make it interesting for us. Sydney Duke says City are better this year with Lewis all over the pitch. I'll tell you what, Lewis is a fantastic player. When we talk about youth players, this is what we think Bergvall and Gray are, right? This is what we think those two are. I think Rico Lewis is a fantastic footballer. And isn't he just the heir to Carl Walker's throne from right back going into midfield? I mean, it's just brilliant. Again, if you use Sterling correctly against Spurs, if I was Arsenal, what I would do against Spurs is I would play Sterling, Saka. Hang on, is that 2-0? Oh, he's missed it. Oh, no. How's he missed that? Rio? Is it Rio for Celtic? Oh, how's he missed that? It should have been 2-0. Celtic will look good. Celtic play some good stuff. Lovely move on the overlap. Ball played back. Oh, mate. Oh, no. He's made a hash of that as the lad. Walter, it does beg a belief, doesn't it? Really poor for me. That has to go on the manager. My favourite Spurs player at the moment, Van der Ven, is my favourite Spurs player. Other than that, there's no one that I really go, oh my God, he's brilliant and stands out. Van der Ven for me. Ben, he fears we're going to get battered. Tony says 80% of our fan base is clueless. Absolutely, poor Savva. Yeah, I don't ask for money. All I ask is for the likes. We should be at 300 and we're 30 away from that. Please keep smashing that like button, the subscribe button as well. And hopefully we'll get to 13.5K, 14K sooner rather than later. My aim is to get to 15K by the end of the year. But we'll see whether or not we can. We'll see. It's not the end of the world. This is only part-time for me. Brandon, I agree. My type of footballer is the Busquets, Rodri, Moussa Dembele kind. Me too, man. Me too. Love that type of player. And it's everything that we don't have. Yeah, again, we've heard a lot about this. We've heard a lot about this. But, listen, start him. If he's as good as people think, let's start him, Carl Van der Ven is the whole defensive system, cracking play. Yeah, agreed. For me, I know people keep saying, oh, Romero's a better defender. I think Van der Ven holds all of that together back there. Snipes has said, Savva, there is no concrete evidence VDV is injured. And just said nothing. I'm hoping it's precautionary. Snipes, he would not be in the squad if he wasn't injured, would he? If you want to rotate him, he'll be on the bench. Surely that tells you something, doesn't it? I'll tell you something about Ange. Talk about fans having poor mentality. He's got a poor mentality. He's excited about our Euro fixtures, yet talks about winning leagues. Listen. Oh, dearie me. Danny has said, I think his favourite players are VDV, Vicario and Porro. Yeah, Porro for me, again, as I said, I love him that way. I don't think he's that good this way. Vicario, I think he's okay. I think he's all right. I think that the difference was he's just better than what was an ageing Lloris. For me, nowhere near as good as Lloris in his peak. Phil COYS said, Savva, do you think Haaland can beat Messi and Ronaldo's goal record when he retires? By the way, Celtic are 2-0 up. Celtic are cruising. This is turning into a long afternoon for Rangers. They are 2-0 up. And they should be 5 up. They've been absolutely phenomenal here today. And I think it was Kyogo again. Was that Kyogo? Yeah, it was Kyogo. Kyogo with a goal. Kyogo had the disallowed goal, didn't he? Yeah, Kyogo with his first goal of the game. Ball played into Kyogo. But he's about 25 yards out and he's just placed it. You know those shots that Messi's good at? Rather than hammering it, he just placed it. Messi was brilliant with that. The pass finish. Love that. Yeah, when I hear this, though, when people say goalkeepers are great shot stoppers, aren't they all great shot stoppers? If a goalkeeper isn't a good shot stopper, why is he a goalkeeper? Look, I think he's all right for Vicario. I've got nothing against him. I think he's a good goalkeeper. I just think he is massively overrated. I think he's poor at set pieces. I think he's poor with the ball at his feet. And he parries the ball a lot into the 6-yard box. Yeah, Ray, we've done this one. Stupid rule, but it is a rule. So it was a red card, but it goes to show how soft football is now. I mean, players are being booked for everything now. It's just got silly. Gary Officer, watched City yesterday. They're on another level. Kind of makes the Premier League uninteresting at this point. They are on another level. They are. They truly are. It is what it is, right? Angus, sorry, mate. I'm not just telling you, though, am I? I've got 520 people in here, mate, that I'm telling, not just you. And it's on Sky. The game's on Sky. You should be able to see it. I'm guessing you're watching it on something naughty, are you? Swedish Chelsea fans. Kepa was shocking again. I haven't seen the highlights of that game yet. Yeah, really, it was, Angus. A really nice finish. Just placed it into the bottom corner. Where are we? People knock Lloris a lot. In his pomp was, yes, yeah. I think before he got a bit older, I thought Lloris was a very good goalkeeper. Much better than Vicario. But Vicario, let's see what he grows into. At the moment, I'm not seeing, hang on, they're going to score again here, are they? No, the Rangers clear it. Rangers are a mess at the back there. Rangers are an absolute mess right now. Sam Smith said, Rice knew the consequences of his actions. Fully deserved the red. Stop crying. Yes. My only issue is with the rules. But he knew the rules, as you said, should have been sent off. Thoughts on Timber and Rice out for the derby? Well, yeah, I mean, it helps. But, I mean, who will Arsenal put in there? I don't know. Jorginho? Will he go in there? Will Marino be back inside? I don't know. I don't know. But, listen, Arsenal, they could quite easily put Kai Havertz into that midfield and then bring on Martinelli and Trossard or Jesus or Sterling. So they've got options, right? Joshua. Yeah, interesting one, isn't he? Interesting one. By the way, guys, girls, 17 minutes until kickoff. If anyone would like to know, people sometimes ask about my ACCAs. I'm going to tell you my ACCAs today. Let's have a look. Where is my ACCAs? My ACCAs. Well, my ACCA is this. Celtic to beat Rangers. That's in. That's in because they're 2-0 up. That's done. Chelsea to beat Palace. Liverpool to beat Man United. Bayern Munich to beat Freiburg. Fiorentina to beat Monza. Udinese to beat Como. And Monaco to beat Lens. £10 pays back 900 quid. £10 pays back 900 quid. Who will let me down out of those? Who's going to let me down? I'm sure someone will let me down. Let me just remove Celtic Rangers. Yeah, that's in. Don't need that anymore. That's in. Yeah. Sorry, Savva, I'm on your stream, but could you please stop talking about football? Is he out for 6 to 8 weeks? I thought it said 2 weeks. Wow. Okay. Listen, they've got cover. I don't know what we're going to do. I don't know. We'll be up for it. But last year we were up for it and we were 3-0 down in about 40 minutes, weren't we? But listen, look, and again, Robert, what a lot of people don't do, Robert, is they'll hear me saying that about Vicario and they'll go, oh, Savva doesn't like him. I'm not saying I don't like him. I just don't think he's up there with the better keepers in the league. I think there's much better goalkeepers than Vicario. But when you pay 16 million or 17 million, what do you expect? Now, Barcelona are actually doing what Spurs fans think Ange's doing. How many teenagers can be in one squad playing for the team top of La Liga? They have got loads of kids. I mean, the likes of Kabasi, the likes of Yamal, the likes of oh God, I'm going to forget his name. He played in midfield the first 2 games but got injured. Can't think of him. But they've got loads of these kids coming through. Now that's a youth team. 14 minutes until kickoff. 14 minutes until kickoff, people. So if you haven't had the chance to get your score predictions in, please do. Please smash that like button. Let's go to some super chats, shall we? Big up to LBS 1998 has said, Savva, thoughts on Rico Lewis. He's a special player, mate. We talked about him just now. Yeah, I really like him. Again, another one that when teams talk about bringing through youth players, that's a top youth player. Yeah, he is so comfortable on the ball, fits into Pep's system like a glove. Can play right back, can play centre mid, gets forward, got another assist yesterday. There's a reason why I've got him in my fantasy Premier League team. I think he's an exceptional young player. Celtic are going to score again here. Lovely turn. Oh, good. Who was that? Who was that? That was absolutely brilliant footwork. That's the sort of footwork I don't see from Johnson. Who was it? Some guy with yellow boots. He's got his socks around his ankles. Let's see if they... No, I can't see who it is. Whoever that was, he's got his socks around his ankles, yellow boots, just twinkle-toed through the team. But yeah, Rico Lewis, really good player. And again, as I said, this is what our fans think Graham Bergvall are. There's levels to this game. Tony Rodriguez said, if any of the other so-called top 6 clubs had signed these players, Spurs fans would have laughed and mocked them. Hypocrites. Absolutely. It's what I said all window, Tony, haven't I? Said all window. No one was asking for this type of player at the beginning of the window. Everyone wanted the Ezes. Everyone wanted the Ivan Tonys. Everyone wanted Conor Gallagher. I'm not saying every, but you know what I mean. I'm just the list of players. Everyone wanted Edison. Everyone wanted a Fofana. It's madness. Son at 9, having to hold the ball up. Well, this is the big thing with Son. Son's an excellent finisher. I don't think his hold-up play is very good. Yes, it is. Hopefully they don't. But now, I watched him the other day, 17 years of age in midfield. He can play. Fermin Lopez is a good player as well. Barcelona just churn them out. They churn them out. And you know the difference? They put them in the 11. And they're going for titles, and they put these players in the 11. Look, I think Brian Hill's technically a very good footballer. Again, was he ever given a run of games at Spurs? Was he right for what we needed? What did we need? I don't know. I don't know is the answer. Technically a very good footballer. When people say he's a poor player, he's not a poor player. It's just, what did we buy him for? And I don't know. Lewis thinks we're going to get thumped. Yeah, that's what they do, mate. Angus is what they do. They bring through some phenomenal players. They really, really do. Where are we? Yeah, sorry. Just having a look. Sorry, Stell's just messaged me. Stell, I'll come back to you in a minute, mate. Sorry, just live. I'm sure you're not watching, but Newcastle 3-1. Lewis thinks we're going to get thumped. Newcastle 1, Tottenham 2 from Fred. Kiri has said, hang on, let me quickly go to the Spurs game now that it's half-time with Celtic Rangers. There we go. Johnson would only dream to play like that. Yeah, whenever I watch it, look, I don't think anyone can doubt Celtic Park for the for the atmosphere. Absolutely. Blake has said they will get battered in the Champions League if they continue to not take their chances. Who are we talking about there, Blake? Sorry, mate. Just give me a bit of context. Could have been. I think Barca's under-20s could give our main team... Absolutely. Well, Barca's first team has got loads of under-20s in. James thinks we're going to get slapped. I've gone for 2-2. I don't know. I've not been invited, so I can only go on to channels where I'm invited, right? It is what it is. Kiri has said, Savva, have you seen Barca this season? Flick is turning already technically amazing players into monsters. Yeah, proper football manager. Top manager. He is a top manager. Absolutely. I am so bored, Phil, of hearing, but they can't play an AND system. Can they play the AND system? Top players play any system. Josh has said when the top clubs sign youngsters, they go into the academy or out on loan most of the time at Spurs, straight into the first team squad. It's a problem. I agree. It's not run properly. I've said this a million times. I don't think that Tottenham is run properly. And, we can... Hang on. Perfect. Okay. We can talk all day long about young players coming through. Would they be given a chance? But what I would have liked to have seen was, all right, you've bought Bergvall and Gray. Let one of them start a game. Let's see, shall we? What was Stell saying to me? I can tell you it was only a football opinion. I'd make him right. He said, I think Eddie Howe's done the right thing from a Newcastle point of view. He's smart. He's playing both Barnes and Gordon, the two players that are out wide with pace, rather than playing the likes of Almiron and Murphy. I agree with him. Big up, Danny. I said, no, Savva. It was obvious from day one that Ange wanted this with the youth team. You just didn't see it. Ignorance is bliss. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. DJN, big up to you, my friend. Hope you're well. Gone on set. Could be a long afternoon. Look, I think it's going to be really end-to-end. I do. I think both of these teams are a little bit gung-ho at the moment. They've got lots of injuries at the back. We've got injuries up front. Let's see. Tottenham has said Happy Johnson isn't playing. By the way, as always, guys, with 8.5 minutes to go, let me know what level of commentary you need. You know I love my commentary. What I'll ask is, we're on 305 likes. Can we get that to 350 by the time the game kicks off? That's 45 likes in the next 8 minutes. Let me know what level of commentary you need. And again, if any of you know anyone at Sky Sports, tell them that I should be a commentator. Just kidding, of course. Reg Jabi has said, buy young players for a club that does not develop young players. What could go wrong? Again, all I think we're doing is buying young players to block the path of young players. But hey, fans are seeming to lap this up. We've got fans telling us that this is what they wanted all along. Fans telling us that we're just waiting for Pep Guardiola to leave and then we're going to start acting like a big club. I don't understand why we don't ever look and go, here's the truth. Not my truth, the truth, the facts. It is what it is. Who have we got on the panel today? Roy Keane, Jamie Carragher, and Daniel Sturridge. He was a good striker, just always injured. 6.5 minutes to go, people. Matthew Bull, big up Matthew, has said, Ange is only capable of managing low-level talent. Lots of people have been talking about this lately. So expect a low-level team fighting for 9th to 7th in the league, with 6th to 4th only being achievable if other teams underperform. Look, there's a lot to be said for that. By the way, Jadon Sancho is on the pitch at the moment being paraded to the fans. He didn't sign in time to be eligible to play today. They're just now showing the Tottenham Hotspur fans in the Newcastle United Stadium. Not been a good stadium for us the last 2 seasons. Is it 10 goals we conceded there? Amin has said, if Ange don't adapt to the Premier League, he'll be under pressure soon. We'll see. Look, last year was good. Last year was 5th. That was good. It's where I thought we were going to finish. This year is where we're going to have the questions asked. This year, other teams are strengthened. So let's see. Steve said the usual. Oh, it's tough work doing a commentary, but we're gonna give it a good go. As long as you guys get it to 350 likes, I'll do full-on commentary. That's 33 more likes in the next 5.5 minutes. The next 5.5 minutes. I'm trying to get a Johnson to Saudi campaign going. Big up to you. Big up to you. I don't even think they'd want him. Spurs Forever said that Chelsea starting team is pretty decent. I mean, look, I think it's better than a lot of people are giving it credit for. It's now on Maresca to make it work. I mean, you know, they set the standards last week, scoring 6 away at Wolves. They've got to keep. I'm not saying 6 every week, but they've got to keep doing what they do. By the way, after the game, I will let people on to give their view. We're back. Sky Sports are back now at the stadium. For anyone who cares, you can watch the Italian Grand Prix. You can then watch Man U Liverpool or Huddersfield v St Helens in the Betfred Super League. You've got the US Open and then the FedEx playoffs. See, I should work for Sky Sports. Other channels are available as well. Jimmy Hotspur said for 1 against 10 last 2 for 1 against 10 last 2 seasons, I'm watching from behind the sofa. Colin said, what Newcastle player or players? I'd take Nick Pope. I'd take Joe Linton in our midfield. I would take Bruno Guimaraes in our midfield. I would take Isak and I would take Anthony Gordon. And then when fit, I like Sven Botman as well. And I like Tonali. So a few. Who would I like to comment? Do you know what I really like? He's not controversial, but I like when Don Goodman is the co-commentator. I think, you know, there's no bias from him. And you know me, I don't like biased fans. I find it really silly and childish. Grown men who go, oh, but we hate them because they're Arsenal. So, you know, if I say, oh, I like Odegaard, how can you like him? He plays for Arsenal. Like, oh, grow up. What are you doing? Carlos said, Ange, gone by Christmas, Mason his caretaker. Well, let's see what happens. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Papasar. I don't know what he does. I don't dislike him. I just don't really know what he does, and he gets a lot of credit for not. He's not really a six. He's not great going forward. I don't really know what he does. Yeah, get those likes going, people. We are now at 323 likes. We need 27 more likes in the next 4 minutes. Come on, people. I'll take a draw right now. I'll take a draw right now. Savva Sports News, absolutely. Can you imagine? I get so much abuse. Old man Bradshaw said Don G is top draw, makes lower league football more interesting. Yeah, Don Goodman. I really like Don Goodman. So here's the teams. Newcastle United, Nick Pope in goal. Livramento, Kraft, Byrne and Kelly as their makeshift back four, you've got to say. Longstaff, Guimaraes, Jolinton. And then Gordon, Isak and Harvey Barnes. So that's their 11. Gordon, Isak and Barnes is the front three. And their subs are Dubravka, Trippier, Tonali, Target, Ursula, Hall, Murphy, Almiron and Murphy. And the Tottenham team is as follows with 2.5 minutes until kickoff. Is Vicario in goal. The back four is Pedro Porro right back. Romero, Dragashin at centre half with Adogi at left back. The midfield two, should we say, is Papasar and Yves Bissouma. And then Kulu, Madison and Odeber as the two wide men and the playmaker. And then Son up top. And then here's where I think a really weak bench. Let me know what you think. Forster, Gray, Bergvall, Werner, Johnson, Spence, Bentancur, Davis, Devine. I think it's a very poor bench other than Bentancur for me, if I'm brutally honest. Colin Richards. So what Spurs players would improve Newcastle? Well, look, we've always got to caveat this with they play a different style. But I think Porro, depending on how gung-ho Eddie Howe would want to be. I think that James Maddison, as they don't have a playmaker. Son would as well. And I think Mickey van der Ven would as well. But look, we'll see. Let's get this game out of the way. Lancashire is injured, by the way. Lancashire is injured. By the way, guys and girls, I won't be reading out as many comments while we whilst the game starts. But here we go again. Tottenham Hotspur. Let me see if I can get the scoreboard ready. Bear with me 1 second. Don't worry, that will go back to where it was in a minute. Ignore that at the moment. It will go back to where it was in a minute as soon as Spurs start the game. Yes, just checking that I had that right. Yeah. Okay, perfect. So the two teams, they've done all the shakings of hands. They've done all this stuff. Let's see what happens. Newcastle United just in a little huddle here. You kind of know what their tactics are going to be. You know what ours are going to be. I guess it's who can execute it the best. So Newcastle United versus Tottenham Hotspur at St. James's Park. Here we go. Not in the same way of Romano, but here we go. So Bruno Guimaraes is going to captain Newcastle today, and it looks like Alexander Isak is going to get us off and running. This should be a very interesting game. I'm going to go with 2-2, but I think this is a really good chance to beat Newcastle with all the injuries they've got at the back. Let's go. Alexander Isak, and he has kicked us off. Alexander Under has kicked us off, so we are underway as the ball goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle United. Big up to Sarah Bagley. Sarah is a Newcastle fan. Oh, the Newcastle lot are in here. Good luck to your lot today. I'm not a spoil sport. Good to see you in here, Sarah. Big up to Ray, Spurs Forever, Jazz Fusion, Terry. Big up to all of you. So Newcastle United have a player down in the middle of the park. Bruno Guimaraes looks like he's in a bit of pain of his ankle. I didn't really see what's going on. Someone's just messaged me and said, the commentators just said, this is a very different Spurs from last season. You've got to laugh when there's not a single new player in the 11 other than Odegaard. Honestly, commentators just say whatever they want, don't they? They literally say whatever they want. Here's a free kick, dinked over the top, flicked on by Dan Burn. Alexander Isak's in here. He's going to lay it off and Spurs get it away, but Newcastle can keep the pressure on. No, they don't. They've given it away and Porro can knock it long, but straight back to, who's that at the back there? Guimaraes, who looks like he's hobbling a little bit, but looks like it's one that he's going to run off. So straight away, a ball over the top caught Tottenham out. Who would know it? Who would have thought that a ball over the top would catch Tottenham Hotspur out? Here's Sarr. The ball's gone out wide to Son here. He's got a little bit of space. Can he run at his man? He's cut in, laid it off to Sarr. Sarr about 25 yards out, goes out to Porro. Porro's going to bring it back into the midfield to Basuma. Basuma to Udogie, high up the pitch already, to James Maddison, who's floated out wide to the left, back into Basuma. And big up to Wacky Paranormal. Big up to you. Yeah, listen, we all hope for a good game today. Big up to you, Wacky Paranormal. Been a member for a month now. So thank you very much for that. Here's Tottenham driving forward. And the ball is headed back comfortably by Livramento. And Pope has got the ball on the edge of the box. Looks like he's going to roll it out. And he's thrown it out wide to Joe Linton. Joe Linton is driving through from the left into the middle. He's gone out wide to Barnes. Barnes back to Joe Linton, who's crossed it into the middle. And it's gone straight into the hands of Vicario. So the game hasn't really settled into any sort of pattern yet. And here's Basuma out to Udogie. Udogie, a bit lackadaisical, but it's a foul by Gordon. This is where I worry about Udogie, by the way. I think he wants a lot of time on the ball, and sometimes he just doesn't quite have it. So it's a free kick to Tottenham. Looks like Christian Romero is going to come over and take this. It looks like Romero is playing on the left of the two centre-halves here. It looks like Romero is playing on the left and Dragashin is playing on the right. Here's Papa Sarr. He goes back to Vicario. Always a worry when Vicario's got the ball at his feet. Vicario plays it out to Sarr. And a foul given away this time by Bruno Guimaraes. VDV, for anyone that has just arrived, Van der Ven is injured. Van der Ven is injured, so he will not be playing in today's game. Tottenham with a free kick deep in our own half. Nothing of note to really talk about at the moment. One ball over the top to Isak, which was a little bit dangerous. And then the Newcastle defenders between them get it away. Here is Lloyd Kelly. Plays it down the line into Joel Linton. Plays a great ball into Guimaraes. Guimaraes plays a lovely ball. They're in down the channels. This is how you beat Tottenham. And to be fair, a really good recovery tackle from Dragashin. Again, that's how you get a Tottenham. One ball from midfield completely took out our back four. And a very good tackle from Dragashin to stop Harvey Barnes from being clean through. Really good tackle from Dragashin there. But already, guys, we're seeing this is going to be what Newcastle United do. That's two balls over the top already. Everyone knows how to get in behind Tottenham Hotspur, it seems. So a corner, is it a corner kick to Newcastle United? It's been whipped in by Gordon into the box. Vicario came, missed it. But Son can dribble it away, can he? Son, awful from Son, giving it away to Isak. Isak dinks it into the far post. He's hit the post. Oh, my God. He's hit the post. That was awful from Son. Absolutely awful from Son. And Newcastle United have won the ball back, have they? Newcastle are tenacious here. And they've got the ball in their own half. Vicario was flapping. Son, again, wants too much time on the ball. Our players need to move it quicker. Here's Joel Linton. He is powerful, isn't he? Foul by Pedro Porro. Guys, first scare there. I mean, Isak, I thought he was chipping it to the far post for a cross, but he didn't it from a really acute angle. What an attempt. And I think it's come off if it was the bar or the post. Let's have a look in slow-mo. It's come off the crossbar. I'll tell you what, he's a player. What a player Isak is. And here's Newcastle coming out the back again. It looks like they've figured out what to do. It's can they do it? But Son, that was really poor from Son there. Really, really poor. The ball this time goes out wide. Linton gives away the free kick on Porro. Linton's causing us some real issues. He's drifting out to that left-hand side to play to sort of dovetail with Harvey Barnes. He's a powerful guy. But Newcastle has started the better. Porro went down like he's been shot. And Pope comes out, plays it out for a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. So a little bit of respite for Tottenham. But Newcastle has started brightly here. Tottenham haven't really got going here. Odegaard, I haven't seen him to be fair, I haven't seen Odegaard or Son have the ball going the other way. We've not seen anything of Kulusevski either yet. But here we are on the right, and it's offside against James Maddison, was that? It's a free kick to Newcastle, whatever happened. I think it was offside. So they're just panning to Tonali on the bench. Good player, Tonali. Really good player. He hasn't played a Premier League game for 316 days. But the Newcastle fans, they've got banners about him. I think he's a really good midfielder. I just can't believe we don't go and buy Bruno Guimaraes' and Tonali's. I just don't know why we can't do it. There's a long ball by Newcastle. Dragusin's missed it. It's cleared by Romero, but only as far as Dan Burn. His clearance up in the air. Sonny's going to try and bring it down, but he loses the ball. Again, there's the ball through the middle. Dragusin again cuts it out. Newcastle know what they've got to do here, don't they? There's a good ball over the top for Kulu, but Dan Burn has beaten him in a foot race. Kulu, just no pace. No pace. Here's Anthony Gordon. Newcastle are in here. He's played it out wide to Harvey Barnes. Harvey Barnes is going to run at Porro. He has a shot and it's just gone wide. Newcastle are walking through Tottenham at the moment. Every time they attack, they look like scoring. I'm sorry. Anybody who thinks this is a good tactic, these are good style of play, I just don't know what they're watching. Anyone attacks us and we're in trouble. Anyone who attacks us. Harvey Barnes cut in and curled it maybe just a yard wide. It's just too easy. It's just too easy. And at the moment, I can see a goal coming for them very soon. We have not got going. Oh. So, Tottenham now. James Maddison on the halfway line. Puts it into Sarr. Can we have a little bit of calm? Can we have a little bit of calm now? Here's Odegaard. He plays it back into Maddison. Maddison into Basuma. We move it too slow. We have a lot of possession, but it's all very slow. Again, look, we've got a lot of the ball here at the moment, but we're just not doing anything with it. It's very, very slow. Sarr back to the halfway line to Dragusin. Dragusin back to Romero. Romero to Dragusin. Dragusin over the top. Odegaard's brought the ball down. It's gone to Kulu. And he's offside. He's offside. Offside flag there. It looks like Sonny's on the left and Kulu's up top. I just think Sonny on the left it's just not what it was. It's not what it was. Yeah, it was offside. It was offside. Here's Spurs again with a Dogie. I tell you what, Newcastle were very good at doing. Here you could see exactly what you've just said there, Dan. When they tuck in, they almost go to a 5 at the back and nullify us. I genuinely believe these tactics, everyone has got them figured out. Is that a corner to Tottenham? And it's a corner to Tottenham. Yeah, I don't think it is. I think a lot of people have said, they always say to me, Savva, you asked for attacking football. I don't think what we do is attacking football. I think it's really slow. But we are 1-0 up. We are 1-0 up. No, we're not. It's offside. It's offside. A cross came in. Romero was offside. No goal. No goal. Let's have a look at this. Corner kick. He's miles off. Yeah, he's miles off. Yeah, it was a good crossing from Porro, but it was offside. Offside. Yeah, Robert, I've gone for a draw. I think we'll get a draw. I think that we can get at them at the back, but I just think that they can get at us at the back. And, you know, there's Isak climbing, but a good header, one by Christian Romero, then one by Joe Linton, I think. It's a free kick. No, sorry, it wasn't Joe Linton. Looks like a foul on Lloyd Kelly. So Newcastle United will have the free kick. Let's have a look. Kulu went up. You know, nothing too much in it, really. It is a free kick. He backed into Kelly, but nothing really in it. Just get up. Let's play on. And Lloyd Kelly, to be fair to him, is straight back up onto his feet. Newcastle have gone out wide. Here's Harvey Barnes. He plays it in to Isak. Sorry, to Joe Linton, back into Barnes. And Gomares to Dan Burn. Dan Burn, they're moving it about quite nicely. Here's Livramento for Newcastle. Into Anthony Gordon, who's playing off the right. There's the switch. Again, every time out to Harvey Barnes on the left. They know that he's always going to be in space. He plays it down the line. Joe Linton nicks it in, but Romero did well in the first instance, then gave it away, but it was offside. It was offside. Offside. So both clubs guilty of a few offsides early on here. I'm a cow. I said, I find us slightly boring, followed by apologies, not slightly, very. Tottenham playing it out from the back again. Here's Dragoshin. He's given the ball away, is he? This playing out the back. The ball is knocked forward there by Longstaff. But now Tottenham can break, can we? Here's James Maddison. He's given it to Son. This is where Son used to get the ball and roast players. Go on, run at him. Son's crossed it in. I mean, it wasn't the worst ball, but just in front of everybody. Again, I just think the passing's too slow from Tottenham. Just a bit too slow. Got to speed it up a bit. Here's Odegaard. He crosses in straight into the hands of Pope. Need to get him on the ball. Oh, I really want to see what this kid is about. But so far, we're just not getting him into the game. It wasn't the worst ball by Son, but it was well too far forward in front of anybody coming into the box. Well, Ray, you can say this, but I watch them every game, right? And it is too slow. Here's Anthony Gordon. Good tackle from Romero, who gives away a corner. Gives away a corner. I'm sorry, I don't think I am too harsh. It's too slow. We're too slow. Anthony Gordon ran to the byline, but Romero slipped and he's got out for a corner kick. So a corner kick here for Anthony Gordon and Newcastle. Anthony Gordon from the right-hand side, corner kick. He swung it into the 6-yard box to the back post. The header up high and one. Vicario not convincing again. And the shot is cleared wide. Again, Vicario for me, not convincing in the slightest. Not convincing in the slightest. The ball went in the air and he just, I mean, he got a hand to it, but really weak punch. No, Angus. I love Isak. I don't think he makes you champions. Here is Anthony Gordon, this time with a corner kick from the left-hand side. Let's hope Vicario can do better this time. Dragoshin is down. Now he's up. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, but Ray, this is all just words, isn't it? You know, we look faster because Spurs are not high energy. Newcastle look faster because Spurs are not high energy enough. Newcastle's passing is faster. They're realising how to get at Spurs. Corner kick from Gordon this time. He swings it into the 6-yard box and it's headed just over from Lloyd Kelly. But again, Spurs looking suspect from set pieces. Who would have thought? So the referee, so when I go quiet, it means nothing's really happening. Would I take Tonali at Spurs? Absolutely, would I take Tonali? I really don't rate our midfield that much. There's a break in play. I'm not sure what's going on at the moment, guys. That's what's happening. A couple of players are having a drink. I'm not sure what's going on here. That's why it stopped. I'm not just gone quiet for no reason. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's happening. Headset issues, is it? Oh, good God. I mean, Swanix, when you say that, I mean, this is what I mean. When we say Maddison is missing so far, I don't know who's not missing. I haven't seen anything of our midfield. Son, Odeberg, Kulu have done nothing. Maddison's done nothing. I feel like we target one player. I think it's all of them. I just don't think these players are as good as many make out. Come on. What's going on here? I don't know what is going on here. But we still haven't resumed. Oh, Dan, I've said, yeah. Oh, Dan. Yeah. It looks like the ref's being swapped, is he? Dan, yeah, I don't like the tactics at all. I just don't, I don't think he gets the best out of any of them. I just don't think he does. Come on. How can football be so modern and yet we have to have a 4 or 5 minute break because the referee needs to change his... Oh, what's going on? Yeah, Jono. Yeah, such a brilliant window. The only one starting is a 19-year-old winger. It's so poor, isn't it? What's going on here? Sorry, guys. I was hoping to give you a little bit more excitement than nothing happening for 4 or 5 minutes. Is that right? Has the lino done his muscle? What is going on? We still haven't got back to the game. Why? I mean, is this 6 minutes now? Is this 5 or 6 minutes? Right, looks like the lino's now ready. Right, looks like we could be getting the game back underway. 20 minutes gone. That means there's going to be a lot of injury time. The assistant ref's done his hamstring, has he? Oh, good gosh. Right, well, I can't even remember the last thing that happened in the game. I don't know what's going on here. We still have not restarted this game. What is going on? Right, so it looks like Vicario. Right, we're starting the game. Vicario plays it out to Maddison. I really don't like Vicario playing it out of his feet. Right, hang on. Good, here you go. Can we break through the lines here? No. Basuma tackled far too easily there. Just don't move it quick enough. I know Ray in the chat saying we don't move it quick enough. Here's Romero, goes all the way back to Vicario. I honestly think this style of play is really boring. I just don't know where this narrative comes from that we're an attacking, exciting team. Son goes up to win the ball, but it's cleared by Newcastle. And Adogi puts the block in. It's a throw into Newcastle, just inside their half. So, Tottenham Hotspur away at Newcastle. It's Newcastle 0. Tottenham Hotspur 0. Keep smashing that like button, people. Trying my best with the commentary here. I am trying my best. Here is Vicario. He swipes the ball down the field. Sorry, Pope down the field. Romero wins that in the air. Basuma plays it straight out for a Newcastle throw. Again, like people like Maddison get the blame. I don't think any of them are playing well here. I don't think any of them are. Here's Gordon inside to Longstaff. Longstaff now goes out wide to Livramento. He goes inside to Joe Linton. He's going to drive with the ball. He's still driving with the ball. He's still running. And in the end, Adogi got a foot in. And now Tottenham, can we play it out from the back? There's Son to Adogi to Kulu. That's better. Maddison, really good ball from Maddison. Out wide to Odebear. What you got? Let's see what you're made of. Odebear one-on-one with his man. Here's a shot, and it's really wayward. Listen, we've got to give him time, the young kid, but I wasn't not convinced with what he was doing there at all. Big up to Anthony Lafleur. Thank you very much for your super chat. Really appreciate that. They said, big up Savva every time. What can I say? I should have listened to you and Stel and not gave Chicken Wright a chance. He's been awful for us at Milan in his first 2 games. Mate, I watched you lot yesterday against Lazio. He is dreadful. He is so bad, it is unreal. I honestly think it's embarrassing he's a pro footballer. And I'm seeing Milan fans starting petitions to get him out of the club after 2 games. Big up to you, Anthony. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much, mate. That's very kind of you. As the game goes back on, here's Papa Sarr, who I just don't really see do anything. He gives it to Maddison, trying to get on the ball. Maddison dinks the ball over, but cleared by Livramento. And now Newcastle can clear, can they? No, looks like they've given away. It's a very scrappy game. Newcastle will stop playing their football. We're very scrappy as well. But again, big up Anthony for this. And a long ball over the top, straight into the hands of Pope. So 23, 24 minutes gone. Nothing really to write about. I mean, other than Newcastle hitting the bar. Spurs haven't really had any chances at all. Anthony Gordon gives the ball away, though. Kulu gives it to Son. Back to Kulu. What you got? Kulu. Oh, Kulu, that is shocking. He luckily won it back. Son on the edge of the box. Lays it off. Papa Sarr. He has a drive. And Pope saves. Low down. It's out for a corner. Kulu giving the ball away there. Luckily to win it back. Papa Sarr with a decent drive from 22, 23 yards. Straight at Pope, though, and he saves. Now the cross comes in from Odebear. That's cleared with ease. Back to Romero. Sorry, to Porro. Porro to Basuma. Basuma to Adogi. Come on, move it quicker. Son whips it in, and it's cleared. Much better there. A couple of seconds of a couple of minutes there, or 1 minute of a bit of sustained pressure from Tottenham. When we move the ball quicker, things happen. When we move it quicker. By the way, Chelsea are 1-0 up. Chelsea are 1-0 up against Crystal Palace. So Chelsea move on to 6 points at the moment. Nicholas Jackson with another goal. Here's Kulusevski, though, 20 yards out. Tries to have a shot, blocked. He's very wasteful with the football today, is Kulusevski. This, Maddison wants people to run off of him. Absolutely. He wants people to run off of him. We're the only club that play a number 10 and don't have runners off him. And Maddison is now fouled, and it's a free kick to Tottenham. He just doesn't do enough for me. But Tottenham, a nice little sustained period of having the ball here. This is better. And here is Odegaard. A really weak shot. And there's a cross to the back post. His son, he brings it down. What's he got? He pulls it all the way back to Kulu. He lays it off to Sarr. Sarr's going to have another shot and pushed away by Pope. Couple of shots from Sarr here, both at Pope. But this is much better. Some sustained period of play here. And Newcastle struggling to get out. I mean, it was comfortable for Pope. I think he made a bit of a meal of it. But at least I will give Sarr this. Yeah? At least Sarr is attempting to have a dig. So, corner kick. Kulusevski is going to take this from the right-hand side, left-footed, so it's going to be an in-swinger. Corner kick from Kulu. It's swung in, and it's headed out by Lloyd Kelly, only as far as Son. Brings it down on his right, lays it back to Udogie. He just doesn't beat a man anymore, Son, does he? Back to Son. Come on, beat him. He's beaten him, has he? He has. Much better, Son. Son's beaten him, and then Lloyd Kelly's fouled him, free kick. Every time, Son should be doing that. Nuts, nice nuts, and a free kick. Every time, Son. Every time, do that. If that's what you're capable of, do it. Free kick to Tottenham on the left-hand side. We need to make this period count because Newcastle haven't really done anything since the linesman debacle. So, again, got to make this pressure count. James Maddison is going to take the free kick from the left-hand side with his right foot. This looks like this is going to be a right footer. At the moment, Sarr looks to be offside. I'm sure he'll come back into play before. So Maddison whips the ball in and cleared nice and easily there by Livramento. It goes out to Odegaard. He cuts in. Lays it off to the edge of the box. Here's Pedro Porro. He's going to have a dig and well over the bar. But much better sustained pressure. You need to keep that up. They can be got at the back. They've got a makeshift effect. We can be got at. But that was a wayward shot from Pedro Porro over the bar. And Newcastle will breathe a sigh of relief. So just confirmation from Sky there that Nicholas Jackson, I believe that's his second goal of the season. Nicholas Jackson. Let's have a look. Nicholas Jackson, yeah, he's now got 3 goal contributions in 3 Premier League games for Nicholas Jackson. So now the long ball from Pope down the middle. It's gone all the way over. Gordon, nearly slipped in. But Vicario got the ball on the edge of the box. Now Tottenham can come out again. Here's Son. Lays it off to Udogie. Now to Basuma. Basuma, the pass was cut out by Longstaff, and it's a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. So a much better last 5 minutes from Tottenham. Here's Dragoshin. He goes out wide to Pedro Porro. Porro goes into Sarr. Sarr to Odegaard. Odegaard back to Porro, who's caught on the ball. Porro's been caught, and Newcastle are on a counter-attack here. Here's Alexander Isak. He's still got the ball. He's causing all sorts of problems. It's a corner kick. Porro there, really poor from Porro. And again, I've said it, game in, game out. Porro and Udogie, that's the problem. They play so high up, they give the ball away a lot. And Isak was twisting and turning. And in the end, Porro came back and cleared it for a corner. So Newcastle 0, Tottenham 0, half an hour gone. Corner kick to Newcastle United after a good 4 or 5 minutes sustained spell of pressure from Tottenham. Newcastle's turn to attack now. It's their 4th corner of the game. It's going to be swung in by Anthony Gordon. Anthony Gordon's going to swing it in right-footed from the left-hand side, swings it into the 6-yard box. Vicario claims it, clears it, and then the ball back in by Longstaff was poor. And Spurs can counter here. Spurs can counter with Kulusevski. He's charging down the line. He's still going. He's made it all the way to the 18-yard box. He cuts back. What you got? He's got a corner. Much better that from Spurs again on the counter-attack. Kulu there, he just didn't have that pace to keep going. But wins a corner. Much better from Tottenham, that. Much better. So, corner kick to Tottenham. So, it's 4 corner kicks each. Big up MC Kelsey. Yeah. 4 corner kicks each. Here come Romero and Dragoshin from centre-half. See if they can get their big old heads on the end of this corner. Looks like it's going to be James Maddison from the left-hand side. James Maddison plays it low across the ground. It's laid up. Oh, it's a good routine. And James Maddison played it in low to Son. Son laid it back to Porro on the edge of the box, who had a shot, but it was blocked. And Newcastle will put it out for a Spurs throw-in. That was better. Much more inventive that time. Much more inventive. And Porro drilled it. Actually, he drilled the shot, and it looks like it hit Dragoshin. Yeah, it hit Dragoshin. It hit Dragoshin. So Newcastle now have a throw-in just inside their own half. So 32 minutes gone. Tottenham away at Newcastle. Newcastle 0, Tottenham 0. The game's livened up a bit since from a Spurs perspective, since the linesman debacle. Here's Newcastle trying to play it out the back. Here's Livramento to Longstaff. I'll tell you what, they pressured them. And it's played out in the end. Anthony Gordon can bring it down, given away. Spurs then give it away again. Odegaard's trying to win it back. And it's a throw into Tottenham Hotspur. So the shot timeline, the first 4 shots were Newcastle. The last 6 shots have been Spurs. So Spurs just starting to get a foothold or take the foothold in this game. But it's still 0-0. Here's Vicario. A really poor pass again from Vicario. He loses the ball. Newcastle give it straight back. Vicario's very poor with his feet, isn't he? This time Maddison gives it away. Newcastle, it's a yellow card. It's a yellow card in the midfield there. Papa Sarr for a foul. I want to say on Bruno Guimaraes. I'll tell you when I see. No, it looks like it. I'm not sure who that is down. Is that? It's Lloyd Kelly. Papa Sarr there. I want to see that again. Yeah, it was a weird one. He had to go for the ball, but he kind of missed it with the foot he was going for, and then his foot followed through. It is a yellow card. I don't think we can complain about that. It's a yellow card to Newcastle. And Papa Sarr with his first yellow card of the season. The passing from both teams in the last couple of minutes has been really, really sloppy, if we're going to be brutally honest about this. Really, really sloppy. But it's still 0-0. Tottenham starting to get the upper hand in terms of attacking momentum. But Newcastle do have a free kick here. So Newcastle have played it short. It's gone out wide to Joelinton. Joelinton. He goes back to Guimaraes. And Nick Pope can clear the ball long over the top. And it's gone way out for a Tottenham Hotspur throw-in. So, 0-0. We're bang on 35 minutes gone. Not the most entertaining Premier League game you'll ever see. But Newcastle started the brighter. Spurs have had the better of the last 10 minutes. And now it's kind of just settled into, again, poor pass, but one back by Maddison. The passing is really, really lackluster from both teams here. Here's Vicario with the ball at his feet. Vicario, again, he's giving it away straight to Livramento. He's charging down the line. And then a silly foul from Udogie. Push in the back. Really, really poor. Angus, we need some context. What a goal. I'm guessing Celtic. Oh, there we go. There's the context. Thank you. Yeah, 3-0 Celtic. Silly foul given away by Udogie. I do have so many question marks about Udogie as a fullback. I do feel he's really, really overhyped. But Phil Moss, completely agree with you. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Vicario, his passing out has been absolutely atrocious. Really, really poor. But it's a free kick to Newcastle on the right-hand side. Basically, it's a corner kick, if we're going to be honest. The ball whipped in by Gordon. And over the top, cleared this time by Maddison. Newcastle can keep the pressure on, can they? No, it's kind of fizzled out. And it's a throw into Newcastle. We really can't defend corners and free kicks, can we? We really are struggling with it. There's the ball back. It's 1-0. It's 1-0 to Newcastle. That simple. Harvey Barnes with a goal. Tottenham Hotspur 0. Newcastle 1. Tottenham defensively again undone with absolute ease. It is 1-0 to Newcastle United. We'll have a look at the goal again. It all came from nothing. It came from nothing. It was a really good finish from Harvey Barnes. Let's have a look. So it was a throw-in, quickly taken. Guess what? Down the right. The ball was whipped in. No one marking him. No one marking him at all. You know, Udogie giving away clumsy fouls. No one anywhere near. No one anywhere near. No one near Harvey Barnes. Good finish into the bottom corner. But again, the throw-in was taken quickly into the space behind Porro. I'm not blaming Porro, but we have so much space behind our fullbacks that we will constantly be got at. Here's Son at the other end. He's cutting on his right. He lays it off to Sarr. Is Sarr going to have his third shot of the game? No. He's gone out to Porro. Porro back to Sarr. Sarr back to Porro. Here's Sarr again. Gives the ball away. I'm really unconvinced by Papa Sarr. I've said it a million times. I'm really unconvinced by Papa Sarr as a footballer. I keep seeing that he's generational and he's going to be this. I'm not seeing it. But look, the goal, where was the marking? Where was the marking for the goal? From the corner, from the cross. And it's a throw in this time to Newcastle United. A really easy goal. A really easy goal from a Newcastle perspective to score. They didn't have to do a lot. One throw, one cross from Lloyd Kelly, finish from Harvey Barnes. So Newcastle 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Look, there's still a lot of time. But look, I've got real question marks against a lot of what Ange does here. I'm going to be honest. But there's the ball down the line. Newcastle, Isak is chasing that. But Dragashin can get this back to Vicario. Vicario again plays it out into Basuma. Basuma, Tottenham are trying to pass it out. It's worked this time into Sarr. Back to Vicario. Vicario goes long. It's going to be won easily by, that looks like Joel Linton. And Basuma has the ball on the halfway line. And it's a free kick given away for Anthony Gordon for a foul on James Maddison. I think a quick response is needed here. A quick response is needed. We cannot go 2-0 down. Here is James Maddison. Maddison to Son. Newcastle are all 10 players behind the ball, though. Rekha, we're not shitting on him. He's just not playing well. He's terrible with his feet. Again, you're one of these fans. You don't like to tell the truth. Last season was the same. Brilliant shot stopping, but very suspect with his feet and very suspect at set pieces. You're in denial, mate. Here's James Maddison, left side of the box, swings it across. There's no one in the box. There's no centre forward. So here's Son on the left-hand side. He plays it into Maddison. Maddison, his pass is given away. That pass is given away. Newcastle have given it away. This is mad. The passing's been really poor. Here's Adogi running through. Fouled by Longstaff. Fouled by Longstaff. I think he's going to go in the book for that. He's gone in the book, Longstaff, for a foul on Adogi. So 40, just coming up to 41 minutes gone. Free thinker, I think it's big question marks around all of them. I don't know. We all keep singling people out. For me, I think there's question marks around all of the team. I don't think any of them are actually... I don't know who Ange is getting the best out of. I don't know. I just don't know who we're getting the best out of here. Here's Maddison with a free kick. So Maddison with a free kick. Newcastle have got 7 players in the wall. Maddison plays it short. Good ball to Kulu. Kulu turned too slow and Newcastle can clear it. Porro has a swipe from the edge of the box that was more like a conversion in rugby. It was. I liked it. It was inventive. Maddison, the low ball into Kulu. I get it. The aim was for Kulu to turn, shoot, but he just didn't do it quick enough. Look, this is Spurs right now. We've got to get the next goal. I know that sounds really obvious, but when we concede goals, we normally capitulate. If we concede a second, I do worry. We had that really good spell. We didn't take advantage of it. And then the defending for the goal was absolutely criminal. I hate to think what they're saying in my Spurs WhatsApp group. So here's Tottenham playing the ball out. Look, really poor ball from Porro again. I think he's had a poor game. Porro keeps giving it away. Here's Joe Linton. He goes back into Lloyd Kelly, into Dan Burn. Got to remember, this is a makeshift Newcastle back four. We've got to be scoring goals. Good ball down the line from Newcastle. They've worked it out, haven't they? Here's Joe Linton. Here's Guimaraes. Lovely ball into Longstaff. He plays it out wide to Livramento. Into Gordon. He's asking a lot there. Romero will see that out. And it's a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. So there's 2 minutes of normal time. I'm guessing there's going to be 6, 7, 8 minutes because of the linesman's injury or whatever. I don't know. Technical problem. I don't know what it was. But Newcastle 1, Tottenham 0. All is not lost. But we've got it. For me, I think we need a very quick reaction. So here's Kulusevski deep in his own half. Goes out to Odegaard. We haven't got Odegaard into the game at all here, have we? And he's cut inside and passed it back 5 yards. Here's Son. He's running at Longstaff, is he? And he's cut back. Lots of cutbacks. Here's Basuma. Is he going to have a shot? No, he's pulled it back to Porro. Spurs about 20, 25 yards out. There's too many of them. They're all... Look there, right? When James Maddison gets the ball, look how everyone is on top of him. His son, step over, cuts inside, easily defended by Newcastle United, and Tottenham can get the ball again on the halfway line with Romero. So nothing's happening, which is why I've gone quiet. Don't worry, you're not missing anything. So Tottenham here with James Maddison. His son. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, isn't it? Every time, get the ball out wide, cut in. It's. I don't know what we've done here. I don't know. There's going to be 5 minutes of injury time. 5 minutes of injury time. Here's Odegaard. Again, he's cut in, pulled it back 5 yards, crossed to the back post. I think Newcastle are going to deal with that easily, and Dan Burn can whack that clear. And a free kick to Tottenham. Dragoshin was trying to wander through, but Jolinton has fouled him, and Jolinton will be put into the book, into the ref's book. So Tottenham have a free kick. Pedro Porro, I think, whips that in all the way across. He's going to go all the way over. And Son, I don't think Son kept that in. Oh, he's kept it in, has he? I thought that went out, but Son's kept it in. Guess what? He pulls it back. Here's Maddison. He's trying to make something happen there. He goes back to Dragoshin, but it's come off the defender for a throw-in. Spurs trying to get that equaliser before half-time, but it's a throw-in to Newcastle United. So a throw-in, there's 2.5 minutes left of this half, a throw-in from Livramento. I quite like Livramento as a right-back, by the way. Livramento flicks it on to Gordon. Gordon flicks it on. Here's Jolinton. But Romero can pass it back to Vicario. And Isak's going to chase him down because I think everyone realises that Vicario, again, a very poor ball out by Vicario. Stel, have a look in the WhatsApp group that you've just created. What have I just put in there, mate? What have I just put in there? Let me know if you've seen it. Yeah, as I said, for me, this isn't about one player. I think every one of us, and I've just read in a WhatsApp group that Stel said, like everyone seems to pick. Hang on, Newcastle are away here. Alexander Isak is dancing around our defence. Here's Livramento. He's dinked it to the back post, and Vicario comes out and claims it. I'll tell you what. And yeah, Stel said we each keep picking a player. For me, I've been consistent all summer. This isn't about a player. This isn't about, Brennan Johnson. For me, I just don't think all of these players are as good as we think. We talk about them in glowing terms. I keep hearing how brilliant our defenders are. But look how easy teams score goals past us. And it's James Maddison's gone down holding his ankles. Is he given the free kick? No, we don't, Harry. No, we don't. He does nothing. Bring on our save. At this stage, you might as well bring on Gray or Bergval. I don't see what harm it does. By the way, anybody watch out for Monaco Lens. I need Monaco to win that game for my ACCA. I just truly worry about Vicario when he's got the ball at his feet. You can see their players close him down, knowing, hang on, this guy's going to do something stupid. Big up to A User, who said it's okay. Ange is backed. Quad is on. Why we worry? Look, big up A User. I really appreciate you. I really do. Look, for me, I just don't see what's special about us. I keep hearing what Ange has done to turn this club around. I just see a very fragmented team. It's half time, by the way. It's half time. It's half time. Let me just stop that 1 second. Let's change this to 45. It's just fragmented. I don't know. Oh, 1 second. I always get this wrong. Is that right? No, I always get this wrong. Bear with me, people. There we go. Is that better? There we go. So it's half time. Newcastle 1, Tottenham Hotspur 0. Not disappointed, not angry. I think this is just what we've become. I just think there's a lot of denial that we are a lot better than we are as a football club. We had some good moments in that half. We had some good digs. Lancashire is injured, by the way. For me, I don't know if we could say any of them. I mean, look, this is is he atrocious? I don't think he's atrocious. Come on, he's not atrocious. I just don't think I don't think him, Basuma, Son, Kulu. I don't think any of them are being played in the correct place. I don't think these tactics work. It would be my. Hang on 1 second. Who's coming on? Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, I mean, look, if ever. Hang on, can I? The missus, can you hang the washing out? All right, love. Spurs are playing. Yeah, Toothless. Listen, it's difficult. We've done some good bits. We had a really good spell of possession. I don't think any of us can deny that. I just think it's all a bit slow. I don't think he's bought the right players to counter what teams do to counter us. And what I mean by that is we keep buying these wingers and all they do is cut in and cut in and cut in. I don't know. I just don't know. Angus, yeah, I bet with Bet365. So the moment the game goes to 2-0 in any of those games anyway, it's won. So, yeah, that game was won a long time ago for me. Big up, Cello, hope you're well. Said, draw on a championship team, winning to the worst team at home and losing the first decent team. Look, there's still 45 minutes. But this statement will be very true if we get to the end of this game, and this is the same. Again, we beat Everton and everyone's gone a little bit doolally. When we play a proper team, who, by the way, this isn't their first choice back four. And, you know, this isn't their first choice back four in any way, shape or form. We've got to come out the second half and take advantage of that. Guys, girls, you know my channel. 5 were, yes, I know you were a user. I know you were. Big up. Thank you so much for the generosity. I really appreciate you. Really, really do. Listen, 5 words is what I like. Everyone knows I like 5-word answers for everything. 5 words to sum up Tottenham in the first half, please. And I'll get to as many of them as possible. Andy, completely get it. Where are the youths? I don't know. Agreed. I would have Bentancur if he's fit on for Sarr. But again, isn't it funny how, you know, the 2 players we bought, Bergvall and Gray, Kulu starts over them in centre mid, Sarr starts over them in centre mid, Basuma starts over them in centre mid, Bentancur starts over them in centre mid. It's just a bit worrying. Again, this transfer window for me, we're going to see it. Not today. I think we're going to see it gradually. All these people pretending we're stronger than last season. Look at that bench. Hang on. Son never shoots from outside the box anymore. Yeah, again, he cuts in a lot and doesn't shoot. Aaron, big up Aaron. I said it's a shame we didn't buy a senior player to bring off the bench. We didn't want senior players, apparently. It's absolutely mental. That's it, Twin. Anyway, yeah, I hear that puzzles are good. Puzzlers have fun. Foxy said 2 really poor sides. I've got to agree at the moment. I don't think either team's been great. Same old yawn. By the way, smash the like button, people. We're on 381 likes. We should be on 400-500 by now. And please do keep subscribing. Here's where we are. Sorry, just make sure I don't show my money. 13,420. We're trying to get to 13,500. So if anyone would sub, that'd be absolutely brilliant. Not surprising. It's what's expected. Listen, I've got a feeling it will be Odegaard off for Johnson. I think that's the easy sub to take off the kid. I might be wrong. Let's see. 5 words and your system does not work. Don't worry. It's Spurs. We are in the mud. Lack of a cutting edge. Bergvall and Bentancur for Sarr and Madders. We miss Johnson badly. Yeah, we really do. Yeah. There is no cutting edge. Bergval for Sarr for me. Where are the generational talents, says Jonathan Slade. Can't unlock low block again. What a waste of a Sunday afternoon. Wow. Anyone got any positives? And Sav, a lot of people are talking about Ange's tactics, but when you talk about Ange's tactics, you get loads of stupid YouTubers, no offense, that go, oh my God, Ange ball, and this player's perfect for this system. That's what you get. You get a lot of people hyping up these tactics. I don't see what they are. We get the ball out wide, we pull it back, we have a shot. It's Shot Skies said, Ange thinks he's too good for the club. Let me know what you think in the chat. Does Ange think he's too good for the club? I think we're too good for him, if I'm brutally honest. Bella has said predictable, slow, no depth, poor. The White Rooster has said expected, predictable, toothless, brittle, mid-table. Guys, it's only our time. It's only our time. We could still come back and win this. I said a draw. I'm South London, mate. Where are you from? South. That's the only thing I will say. I am not giving my... Funnily enough, I'm not going to give my address over the internet. I can you imagine, Stel, if I put my address online? Don't do that. I feel like waking up to sack of mail. Stel, not a happy fan base. I ask everyone to give 5-word comments. That's my thing. A lot of people very unhappy in those 5-word comments. I've seen, while I've been doing this watch along, some of your comments in that WhatsApp group. What's your thoughts, mate? What's your thoughts?
Well, I can give you less than 5 words. Well, actually, with a question mark, it might be, what is Ange ball? Question mark.
So
I don't know what it is. Well, add the question mark.
I agree.
Yeah. I get what you're saying.
No, mate, I agree with you.
You're gone.
No, go on. I was just saying, I agree.
The first 20 minutes, it's all Newcastle. We had 0 shots, 0 big chances. They're creating, they're getting the opportunities. Okay, all right. Sometimes one team has to start better than the other, right? Then we get into the game. There's an issue with the batteries of the headset of one of the officials or something like that. Okay, that slowed down the game, and then we had the upper hand. But here's the thing. In that upper hand, no big chances created. No clear-cut chances created, so we resort to nothing but long-range shots. Fine.
Yeah.
But my issue is this. If our wingers and Odegaard is so good, why can't they create? Why can't they put crosses into the box that finds a white shirt or a blue shirt, because we're in blue today? The midfield, Pape Sarr, Basuma Maddison have created nothing, like 0. So whoever is the forward player is absent because they're getting no service. So you've got no creation from the wide areas, no creation from the midfield. So, of course, we're shooting from long range. I thought Ange ball is supposed to create, because against Everton, we created lots of big chances and lots of opportunities. And we did the same against Leicester. But here's the thing. And here's what we've been saying for God knows how many months. As soon as you play a top 10 team, show me. And they haven't shown it. I don't think we've played badly, but I don't think we've played good. And
do you think
any team that attacks us down the wing, Savva, team that attacks down the wing, you're always thinking this is 50-50 whether they're going to get a goal out of this, because we're incapable of man marking. We just seem to fall asleep. We had 5 players in the box. Not one of them thought, let me just look and see what's going on there. Or no one in midfield thought, let me run with this guy running into our box. And I see it time and time again. I don't think Spurs are playing badly. We're still in it. 1 goal, this game changes. But we're not playing well. We're not playing good.
I think the thing for me still is, I think a lot of people confuse playing attacking good football with slow possession football. I think they confuse those two things. Oh, Tottenham are in the Newcastle half, we must be attacking. A lot of the time, you watch Odegaard in this half. You watch Son. By the way,
it's just possession.
That's 1 new and 1 old player. Both of them get the ball. And I've seen Son take his man on once, which was when he nutmegged, was it Lloyd Kelly or whoever?
Yeah, he got fouled.
And he got the foul, right? Yeah. Every other time you watch, get the ball, cut in. Get the ball, cut in. And on the edge of the box, you've got Sarr, Porro, Maddison, Basuma, Udogie, all waiting for a cutback to have a shot. And that's great, But like you said, when people actually break down the stats, where's the clear-cut opportunity? Where's
Savva,
the...
zero big
We
chances
haven't...
the whole game. Zero. No clear-cut
Yeah.
chances, no big chances. These are half chances from distance. And here's the thing I've been saying for a while. Son can't play left anymore. He's not that player. He once was
Agreed.
that player. Son needs to play as the number 9. That's the only position he's really good at now, and he's actually very good at it. But even if we move him there in this game, where's the service? Odegaard has done nothing yet again. Yeah, he tries to take on the man, and yes, once or twice he's been successful. But then what? Not one cross or one pass to disrupt Newcastle. Nothing. So he's not showing me anything, but we're going to have to give him a season because he's young. On the other side, Son shouldn't be there. So now I'm looking at Maddison. What has Maddison done this game? What has Basuma done this game? You said last show we did together that I was on, you said, right, St. James's Park, Arsenal, next 2 games, Basuma, go control the game.
Yeah.
Hasn't done it.
Yeah.
But
this is the thing. I'm not going to sit here and pick out individual players. For me, by the way, the only player I will actually, I think Vicario has been dreadful in that first half. But for me, I think you look at Porro and Udogie. If we do this in sections, Porro and Udogie, for as good as they are that way, and by the way, I don't actually think Udogie is as good going that way. Porro is. Porro's very dangerous.
They're not inverting today, Savva, by the way. They haven't been inverting. No. It's weird.
They're not, but they're so high up that every time they get the ball, every time they switch that ball to Harvey Barnes. Every time. And look at the goal. Look at the goal. We switched off at the throw-in. Porro was nowhere. As a throw-in, Porro should be a right back. Not high up the pitch, right back.
We don't play like that, though, do we?
No, I know, but you look at Romero for that goal. Romero's charging halfway up the pitch to close people down. They've got an attack. Like, you know, Dragusin, he was nowhere near the ball. All of them. The back four, I keep hearing.
Savva, none of them tracked the runner, and no one pushed out to the person coming in. We do not man mark. We simply don't track players. And this happens on a counter-attack. It happens on set pieces. It happens. This wasn't even a counter-attack. This wasn't even the high line getting caught out. This is just a simple attacking play down the wings. And we're exposed. It's just basic defending, elementary defending. That's what this was today. It's cost us. Well, so far. I think
the key thing for me is all summer I've heard, you know, his team will be better in the second season. They'll have worked on it. You'll be able to see. I'm still watching Spurs and going, I don't know what we are. Like, I don't know what we are. On the break, we can see we get it forward quickly. We get it to the wide men, and they always cut in. But there's no slick moves. Do you know what I mean? There's no quick 1-2s on the edge of the area for someone to have it. I don't know what we are. And listen, could we still win this game or get a point? Of course we could. I'm not saying we can't still, but I just think a lot of people that were talking about title challenges, finishing third, winning Europa League.
No.
I'm watching this and going, look, do you know what makes me laugh? All these people that say, oh, look at those Europa League teams. There's no one there to worry us. All right, hang on.
Those managers we should worry about, though.
Everyone talks like we're Man City. It's mental.
This weekend, I watched Man City, West Ham, and I watched Arsenal, Brighton. And I messaged you before the games. I said, Savva, I'm really looking forward to watching these games because I like these teams. I want to see what they're going to do this season. And I watched Arsenal, Brighton, cracking game of football. Both teams, big chances. And I thought, when they attack, the ball moves quick. Whether it's 1-2 in or build up, in. I watched Man City. Frightening. Any Spurs fan who watched Man City yesterday and thinks we can mount a title challenge, you're not just deluded, you're blind. You literally don't, you got no vision. Man City are frightening, and they had no Foden, no Savio, no Rodri, no Walker, no Stones. None of them played either. Imagine. And I watched Spurs today. We're just not fluid in the attack. It's not quick 1-2 touch football. When Ange first came and he had a pre-season, we actually looked really good. I'm thinking, blimey, this is some exciting football here. Who's this Ange, this Ange fella? But then again, I looked at the opposition. I thought, don't get too carried away. I haven't seen that since.
No.
Those first 3 games he had when he first came, I've seen nothing like that from
Still,
Spurs.
don't worry. Don't worry. Brennan Johnson is coming on. Brennan Johnson is coming on. I'll let you know who's coming on for. I can guarantee
He'll probably
you without
score, so I get abuse. He'll score, so I get abuse.
Papa Sarr is coming on for Brennan Johnson. Sorry, Papa Sarr off, Brennan Johnson on. So our midfield 2 now is going to be what?
No, he's gonna. I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna put Kulu in the middle, Son up front, and it's Odegaard and Johnson wide. He's gonna move Son into the middle. That's what he's done. Kulu's gonna go midfield. That's actually not a bad thing, but
mate. But their midfield 3 are powerful. We've now got Basuma on his own, really, with Kulu, who's not.
Wait until Tonali comes on, and they raise a gear. Wait, I said that before the game. They've kept Tonali on the bench. This is smart because when they bring him on, he's going to raise the game for Newcastle. Savva, we have to get the next goal. Spurs must get the next goal. Otherwise, this game's over for me.
Oh, we can't go. Yeah, we can't go 2 down. But listen, I reckon we'll see a bit of. Yeah, it started.
We'll go watch it.
Yeah, cool.
I just wanted to come on at half time and speak.
Yeah.
All right, cool, man. Have a good show.
Cheers, mate. Right, so Tottenham have got the ball on the attack. Here is Brennan Johnson. Cuts inside. A little flick. Kulu. No, good defending in the end from Livramento, who brings it clear. He's still going, Livramento. He's made it. He's played it down the line. He's offside, Isak. I saw what they were trying to do. Spurs coming out the blocks quite quickly there. But I think Stel is absolutely right. We've got to get this next goal. We have got to get this next goal. I think if you go 2-0 down at St. James's Park, there could be a long way back. So Brennan Johnson on, Sarr off. So again, he takes off a centre mid and still no centre mid. Burval and Gray, the two we needed. Come on. Isak is through on goal. Isak, we've been caught behind. And Dragusin with a great tackle. Is it? Yeah, it's a great tackle. Isak was in behind. I'll tell you what, we are so easy to get in behind every single game. I'm going to call it now. Does Ange work on this back 4? Given away that time. Newcastle clear it, given away by them. Oh, my gosh, this is going to be one of those halves, isn't it, people? Big up to each and every one of you. Here's the ball to Porro. Porro is trying to dink through. Here's Kulu. Porro, the ball's gone all the way across. Cleared by Livramento, and Gordon can clear it. And Spurs have started the second half well, apart from the ball in behind. And Newcastle have tucked into a 5-4. And here's Harvey Barnes is running through. Oh, that's got to be a yellow card. Really, really poor from Basuma. So Basuma was pulling his shirt back to stop the cap. Well, I think they call that a professional foul. But better from Spurs. The ball by Porro. The ball was flicked across by Porro, and just no one could get there. I think Dragusin's probably been our best player. He's made 2 very good last-ditch tackles. I'm watching that tackle again, actually. I think he takes the man. I think he takes the man. But, hey, it is what it is. They didn't get it. But, again, open up like a can of beans. Yes, we were. That's what we do. The ball over the top gets us every time. And Newcastle will keep trying to use it. The ball's gone back. I would expect a fast 10 minutes here from Spurs. And we've got to make the most of it. Here's Kulusevski. Goes down to the right to Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson's running at his man. He is so bad. He is so bad. He lost control of the ball and had to cut back. Here's Basuma. Out to Odegaard, who's gone to the left-hand side for this half. He passed it back. The number of times our wingers cut in. Basuma, edge of the box for Maddison. Maddison plays it to Porro. Porro goes one more to Johnson. Newcastle, I've got a feeling, are just going to sit in here and then counter us. That's all they're going to do this half, I think. And then they know if they get that, here they are. They're on the break. Here's Anthony Gordon. He's running. He's got 3 men with him. They've come back, and Adogi's cutting into him, but the refs said he won the ball, so Tottenham can bring it forwards. Just think, I'm watching Basuma and Sarr in this game, and you think our only 2 central mids that were signed were both 18-year-olds. It beggars belief what this football club are doing. And any fan that turns around and says, oh, I like it, see what they're doing, they're just in denial. Here's Dan Burn, and he clears it for a Tottenham throw-in. The Tottenham, first 5 minutes here, a little bit of sustained pressure, but Newcastle look very solid. Bearing in mind, Newcastle have got their centre-backs out injured. They look very solid. And Porro tries to play it down to Johnson, but Joelinton clears it. And Basuma, they're just showing the foul again. He pulled Basuma's shirt. Sorry, he pulled Harvey Barnes' shirt, then played his arm. Here is Basuma. Here's Maddison. Nice ball by Maddison out wide. Here's Odegaard. What you got, mate? Run at him. He plays a good ball down the line, actually, to Udogie. Again, I said it first off. I'll say this off. Udogie wants so much time on the football. He was offside, but he wants so much time on the ball. Really poor to be offside there. You've got to look along the line. And Crystal Palace have equalised at Chelsea. Crystal Palace, Eberechi Eze has equalised for Crystal Palace. Eberechi Eze has equalised. So, Nick Pope with a long ball. Joelinton's gone up. Joelinton's won it. Gives away the foul on Kulusevski. Basuma ahead, going to go. Lots of people are really worried about Basuma. Oh, mate, listen, as always, I think we get just a little bit too excited. For me, Udogie's a decent footballer. I don't think he's a good fullback. And another free kick given away by Newcastle. Good touch by Odegaard. Then he was, I don't know what was wrong with that. I think he thought he won the ball. But hey, yeah, I agree, Phil. This is the thing for me. Udogie's a good player, too slow on the ball. He's got to move it quicker. Here's Dragashin on the halfway line. Come on, Spurs. We're gonna have to get back into this while we've got this spell of possession. And there's a ball played down the line. Really poor ball. Yeah, not the best. Paul Mitchell is in the stands, the Newcastle sporting director. Anyone remember him? He used to buy some good players, did Paul Mitchell. Now we're buying kids and kids and kids and kids and kids. Still, Newcastle 1, Tottenham 0, 52.5 minutes gone. Gordon with the ball down the line, given away. And Newcastle played it out well, nicely there, actually. There's the ball. Oh, they're giving away. Both teams literally giving the ball away for fun. Here's Kulusevski. He's got the ball about 40 yards out. He's going to try and dribble through. That's better. He's gone to Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson. Oh, his cross took a deflection. And Odegaard was coming into the back post. I think it hit his knee. We'll have a look at it again in a minute. And it goes over the top. Brennan Johnson better in terms of his cross looped up off Lloyd Kelly. And really difficult. Odegaard at the back post. It was coming at him very fast. And it hit his knee and spewed off. But Tottenham having the ball this second half, you would expect that. Can we make it count? My worry, as always, remember this. My worry is that Newcastle will grab a goal on the counter-attack. Here's Dragashin. Plays it out wide to Udogie. And the refs pulled it back for a free kick. There's a ball by Kulu. Kulu's played in. Son, really good sliding tackle there from Dan Burn. And the ball goes back to Pope. Pope clears it. Notice how Pope clears it. Vicario tries to play out. And Romero heads the long ball back to Vicario. And in this half, 2% has been in the Spurs half, 43% in midfield, and 55% in the Newcastle half. Here's Basuma, rides the tackle well. Basuma is going to drive forward with a ball, gives it to Son. Son's got a little bit of space here to operate. Have a dig. He's had a shot, and it's gone wide for a corner. Should have hit that earlier for me. This could well be right, Robert. This could well be right. We've got to score while we're on top here. I think Newcastle would have been braced for this. Here's Porro. He's in a bar. The cross. Porro took a cross. It deflected off the defender and hit the bar. I mean, how lucky or unlucky, depending on the way you look at that. But Tottenham have got to make the most of this pressure. This pressure. Here's Gordon. Plays it down the line. They've given the ball away. Isak's giving it away again. Isak wins it back. Now Spurs lose it. Now Newcastle lose it. Oh, my gosh. The Premier League's the best league in the world. Not from what I'm watching here, it's not. Here's James Maddison. Cuts in. Has a dig. Low drive. Parried. And it's 1-1. We scored. Brennan. Is that an own goal? Brennan Johnson. I think it's an own goal. I think it's an own goal. Why has everyone stopped? Yeah, put the goal up, Sky Sports. I think it's an own goal. The ball came across. Poor from Pope. Again, really poor goalkeeping from their goalkeeper this time. He parried it out. Let's have a look at this. The ball goes down the line to James Maddison. James Maddison cuts in onto his right foot. Has a dig. Brennan Johnson is onside. Really poor from the keeper who parried it. And parried it into the path, and it's an own goal. An own goal from Dan Burn. An own goal from Dan Burn. I don't know if it was going in. Let's have a look. Parried it. I think it's an own goal. It's an own goal. But Tottenham have got the goal, and our second half possession really, really deserved that. Now we're going forward again. Here's Kulusevski. Cam, if you're going to be an idiot, you will get blocked. I've supported Spurs longer than you. Go away. Grow up or you will get blocked. Yeah, don't be an idiot. All right, you will be blocked. So we deserved, listen, the pressure deserved that. But again, dreadful goalkeeping. And, I mean, dreadful goalkeeping. Brennan Johnson. Here's Kulusevski, short corner. And now we've got a game. Now we've got game on. Here's Maddison to Porro. Porro dinks it wide, headed clear. See, where is this type of play in the first half? Why do we have to go one down? Why do we have to go down before we play like this? So Tottenham with the ball, throwing just 18 yards out. Cam, you're going to get blocked. If you're an idiot, Cam, you're going to get blocked. Yeah, I can't stand children in my chat. Yes, sorry, the scoreline, sorry. Boom, there we go. Sorry, I always forget to do that in my haste. Maddison wins the ball back. Lovely Cruyff turn. Good turn. Lovely play from James Maddison. Lovely play from James Maddison. That, and Bruno Guimaraes takes him out, and it's a free kick to Tottenham, probably about 40 yards out. Listen, we should go on. Got to go on and win this now. Got to go on and win this. These are the games where you've got to win. Bruno Guimaraes, lovely turn from James Maddison. Great Cruyff turn. Took one player out of the game, then took two out of the game. Lovely, lovely, lovely footwork there from Maddison. People calling him shit. He's a very good footballer. So, it's a Spurs free kick. Maybe 40 yards out. Listen, with the next game being Arsenal, we've got to win this. We've got to win this. All the love for Johnson's coming. I mean, bear it in mind, he actually didn't score. Mad. Right, score while we're on top. Pedro Porro, Maddison, and Udogie, about 20, maybe 25, 28 yards out, something like that. It's a free kick. So keep subscribing, keep liking, people. It's a free kick to Tottenham. About 25 yards out, maybe 4 or 5 yards outside the D. Pedro Porro whips it, And it's gone wide, high and wide. Wasn't the worst free kick I've ever seen, but it's a long way out to have a dig from there. And he tried to, it wasn't too far away, but just didn't quite work. So it's going to be interesting now to see what Newcastle have got in their locker and to see if Spurs can keep this sustained pressure up. Oh, it looks like is that Murphy coming on? It looks like Jacob Murphy is going to come on for Newcastle. Looks like he's taking his bib off. And there's a little bit of a drinks break. They'll be very happy. The Man U team, Anana, Mazraoui, De Ligt, Martinez and Dalot, Casemiro and Mainu, Garnacho, Fernandes and Rashford with Xerxes up front. That's the Man U team. The Liverpool team is Alisson in goal, Alexander-Arnold, Konate, Van Dijk and Robertson, Gravenberch and McAllister, Salah, Szoboszlai and Diaz with Diogo Jota up top. So that's the Man U and the Liverpool teams for the 4 p.m. kickoff. In the other game, it's still Crystal Palace 1-0 at Chelsea. And this game at the moment, nothing's happening, by the way. I think I'm looking at the goal again. Awful goalkeeping. Brennan Johnson played it across. And to be fair, the keeper on the second one. Right, Cam Timley. Last one. Stop it. There's no fake fans. You're the only fake fan. You're the only fake fan I know. You don't know Tottenham. You're just someone who's followed Ange. You don't know Tottenham. I hope you're praising Ange for a great tactical tweak. What? Because the goalkeeper made a mess of a shot. What are we doing? Well, what is wrong with people? This is what we do, isn't it? Every time a player scores, they turn into Pele. Listen. I can't deal with it. Not for me. I don't rate him. Shouldn't be anywhere near this team. For me, shouldn't be anywhere near this team. He's got one more chance, Bella. He's got one more chance. It's so boring that every time Spurs score a goal, you've got people like that going, oh, I bet that hurt you. I've supported Spurs longer than he has. Like, it's absolutely crazy. So, looks like this game's going to get back underway at last. Here we go. Romero with a free kick for Tottenham Hotspur inside the centre circle. He's played it over. And Spurs are playing a much more fluid game this half. It's much better. Yeah, no worries. He deserves it. He's an idiot, Connor. No, he deserves it, mate. Deserves it. There's a ball down the line. Porro whips it in. And it's cleared this time by, I want to say, Kraft. And it goes out for a throw-in to Newcastle United. So 62 minutes gone. Still Tottenham Hotspur. Hang on, let's see what's going on there. Yeah, okay. Newcastle 1, Tottenham 1. Here's Kelly with a throw-in to Gordon. Gordon back to Kelly. That's better from Johnson. He's closed him down. Johnson's pulled it back to nobody. That's more like the Johnson we know. Pulled it all the way back to nobody. Here's Newcastle. They can counter-attack. They've given it away. How many people on this pitch want to give the ball away? Maddison to Udogie. Udogie plays it all the way back to Romero. So Romero can come forward. Newcastle are sat very deep here. Their fans must be very frustrated. Here's Brennan Johnson. Can he take his man on? No, he can't. His cross just hits the man and goes out for a corner kick. Tottenham with another corner kick. This is the opportunity. These are the chances. We've got a lot of the football. A lot of the football here. I can't see either of these teams, by the way, being top 4. I'm not watching a Champions League team in either of these two teams right now. Here's Maddison on the ball. Dinks to the back post. Cleared by Lloyd Kelly. Here's Basuma. He's going to drive forward. He's cut inside. He's lost the ball, though. And the ball can be won by Isak against Porro. No, Porro wins it well. Good tussle between those two there. Porro did really well there. And here's Newcastle. They've really been stung here. Odegaard wins it back. They haven't got going, have they? We have really pinned them in here. Here's Kulusevski. Here's Brennan Johnson again out wide. What you got? Where's your cross? A decent ball into the near post. Here's Anthony Gordon. Newcastle on the attack now. Passes in the final third, second half. Spurs 71, Newcastle 2. But here's Newcastle with a chance. The ball has gone into great tackle. Really good tackle from Romero that time. Newcastle looked like they were going to get through, but good tackle from Romero. And Basuma slows the game down into Maddison. Maddison's got on the ball a lot more this half, and he's now getting on the ball, and everything is going through him. So 65 minutes gone. Who can grab a winner in this game? Given away that time by Adogi again. Very sloppy. There's the ball into Isak. Isak plays it wide. Newcastle have got a chance here. Here's Anthony Gordon. Plays it wide. There's the ball. Oh, good save for Vicario. And just like that, Newcastle, just like that, in a swift counter-attack, Jacob Murphy and Vicario, much better there from him. First half, I thought he was terrible. Much better. Anthony Gordon played the reverse ball, and Murphy just poked it. Yeah. Just poked it gently. Well, I'd say poked it. Didn't get as much force he would like. But Vicario should have made the save. Did make the save. Corner kick to Newcastle. So 66 minutes gone. It's end to end. It's not. But can Newcastle make it end to end, or can Spurs take advantage of all of our sustained pressure? Here's Gordon, headed clear that time by Basuma. I think it was Basuma. And Anthony Gordon can bring the ball out. Newcastle have got the ball on the halfway line. And they're going to go all the way back to Pope. And Pope sprays the ball long, but Porro can bring it down. It's a very open game, isn't it? Here's Kulusevski on the right-hand side. Is he going to take his man on? He cuts it back to Porro. He pulls it back to Maddison. He puts it out wide to Kulu. Kulu loses the ball. He tried a little intricate 1-2, loses the ball, and James Maddison's going to get booked for a foul. I think he got up straight away, Maddison. He said sorry. He knew he'd done wrong. But can Spurs sustain this, or are we going to run out of ideas? Let's have a look. Let's see. I stole that from Rum Scully. Big up to you. James Maddison with the yellow card there. So James Maddison and Basuma. And it's time for Tonali. Tonali is coming on, number 8. And so is Lewis Hall, I think that is. So Lewis Hall and Tonali are coming on. It looks like Longstaff is going off for Tonali. So they've got a midfield three of Tonali, Guimaraes, and Jolinton, which is what we thought at the beginning. Well, I thought at the beginning of the show. And it looks like, was that Lewis Hall coming on as well? Did I make that up? No, Lewis Hall is on. And Lewis Hall has come on for Lloyd Kelly. So Lewis Hall to left back and Tonali into centre mid. Tottenham have still only made the one change, which was Brennan Johnson. 1-1, 22 minutes of the second half to go. So a quarter of the game left. Dragusin heads it out. Brennan Johnson then heads it on. Here's Joe Linton. He plays it out wide to Murphy. To Tonali. Back to Murphy. I think it's Murphy. Back to Murphy. Did Murphy come on for Barnes? Here's Guimaraes. Newcastle just starting to have a little bit more possession. Great tackle by Maddison. Spurs have got a 3-on-3. Son, play the right ball. Son's gone out wide to Odegaard. Odegaard tries to take on his man. And it's a goal kick. That was poor from Odegaard. That was a really good position to be in. We were 3-on-3. Odegaard. Oh, that was poor, mate. I'm sorry, I know you're young, but that was really poor. Sonny had the choice of Johnson right, Odegaard left. He went to Odegaard, and he just didn't have an idea there, really. People say he tried to take his man on, but yeah, guys, don't turn on each other in the chat. It's only football. Here's Joe Linton. He goes back to Dan Burn. Dan Burn has given it away. We've got to. Surely. Odegaard is in. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Dan Burn gave the ball away 20 yards out from goal. Honestly, he gave it away 20 yards from goal. Odegaard picks it up, and he had Son to the left of him. Oh, poor. Again, for me, two really poor bits of play from Odegaard there. But it's a corner kick to Tottenham. 70 minutes. It's 70 minutes exactly gone in the game. Kulu whips the ball in to the back post. Headed by Dragusin. And it goes wide. And it's a goal kick. Listen, Odegaard's young, but decision-making is the difference between young players and experienced players, right? He should have done better there, Dragusin. Should have done better. I mean, look, let's not all call him shit. Hang on. He's a young kid. Let's not call him shit. For me, we should buy better, but he's not shit. He's just, his decision-making so far hasn't been great. Newcastle give the ball away again with the Spurs press. Here's Kulusevski. Here's Odegaard again. Back into Kulusevski. He runs into trouble this time, and Newcastle will try and break. And it's a free kick. Foul by Basuma. Needs to be careful. Really needs to be careful, Basuma. One more of them, and he's going to go. I would look at getting Bentancur on now. Oh, I'll tell you what. He's very lucky there. He's very lucky. When we look at some of the yellows that went on yesterday, Basuma is very lucky to get away from that without a yellow card and a red. So, yeah, Newcastle give the ball away at a rate of knots. I mean, we've got to take advantage of one of these. So, here's the ball. High into the air. Dan Burn's going to knock that on, is he? But then Spurs win it back. Dan Burn gets it to Gordon. Gordon, he flicked it in, and we cleared it, but we cleared it straight out. I thought we could have countered there, but it didn't quite work. Here's Anthony Gordon. He's lost the ball now. Brennan Johnson's nicked it off him. Brennan Johnson has all the space in the world. Please. Brennan Johnson, again, for me, this is where a top winger, he's got all the space in the world. Run in and drill that ball into the bottom corner. And then he just played it to no one. Oh, my God. This is why when people say things like, oh, the Johnson haters, the doubters, come on. These are the moments. Those are the moments where you've got to pick your man. Corner for Spurs. Short corner to Odegaard, to Porro. Basuma on the edge of the box. Basuma goes to Porro. Sorry, I think if I've gone a bit dark, it looks like one of my lights has just failed. Sorry. One of my lights has just failed. That was that. I am absolutely starving. So Timo Werner is the next sub on. Timo Werner for Odegaard. Timo Werner for Odegaard. So again, these Greys, these Bergvals, these brilliant young players we've bought, he's not using them. Jeffrey, look, at the moment, they don't look like winning. At the moment, we look like the team that could win. These are the games you've got to win, because Newcastle, for me, will be in and around us at the end of the season. So these are the games where you've got to show how good you are and take the points. It's a free kick for Tottenham. It's a free kick to Tottenham, to Pedro Porro on the right-hand side. The ball is whipped in. It's gone over everybody, headed out, only as far as Son. Son dinks the ball back in, over to Brennan Johnson. He heads it back to absolutely no one. Here's Maddison, 25 yards out. Brilliant effort from James Maddison. And Pope has redeemed himself for the goal. What a lovely bit of football from both sides. James Maddison got the ball, took a touch. It's bending in the top corner, and Pope swings over, pushes it over the bar for a corner kick. Much better from Maddison. I think he's had a very good second half, James Maddison here. He's getting on the ball. He's controlling things. A corner kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Ball whipped in, headed out, and it's fallen to Basuma 20 yards out. He gives it to Porro. Porro has a dig, and it's over the bar. And it's another corner. We've got to make this pressure count. We've got to make this pressure count. Arsenal up next. You've got to get the points. Got to get the points here. This Newcastle team are on the ropes. We know that they're weaker at the back line than normal. You've got to put them to the sword. It's a corner kick from Maddison. Maddison whips it in. It's gone over everyone and cleared to the edge of the box to Basuma. Basuma to Son. Son's tried to dink through the play. He's pulled it back to Kulu. Kulu could have had a shot, didn't. He's played it into Porro. Porro's had a dig. He's bouncing off of everyone. Brennan Johnson. Oh, my God. Brennan Johnson. Brennan Johnson did all the right things and all the hard work. And then he dinked it up, played it over, and you're thinking, just slot it in. Just slot it in. Good first touch with his right foot. And then with his left foot, what was that? Come on, man. Johnson, for me, has been wasteful. 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 Here's Newcastle at the other end. The ball from Bruno Guimaraes to Livramento. Livramento's gone to Murphy. Murphy's gone back. There's the ball down the line. Romero with the tackle, and it's a corner kick. Romero got the tackle in. It's a corner kick. 76 and a half minutes gone. This would be a bad game to lose and a very good game to win. It really is on a knife edge at the moment. This has been a much better second half from Tottenham. Much better second half. But we've got to guard ourselves against exactly what Jason said and the sucker punch. We've got to go, we've got to guard ourselves against this. Corner kick is going to come in from Gordon. Come on, Spurs. Stay strong in that box. Anthony Gordon whips it in from the right. He's headed out. Anthony Gordon can get the ball on the edge of the box. And the ball is just absolutely hammered away from Porro. Looks like that's going to be comfortable. But Newcastle are making all sorts of mistakes. No, headed back by Livramento to Pope. And now Pope can go out to Lewis Hall. Lewis Hall now looks like he's going to go down the line. No, he doesn't. He goes short to Joe Linton. Joe Linton goes back to Hall. Listen, for how bad they've been this second half, a 1 point would be bad at this stage. There's a through ball. They're through on goal. They are through on goal. It's Jacob Murphy. Jacob Murphy to Isak. It's 2-1. It's 2-1. Again, we cannot defend. The high line is shocking. We cannot defend. Absolutely shocking. Now, the only thing I'm praying for here is VAR. By the way, I haven't seen anything. I just pray for that when I don't want to go. One ball took up. I keep hearing, defence is brilliant. One ball took our entire back four out. We'll look at it again. At the moment, it's 2-1. I don't know if they're checking anything on VAR. But again, dreadful defending from Tottenham. Let's have a look. It was that simple. Let's have a look. Is anyone offside? I think he looks on. A Dogie out of position, tracking back like he's in treacle. And the ball over the top. Where were the centre-halves? Where are Romero? Where is Dragusin? I keep hearing Romero's class. Romero is jogging back. World-class Romero is jogging back. Dragusin is nowhere to be seen. That is awful. That is absolutely dreadful. Awful, awful defending, guys. Sorry, just dreadful, dreadful there. One ball. What again? This Romero is 40 yards from his own goal. And watch. I'm not blaming him for the goal, but watch that video. One of our two centre halves, jogging back, just jogging back. Oh my! At least Dragushin was put the afterburners on. Again, so here comes Bergvall and Bentancur with 10 minutes to go. All too easy. All too easy. Again, people say he would have worked on this in the summer. And they're away again, are they here? Romero this time, can he mop it up? He goes back to Vicario. Vicario with the ball at his feet. This is where I get scared. He's played it out to Porro. Again, an awful ball by Vicario. Gives it away. And Newcastle have got a renewed sense of belief here. Awful from Vicario yet again. By the way, Andrew, Udogie, Romero, all of them out of position. All of them. All of them. Absolutely, Dan. Same goal, different game. Here's Tonali. Good footballer, Tonali, by the way. Really good midfielder, Tonali. Really good player. Here's Jacob Murphy again. He's crossed it really deep. It's gone over everyone, all the way to Gordon. And George, do you know what? 3 words that sum it up, George, right? Absolutely. All so predictable. What have we got now? Newcastle biting in. Newcastle now are starting to bite into tackles where they weren't before. Basuma fouled by Tonali. Oh. George, every game. George, every game. Every single game. But everyone going, oh no, these tactics. These are his players. He bought these players. He didn't want anyone better. He wanted kids. So Maddison's off. And so is Maddison and Basuma off for Bergvall and Bentancur. Maddison and Basuma for Bergvall and Bentancur. I thought in the second half he was certainly our best player. So, Romero on the halfway line goes backwards towards Dragushin. There's the ball to Kulu. What you got, Kulu? Loads of space on the right. He pulls it back to Bergvall, but Bergvall couldn't quite get there. Well won back by Brennan Johnson. Here's Bentancur on the edge of the box to Werner. Werner goes one more to Udogie. Udogie pulls it back, and Joel Linton clears it. And I think we're going to see a lot of this for the last 7 minutes of the game. But, guys, we had so much time, so many chances. But we didn't want to buy better players to finish those chances. We wanted Johnson. We wanted Werner. We wanted Odegaard. Here's Brennan Johnson. And that ball's given away. And Newcastle United can break. And it's a free kick to Newcastle United. It's a yellow card to Bentancur, who's just come on. I don't know. I'd like to see that again. I thought it was a good tackle. I'd like to see it again. By the way, looks like Chelsea are going to ruin my ACCA. But again, as Stel said, I made the point, didn't I, on my show, when we play top 10 teams, we struggle. We struggle. So Rodrigo Bentancur giving away the free kick. That's his second yellow card. The only shining light for me is that Alexander Isak is the captain. Sorry, guys. Isak is the captain of my fantasy team. That's the only saving grace for me. By the way, it's still Chelsea 1, Palace 1. They're in the 88th minute. We're in the 85th minute. Ball over the top. He's got Isak in. If he can keep that in, I don't think he can. He has. No, he hasn't. And it's a goal kick to Tottenham Hotspur. Oh, dearie me. Look, I can't say I'm angry or disappointed. I just feel like this is what we do. I feel like others really need to wake up. I keep hearing how great our defence are. Oh, the defence have given the ball away. Isak's in. He's had a shot and it's come off the defender and deflected for a corner. I tell you what, again, Porro, I think it was Porro. I'd like to see that again. Again, Porro, a mix-up with whoever was in front of him there, given away. I tell you what, once we concede a goal, we really, really do crumble, don't we? Mark, absolutely, mate. Absolutely. Absolutely. Look, I said 2-2 at the beginning of the game. There's still time for a 2-2, but the corner comes in. They're asking, and Tottenham could clear the ball. Brennan Johnson won't get there. Anthony Gordon gets there first. And Anthony Gordon dinks the ball over the top. And Udogie leaves it, and Vicario's got it. Exactly. I don't see how we can banter these clubs, if I'm honest. I don't see how we can. Agreed. This is a Newcastle team. I think they've had a really poor second half. I think Newcastle have been really poor this second half. Here's Porro. Porro goes out wide. No, he doesn't. He cuts inside instead. Here's Werner, plays it into Bentancur. We've got 3.5 minutes plus injury time. I can't imagine there'll be too much injury time, maybe 3 or 4 minutes. Here's Bentancur, prodding, probing. Werner plays it in. Son, really poor flick from Son, gives it away but wins it back. Now Kulu's got the ball about 40, 50 yards from goal. Goes out wide to Brennan Johnson. Cuts in, of course he does. Kulu dinks it to the far post. Headed clear from Newcastle. They're going to do all they can now to battle for this. To battle for this 3 points, and it's a foul by Kulu. It's just. I don't even think I've been negative today. I've said, haven't I? I'm not even surprised by those types of goals anymore. I just can't. I can't keep hearing that Romero's world class, Porro's world class, Udogie's class. We can't defend. We can't defend. Both goals shambolic. So 2.5 minutes plus injury time to go. Nick Pope is going to smash this forward. Sorry, I couldn't think of a better word than smash. Sorry, that's really, really not good, was it? Spurs now trying to play out from the back. Brennan Johnson knocks it down the line. Son plays it over the line to Werner. Werner's got the pace. He's one-on-one with Burn. What you got, Werner? What you got? What you got? Great tackle by Dan Burn. Werner, the question I asked, what have you got? The answer, nothing. He one-on-one with Dan Burn, who is not the quickest. And Dan Burn slid in, took the ball. The best you could say is, I'll tell you what, have we got a corner? I think that came off Werner, you know. I think that came off Werner, but we've got the corner. We've got the corner. Bergvall out there to take the corner. Bergvall whips the ball in, and it's out for another corner kick, is it? Looks like it's gone for a corner, or is it a throw? Bergvall with the throw. There's 1 minute of normal time left. The back heel to Bergvall. Bergvall was fouled, but the ref let it play on. Here's Udogie. Udogie out wide to Werner. I'll be honest, a draw right now would be. I mean, we should have gone on to win this game. We should have gone on to win this game. By the way, there's 8 minutes of stoppage time in the Chelsea game. They're in the 93rd minute over there at Stamford Bridge. Still 1-1 in that game. Tottenham are coming up to the last 30 seconds of normal time here. I can't imagine there will be 8 minutes. Dragoshin, Bergval, Bentancur, Newcastle just tucked in into a nice solid shape here. Can we break them down? Ball over the top. Dan Burn clears it. Cleared again. And Newcastle can bring it out, can they? No, they've given it away. 90 minutes are up. 90 minutes are up. What is the ref going to put on for stoppage time? I cut 5 minutes. Spurs have got 5 minutes to rescue a point here. Otherwise, our season will be a draw to Leicester, a win versus Everton, and a defeat to an injury-ravaged Newcastle team. Newcastle are on the break here. Here is Anthony Gordon. He's running down the channel. He's done a little step over. He's still got the ball. He gives it to Bruno Guimaraes, who's fouled, and the referee has given a free kick to Newcastle. And Guimaraes is giving it the big un. He's trying to hype the crowd up. There are 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Listen, 4 minutes is a long time in football. Can we break? Can we counter them in a minute? Again, it just is what it is, right? I'm sure there'll be people going more mad than I am. I'm not surprised as it stands. I'm not surprised. I didn't think we'd lose today, but I'm not surprised in the manner of the goals we've conceded and just how bad we are in front of goal. That's what happens when you buy these lesser players. So the free kick's going to be whipped in by Gordon. It's dinked to the back post. It's gone over everyone. And Vicario's got it. Come on, Vic. You've got to get rid of that quicker. Vicario, we've got 3.5 minutes, mate. He's still not released the ball. Now he releases it to Dragoshin. What are we doing there? What are we doing? Here's Romero at the back. There are just over 3 minutes left of injury time. Here is Pedro Porro. The ball over the top. Brennan Johnson. Over the top. Brennan Johnson, what you got? He pulls it all the way across to nobody. Oh, my gosh. Again, another awful ball from Brennan Johnson. I just can't rate this guy at all. No composure. Look at that. He looked up. He actually looked up and still fizzed the ball into an area where there were no players. Two and a half minutes to go. Flicked on. Bergval wins the ball. Bergval gives it away. The ball's been cleared by Guimaraes, who's celebrating every single thing here. It's a throw into Newcastle. Absolutely. Dan, anyone, when they tell me he's world class, he is not a patch on Toby Alderweireld. Not a patch. Not a patch. I just can't keep hearing how good these defenders are, but they can't defend properly. Tottenham lose the 50-50. Bentancur gives it away. Given away again. Kulu, come on. You got Kulu. It's 4-on-4. Kulu plays it through. It's an awful ball from Kulu. It's not just Johnson. It's an awful ball. And it's a free kick given away by Brennan Johnson. Ange is on the touchline on his hand, on his knee, his hands on his knees. Ange, this is your tactics again, mate. Again. This is awful. Chelsea, Palace have 90 seconds to go on that game. There's 90 seconds to go on this game. Kulu, just a really poor pass again. And this is starting to become... This is starting to be very predictable. We cannot beat the better teams. And Newcastle, I'm not saying Newcastle are amazing, but we cannot beat the teams in the top half of the table. We can't do it. We can't do it. I keep being told. Savva's the most negative YouTuber out there. Negative all summer. I had Spurs down, right, for two wins and a draw in these two games. If anyone remembers, I had Newcastle as a draw, Leicester and Everton as wins. 7 points. We've managed to beat Everton and draw with Leicester. It's really poor. Spurs lump it forward. There are 30 seconds to go. Newcastle clear it. Porro, the ball bounces to his feet. It's gone all the way back to Vicario. There are 20 seconds left. The ball high into the air. And it's a throw into Tottenham. There are 10 seconds left. We've got a throw in our own half. Chelsea versus Palace has been suspended. I don't know why. I think it's the end of the game or what, but Bet365 is telling me it's suspended. Here's Dragoshin. Dragoshin launches the ball forward. This has got to be it. Headed clear. Here's Bergvall. Here's Werner. Bentancur plays it back. I don't know how much time there is. And it's out for a goal kick. And it looks like that's going to be it. A 2-1 to Newcastle. The whistle hasn't gone yet. Palace have drawn 1-1 at Chelsea. A good result for Palace away at Chelsea. But Eddie Howe hasn't even had to do a lot here to win this. He hasn't had to do a lot to win this game. Again. And there it is, the full-time whistle. The full-time whistle has gone. Tottenham have lost at Newcastle in what I can only say is a capitulation. A brilliant 20 minutes in the second half. A brilliant 20 minutes in the second half. Hang on, Dan, bear with me 1 second, mate. Let me just get rid of my score count. Let me get rid of that.
Just got to sort the AirPods out.
You do that, mate. You do that. Nothing's going to change while Dan sorts his earbuds out because Tottenham Hotspur have lost to Newcastle. The frustration with this, Dan, I don't know if are you ready? Are you there? Are you there? You're on mute. You're on mute, mate. Okay, no way. He's sorting that out. Again, Newcastle haven't had to play well to beat Tottenham Hotspur. They're 2 goals, criminal defending. I'm watching it here. Look, I'm watching this goal here, Dan. I'm watching this, right? So the ball goes out for a throw on, right? From the throw on, everyone's jogging back. Look at Romero jogging back. Sarr jogging back. I'll tell you what, Romero, I'm gonna call it out because everyone waxes lyrical. Both goals just jogging back.
Yeah, I mean
just
that first one, he went out for it. Yes, he went out to try and cover it. I get that, but no one actually covered behind him either. But I don't think he should be coming out that far forward, being our centre back. There should already be someone else there as such. That second goal, well, it's Spurs, isn't it? It's no different to the end of last season. It's exactly the same way we conceded most of our goals last season.
Mate,
it's like you can say nothing has changed.
Mate, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. Honestly, I'm not just digging out Romero. I'm looking at Porro for the first goal. Just jogging back. Romero jogging. Here's the second goal. Look at this. Udogie is absolutely sprinting back. So is Dragoshin. Look at Romero. As the ball is played over the top, Dan, I'm watching it right now. Romero completely nowhere to be seen. And he's jogging. He's just jogging. Let me put it this way, Dan. Sorry, I'm fuming with this. Right? As the ball goes in the back of the net, Romero's not even in our penalty box yet. He didn't even make it to the D.
Do you know what it's starting to look like with him? Just going by that game. I know it's only one game, whatever, and that. But I think he's already sitting there thinking, let's say, 10 months ahead.
Mate, if he doesn't want to be there, go. But his defending against Leicester City was diabolical. His defending today, again, has been diabolical. And even in that WhatsApp group we're in, I'm seeing people going, oh, how good is Romero? What?
I honestly did not think Romero had a good game. I didn't think he was absolutely awful, but I don't think he had a good game. I thought Jagusin actually had a good game. Overall, I think he had a pretty solid game. I think he covered the space well. I think Ange done the right thing on putting him on the right and putting Romero on the left, because I think Romero's a bit more adaptable like that. But yeah, it was that second half. Again, it was just like playing Leicester in the first half. We basically dominated it. We had many chances when we didn't even really have a chance as such. I don't know how to put this. It was like we was creating chances, but they weren't turning into chances, if that makes any sense to you.
Mate, but you get this, Dan. We did well today. At what? We couldn't score goals and we couldn't defend. What did we do well at? Do you mean we just had a lot of the ball?
We started looking better when they took their foot off the gas and just sat back. Then we started looking better because I think Newcastle basically let us back into the game. And we should have we should have had that game 3-1, 3-2, whatever. Because we did have enough go through the box. Johnson come on, he looked quite sharp for 5 minutes. Yeah, if the defender wouldn't have kicked it, that would have gone wide if you watch it from the angle, but he still calls the goal. So fair play to Beetlejuice where it's called. But apart from that, his crossing and his passing is absolute shambolic.
Dan, can I big
Getting
you up?
into spaces.
Can I big you up? Something you always say. So I don't like blowing smoke up other people's arse because I always think I'm right.
That's right, mate. I've got smoke here.
No, you won't. You always say it. Whenever Johnson gets benched or comes on, you get a 5-minute spell from him, don't you? You get a 5-minute spell where people go, "Oh, Johnson haters are in the mud." A top winger in that game gets 2 or 3 goals from the amount of ball that Johnson had, or a couple of assists. Look, let's have a look. Let's start. But guys and girls, there's nearly 900 of you in the chat, so big up to each and every one of you. You know the rules, right? Smash the like button. There's the first rule. We're on 470 likes. We should be on 600. Smash that button. The second rule, 5-word answers. We love the 5-word answers. How did Tottenham play today? 5-word answers. Now, Dan, I'll bring you in here. There's a school of thought. If we look at some positives, there's a school of thought that if we had better forwards, we win that game. But Dan, I'm going to tell you something you already know here. He signed Werner. He signed Odegaard. He signed Johnson. Right? These are his signings. He signed these players. So when we can't score goals, I don't feel sorry for Ange in any way, shape or form. I'm going to say it. This guy is out of his depth. I'll let you talk for ages now. Go on, mate.
Honestly, mate, there's not a lot I've got to say when it comes to that. He does. I think he looks out of his depth. I do not think he's a top quality manager for a top quality league.
Agreed.
And a team that he's fighting for at least Champions League or whatever. Last season, I think we definitely had our luck. Other teams were definitely terrible. Who knows? That might happen this season. But for me, there's no adaptation there. And that's all I've asked of the man. Just adapt. I thought he'd done a bit better at keeping it a bit lower.
I agree.
Back line. I think he got that bit better. I think the players got that a bit more wrong than maybe he did as such, because he was actually, you could see he was actually telling them at one point to come back.
Yeah.
To credit where it's due.
Yeah.
But he needs to adapt more. Or the other thing that's even starting to show even more is that the players just ain't getting played to the way they want to play. Them two are not meant to be inverted. Porro and Adoji are not meant to be inverted. Up front, I mean, in the middle was just, I mean, I thought, if I'm going to be honest, I thought Basuma was poor. Sarr, he had to come off. No two ways about it. He just looked lost. He looked absolutely lost.
Yeah.
Stone, for me, I mean, he nearly gave us away a goal in the first bloody couple of minutes, wasn't it? Where he tries taking it around his man and literally just gets pushed off the ball. I think he had a shocker of a game. Kulusevski, bad game, but I sort of felt for him in the first half where he just got no service when he was meant to be in the middle. But second half, I think he held the ball a lot better. That Odegaard, well, I think that showed us something there, didn't it? I think he had, 2 or 3 chances, whereas all he had to do was basically be on the last post. And one, there was definitely where he could have basically put it in the back. Again, nowhere to be seen, or just booting it over. And again, Johnson, he had his banging 5 minutes. where he got all over the place, actually started to cause him a bit of trouble, got us into the game more. But his passing across was absolutely shocking.
Yeah.
His crossing was shocking. I think he beat his man once or twice. So fair play. It's more than he usually does. And then, like you say, he then disappears.
Mm-hmm.
It's same Spurs, different season.
I'm seeing loads of people say, well, it's not on Ange. We had loads of chances. It's not on Ange. It's not his fault the players can't finish. Danny's buying these players. He's buying them. No one forced him to buy Odegaard. No one forced him to buy Werner twice. No one forced him to buy Johnson. Son just does not look clinical at all. Like, don't get me wrong, the goals he scored against Everton, like one goal he scores from 5 yards out, the other one he rounds the goalkeeper because he made a mistake. But where's the son that got the ball and will rifle shots in the top corner from 20 yards? Where's that son done?
I think it's his age. It's starting to show on him a bit now. Still put him in the box, and I still think he is one of the most clinical finishers on the planet. No two ways about it. But he's losing stamina, and he's losing a yard or two of pace. Mm-hmm. And now it's going to start showing even more through the season, where he's losing that yard or two of pace. Mm. He's...
Sorry, I've got to... Sorry, when we say that's a stupid comment, Ange works with the budget given. I'm sorry. Look at some of the players that went this window for the prices they went for. Alexander Sorloth went for 25 million. Dovbyk went for 25 million. Somerville went for 25 million. Kone went for 20 million to Roma. Fofana, 20 million, 25 million to Milan. Sule went for 20 million to Roma. Like, what are we doing here? Ange just spent 400 million and we keep buying the same level of footballer. And I'm not saying we were terrible, Dan. I'm not sitting here saying we were dreadful. But what Spurs seem to do, we don't seem to have any consistency to our way of playing. We seem to either brilliant first half or brilliant second half when we turn it up a notch. But again, even then it seems to be all a bit mismatched. Rather than, actually having a team that looks solid with fluidity. I'm not a fan of this manager, if you hadn't guessed, at all. I'm not a fan.
Again, for me, he's only got to change a couple of little things and he could make things significantly better on there. But with the players we got as well, you do look at that and you say we weren't terrible today. I thought we was bad. It's just they was bad as well. So it didn't make us look terrible because Newcastle definitely weren't on form today. Definitely not.
Stop the crap.
And we should have had that game on the second half. We was all over them in the second half, but that's only because they took their foot off the gas. That's the only reason. It's not because we pushed it on them so hard. I think it's because they came back so much, and then we managed to keep it in their half. We got the goal, and then look, we put the pressure on them, nothing out of it, and then we got cooked exactly the same way we did all last season. Straight through one of the flanks, straight through him because he's too far back, on his wrong side. We've only got 2 defenders there. They got 2 strikers there, straight across, tap it in the net. Same shit, different day.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, look, we talked at half-time. We said at half-time that, look, this Newcastle aren't great. This game's there. If we want to go out, and the first 10, 15 minutes, we came out and we had intensity. Big up, Eugene. We had intensity. We had the rhythm of the game was with us. The flow was with us. And then you get the goal and you're thinking, kick on. And again, still, one really, really shockingly easy pass took out the entire defence and midfield. What do you make of it?
Well, I think the narrative is going to be we were unlucky, we deserve better, and fans are going to jump on the fact that we had a lot of possession and we had them pinned back. Fans are going to jump all over that. But the myth of that is that today, for me, just confirmed that Timo Werner, Kulusevski, Brennan Johnson, and Odegaard, they're nowhere near good enough to be in an attacking forward line. Their crossing never once went to a Spurs player except for once. The one time it got to a Spurs player, Odegaard missed from 4 yards out. He tried to knee it when he should have headed it, completely messed it up. In front of goal, we don't have anything. that is clinical. We have a quality of forward line, especially these wide areas, and an attacking mid area that simply doesn't cut it at this level of football. It just doesn't. So yeah, the possession was great. Yeah, we had them pinned in, but unless you can do something with it, I'm sorry, it's toothless. And that's on Ange, because he's accepted these players and he said, I've been backed. So that's what you're going to get. And when you don't take advantage of that possession because you don't have any good players in that wide attacking mid area against the top 10, what happens? 1-2 chances of the opposition, and our high line gets completely exposed, because once again, for the 297th time, we cannot play a high line the way we set it up. One ball not only split our defense open, but we couldn't even track the runner that tapped it in when the ball was squared to him. So
still, let me ask you.
Look at the goals today, Savva. Defensive screw up for the first one, tactical screw up defensively, and individual errors for the second goal. We only scored because of an own goal. If it wasn't for Dan Burns, this game's 2-0. So
it was going wide, wasn't it? When you looked at it from the other angle, still, everyone thought that he basically was going in anyway. And then when you see it, it was going wide.
Listen, even if it wasn't, the fact is it's gone down as an own goal, right? So,
but still, just quickly before I bring Eugene in,
fans are going to say unlucky. It wasn't. We're not good enough. The players aren't good enough.
Still, I want to ask you, why though? Yeah. Why is that penny still not dropping with so much of this fan base? Why are we still watching every goal is the same? Right, I'm not saying a carbon copy, but every goal is due to gaps in behind our back four, one ball over the top. Every goal is the same. But still, people are going, yeah, but Ange hasn't got the players to play this. At what stage are we going to say these tactics are shit? They do not work?
Because unfortunately, we've got the type of fans that say things like, we didn't deserve to lose today. I'm sorry, if you can't defend, you deserve to lose. What's happened to our fan base is they think just because we attack, just because we have possession, and just because we're on the front foot, that makes us great. There's 3 sides to football: basic, entry-level coaching, and I'll teach you all now in the chat, and anyone that watches this show later on: defending, attacking, transition. Otherwise known as in possession, out of position, transition of the play. We do one of these and half of the other. We don't defend when it matters. We don't. We can't man mark this tactical high line. How many more games are we going to watch this rip us open? Newcastle were not great today. And I said before the game, Savva, when I spoke to you, I said I fancy a draw today because Newcastle don't look good this season. And I think there's enough of us in the attacking play to get a score draw. And I fancied it. And you know what? That's exactly what would have happened today, just as I said, for the reasons I said. But the tactic, this high line, has cost us again. We weren't unlucky. The attacking forwards are not good enough. If we had Eze and Neto and Kvaratskhelia today, this isn't finishing 1-1. Spurs are winning that game. We would have won it. But we don't have the players. We don't have the quality. But you know, Ange has been backed. We're a great team. We're going to get top 4. It's for the birds, man. It's for the birds. And when we play Arsenal now, who have got one of the best defenses in Europe, what do you think is going to happen in that game? Declan Rice or no Declan Rice? They can defend. They can actually defend.
I mean, look, let me big up Haz. Let me bring in Eugene. Sorry, just quickly before you do, Eugene, I'm sorry. Phil, I'm not having this. This isn't a reaction. I've said this since Ange came in. This is now, since that 10-game run, this is now the 30, sorry, that was 28, 20. This is now the 32nd game since that 10-game run ended that we're still conceding these same shitty goals. This isn't reactionary. I'm sorry. Eugene.
If it was reactionary, Phil, then explain to me why we haven't beaten anyone in the top 10 except for Villa since December 2023. Fact. Another top 10 team, look what happens. These are facts. If that's reactionary, then you don't understand what facts mean. And you're just being dishonest with yourself, my man. And no one can help you with that. No one can help you with that.
One thing I'll add to that as well is it took me till about, let's say 12, 13 games, let's say between 12, 15, before I definitely started seeing this ain't going to work on the long run. And I've been saying it ever since. Eugene Savva still has. We can bring on about another 20 people on here that have been saying the same thing now for, what do we call it, 9 months, 10 months, whatever. We've been saying the same thing consistently over and over and over again. And it's not just being negative. Even on games we're winning, we were still saying the same stuff because we were still conceding the same goals. But because we won a game here and there, and we obviously scored more goals than them, it was just putting a bit of paper over the crack, wasn't it? We've been saying it the whole time. This system ain't going to work in the Premiership over 38 games against top teams. So tell me where it's reactional to game by game. We've just, obviously you have a reaction to every game, but we've been saying the same thing for nearly a year now. But yeah, it's just because of one game we've gone into one, isn't it?
Let me bring Eugene in. Everybody, please smash the like button. We're only on 570 likes. Sorry, I've just lied to you all there. We're on 540 likes, and there's 1,103 of you in here. We should be on 700-800 likes. And please do subscribe to everyone in here. Subscribe to Eugene, Spursuasion, subscribe to Hotspur Hood, subscribe to Stell at Tottenham Away. And Haz, are you still going on your channel?
Yeah, I'm still doing videos. Yeah.
Put the link in the chat. And by the way, I am trying to get to 13,500. We're only 70 away, and there's 1,125 you in here. Eugene, we've got Arsenal as the next game. When you look at it, Eugene, you look at the first 3 games and you go, right, Leicester and Everton has to be 6 points. A draw at Newcastle, you're happy, 7 points from 9. We've now got 4 points from 9 with Newcastle, with Arsenal to come, followed after that, I think, in quick succession with matches like West Ham, Man United, Brighton. Is this a case of that Ange could be under real big pressure in the next few games if we don't pick up some wins?
Savva, thanks for having me on. Big up to Stell, Dan, Hesper, Harry. Honestly, right, I'm going to say this, right? What Stell said is all that need to be said, right? We have not improved. That's the first part since last season. And the way we've been playing with the high line, we knew all the while it would be suicide football. And especially when we lose VDV without, we could see that ball over the top, right? Wasn't the first ball that went like that. Dragosin covered twice, if I'm not mistaken, that ball over the top. And I think the last one that went over the top where was it Murphy who ran straight down, right? And passed it to Isak. He was being chased by Bissouma.
Yeah.
Dragosin, where the hell was Romero?
Yeah.
But guys, honestly,
he had a bad game.
To me, right, I've seen this over and over again. Okay. From 5 years ago when Poch was in charge, we never improved. Now we've gone up to Ange, and of course, last season when I was telling everybody we ain't doing shit, and everybody's hyping on my back, right? I'm not talking about you guys, the other channels. Oh, you watch and see. We're gonna get a brilliant, wonderful transfer window. We'll bring in the quality, guys. Brenda, how many chances did you have? Right? How many chances did you have? And the sad part is, there will still be people out there defending all this shit for the past 24 years. We've seen this going over and over again. Arsenal, what did I say? What did I say on Dan's show? Dan, we beat Everton 4-0. What did I say? We were papering over the cracks in that game. We were papering over the cracks. And the cracks all showed today because we created all these chances. We stole the ball off Newcastle how many times? Right? We had 2-on-1s, right? Brendan Johnson couldn't even pass. I mean, God, Odegaard, Son was screaming for the ball, and he shot. He should have, when they had 2-on-1 at that time, right? He should have passed the ball to Son.
Eugene, I mean, everyone, there was something today that I noticed that has actually scared me. And I don't want to say this, but Vicario. Now, shot stopper, I still say
he had a shocker. He had a shocker today.
Yeah, but That's what I'm about to say. But do you know what I'm really starting to see with him over the past 3 games? Again, only 3 games in that. I think the man actually looks physically weaker. I think he looks weaker in the air. I think he looks weaker at, how do I put it? Okay, he hasn't got people muscling him up in the corners anymore because of the rules. But when he came out and tried to punch that ball, if that's what he was actually trying to do, and that happened about 3 times where it was like that.
Wasn't there an instance when he fell over? He came up to punch it out and he fell over or something. I remember that.
Yeah, that was where he basically jumped up and sort of, instead of punching it, he sort of quite lamely sort of.
Yeah.
I'm not going to describe it how I saw it. Seriously, I rate the keeper highly.
Yeah.
But I'm actually starting to get a bit worried by how he's looking in the air now. I think he actually looks weaker than he did last season physically.
But guys, we have to.
Didn't he say to the press that the corners were an issue for him or something?
No, but not just the corners, in the air, full stop. I think he looks weaker. I think he looks body weaker.
Yeah, no, he is. But didn't he say to the press like he was weak in corner? What was it? Corners of something like that. It's a piece of corners for kicks.
But guys, the thing is that
guys,
we
he doesn't command his box on set pieces and on any balls into the box. He doesn't command the penalty area. He doesn't command the box. You watched yesterday. I know they drew. I'm not talking about the result. Look how Raya commands the penalty box when it comes to set pieces and balls in that box. He's a different caliber of goalie. Look,
he doesn't.
Mario is a great shot stopper. It stops there. It stops there.
He doesn't have. Vicario doesn't have the physicality. You know that when he was in the preseason friendlies, right? When I watched him play, right, I thought, what the hell? He's lost weight.
But Eugene, you can be slim but still command the box. Do you remember Gomez, the octopus? He was quite a slim goalie, right? Look, what's his name? Edwin van der Sar, very slim. It's about you commanding the box, and that means you've got to read the play, anticipate what's going to happen, and make the move to either punch, catch, smother the ball,
and be more aggressive.
How can he command the box though when our own defenders don't command the box?
Oh, the defense is a problem in itself as well, man.
No, man. Where were our defenders? That's my question.
You know, like Romero and Dragusin, and I don't blame Dragusin on this because he's a new boy, right? But Romero is meant to be our World Cup winning, you know, Rolls Royce centre back, and he ain't pulling people around in the box, telling them you be there, you mark him, you do this. You know, and what he doesn't do as well, right, is he doesn't lead by example, a bit like what King did. King led by example. He set the standard, and Romero's not doing that now. Look, I think Romero in a better team will be a far better defender than what he is at Spurs. I'm almost 100% sure of that. So I'm not just singling out Romero. There's other people to blame. Adoji. Right, he doesn't concentrate, the lad. He just does not concentrate. His position. He
does lose it, doesn't he? He does lose his concentration. I agree with you.
Yeah, and I don't like the fact that Romero thinks that he feels the need to go further up the pitch and effectively be an attacker and make things happen, right? Which then exposes us even more in this suicide football tactics and formation that we play. It's just nuts. Why isn't Ange saying to Romero, no, I want you back there because this is how we play?
Because he doesn't practice defending. That's what I've come to the conclusion of. We don't do defensive drills. That's what it looks like.
Not to the level required. Not to the level required. We don't. It's heavily... Our defensive ideology is keep possession of the ball so the other team can't score because they haven't got it. Focus on that. But capitalize on the possession with scoring goals. Here's the thing: we don't capitalize because you haven't signed proven quality in the wide areas or the attacking mid. You haven't bolstered the squad from last season because Odegaard today, no end product. Brennan Johnson, no end product. Werner, the usual crap we see from him. Kulusevski can't play out wide in this system, right? You haven't bolstered it, so all this possession you're teaching them to have, they can't capitalize on it against a top 10 team, which means. When you do have to defend, your possession philosophy collapses because you haven't coached at defending and you haven't set it up tactically. And this
look at that line we had for that goal. It's that goal. Look at the line we had of the defence. They're all all over the shop.
It was exactly what they did to us last season. Exactly the same, one of the same goals. But It was exactly
And
the
Maddison,
same from the same
guys,
club.
I want to say this as well.
Maddison
You
weren't
see,
good.
Maddison, he's not the guy. Maddison
No,
is
he's
not the guy.
He's not the guy.
Maddison is not the guy. He's not.
I thought he was our best player in the second half.
Come on,
I don't know,
that's-
Savva.
oh, no, come on.
Oh, hang on. He's the only one that gets on the ball and tries to prod and probe and calm the game down. Look at his footwork for when he got fouled.
Savva,
What do we?
just 'cause
Hang
he's
on. What do we
doing
want from him? What is it that
But
we
I-
want from James Maddison?
goals, big chances created, and assists
Yes.
in the big
Right.
games, in the top 10 games, in the top 10. Just like I want from Kulu, Werner, Johnson, all of them.
Who's he meant to assist when look at all the bodies around him again?
Yeah, but
I
that's
thought he was our best player
agree
second
with
half.
you.
I thought he got on the ball and dictated, and he nearly scored.
He didn't dictate, Savva. He didn't.
He had a good shot.
Who
he
was
was
got
safe.
more
No,
on
you're,
the ball
you're,
than
just,
Maddison
you're just
did.
against him. I saw this the
No,
other day.
I'm
You're
not
just against him
against
now.
No, Savva,
Right.
I'm saying it now.
How
I
did
never
we
said it
score the
last time.
goal? How did we score the goal?
Was
I
it
don't
Maddison?
know.
Very short.
Madison over to Johnson.
Hang on.
From Pope, yeah.
We scored the goal through James Maddison getting the ball, beating his man, cutting in, having a shot, saved. Right? What was our other shot on target? James Maddison.
We got a
20
goal.
yards out.
Because the goal,
Croydon.
absolutely, we got. Savva, a lot of players took shots today. The reason we scored is because Pope absolutely screwed up. The commentators blamed Pope.
He had a
and then
terrible
Dan Burn,
game.
scored, isn't it?
He was worse than our keeper.
Right.
He had a bad
Savva,
game.
Right. I'll tell you what it is. When I watched Ericsson play in that role and I watched Maddison, Ericsson for me was a far better player in that role. And do you know what? I'm beginning to think now. This is why no big club. This is why no big club has ever come in for Maddison.
Yeah, hang on,
Ericsson
but
played
still.
for Man United and Inter Milan. There's a
Hang
reason.
on,
I
yeah,
think.
but still, we're not comparing apples and apples. Ericsson didn't play in this god awful tactic of Ange Postecoglou. Look in that first half, right? Look in that first half. Every time, all the wingers do is get the ball, cut in, and there's 4 or 5 Spurs players all on the edge of the area, 20 yards out. I don't want every player there. That should be where James Maddison is on his own. But all of our wingers cut in. All of our centre-backs go and play in the middle. Our full-backs go and play in the middle. I don't know what
Right,
we're
okay.
expecting.
Yeah, but Savva, if
hold on.
we're going to
No, hold on.
criticise Ange and the team, right? We've got to then criticise the players as well. They're all playing this formation.
didn't
They're
say
all
we
willing
didn't.
to do it.
I didn't say we didn't, but when we're saying Maddison's not that guy,
None
Maddison.
of them are the guy.
I don't think
Savva. None of them
Alright.
are.
I'm saying you put Maddison in a team that actually plays with a playmaker. This guy does very well, as we saw at Leicester.
And you put Romero in Man City, and he'll be the best defender in
But
the
no,
league. I mean, like,
again, no, Maz, this is nonsense. This shit you keep coming out of Romero. Look at both goals today. Look at
you
Romero. Hang on, I can't. Hang on, let me finish. Look
The
at
defensive
Romero.
tactics are crap as well, Savva. You're not being balanced now. The
Hang on,
defensive tactics are
let me
shit.
finish. Stell, shut up and let me finish. Sorry, but you got to let me finish, right? The tactics we can talk about all day long. Do you know what I like? Adogi, who was out of position for the goal, the second goal, fair play to him. He tracked back at least. He put in 50, 60 yards of running to try and track back. Romero, you look at him. He's standing on the halfway line for their goal. The ball goes over the top or through the middle of them all. Romero's jogging. Romero's jogging while Tonali sprints past Romero to try and go and join in. Romero's just watching him. He's watching him and watching him. By the time the ball goes in the back of the net, Christian Romero hasn't even made it to the edge of our 18-yard box, right?
Because he hasn't got the
same-
pace.
Hang on. No, Stel, no, again, that's a lie. He was jogging. He wasn't running, right?
He
The
was
first
jogging.
goal. Hang on, no. Hang on. The first goal. You watch the first goal. They've got a throw in our half. Romero is halfway up the pitch, right? When the ball gets pulled back into the box, he's jogging again and nowhere near Harvey Barnes. Why are we not allowed to call that out? Why is it?
Call it out?
But you can call it out. You can call it out. You can call it out. But you won't call out Maddison, though.
Yeah,
Call
but
out Romero.
I thought Maddison was shit first half. Second half, he got on the ball. Second half, his shot created the goal. He made the keeper tip one over the bar. I didn't see anyone else doing that.
I thought Romero was good first half.
Yeah, exactly.
Romero's good first half.
You're thinking we're not criticising Romero. We
Hang
are
on.
criticising.
Right, okay, when did Newcastle score their first goal?
Sorry.
Right.
When did Newcastle score their first goal?
35th, 36th minute.
Now, I don't know if I'm a genius, but that's within the first 45 minutes, which is the first half. So, no, he didn't play well first half. He was nowhere to be seen for their goal. But Romero is never, ever, allowed to be called out. He's world class.
No, he can. Savva, you can call him out.
Just because it's concedes the goal doesn't mean a defender is not.
Hang on, one of you. I can't. One of you.
Maz, you
Just
go.
because the team concedes a goal doesn't mean the defender isn't playing well.
But look, sure. Okay, he had a good first half. I don't know what he did, but he had a good first half. Dragoshin in the first half, he's the one putting in the tackles.
What
did Romero do?
Okay, Savva, can I reframe this?
What does Romero do?
Savva, let me reframe this. I'm not just digging Maddison and saying Maddison's not that guy. What I'm trying to say is I think there's a lot of players in this team that aren't that guy, right? So it's not just Maddison, there's a lot.
Sure.
I'm happy to meet you halfway on this. I think the way we're set up actually makes good players not look as good. And the reason I say this is why Romero wasn't like this in Italy, and he's not like this with Argentina. At Spurs, though, we've got problems with him. And like you just said, Maddison wasn't maybe like maybe people weren't calling him out at Leicester, but he's come to Spurs. I think the way we're set up in general is harming a lot of players.
I agree with you.
I'm happy to meet you halfway on that. I'm happy to meet you halfway.
You've literally stepped in and said what I was going to say. I was going to say, basically, I think I can settle this for everybody. Maddison was not the worst one on the pitch, but he definitely didn't have a great game. But the problem is, I'm 100% with Savva on this side, as in, how long have I been saying this to everybody now? And it's a repeat over and over again. When you got your number 10 now, and he's got a forward there, 2 inverted wing backs there, 2 centre backs there, and a centre midfield there.
Exactly.
What the hell is the fella meant to do? I'm not just backing you here, Savva. I'm going by what I've been saying for months on end. They say it as well. And on the other side of it, where I'm going to back basically everyone on here, what Stella's just said, he's right. I agree. This system, it don't work. I'm going to repeat a sentence again. You go and get a bang average team. You go get everyone in the right position and right tactic, you'll make them look good. You go get an excellent team, play everyone to their wrong way and that, you will make them look crap. Maddison is not meant to play with 3 or 4 players, even 5 players, within 6 foot of him. Udogie, Porro, not meant to be inverted wing backs. Johnson, Werner, they shouldn't even be on the bloody pitch. But we haven't got the players there that are meant to do what they're meant to do.
That is what I've been saying, Dan, right? I've been saying, right, I'm judging everyone based on this formation that they're all playing in the team. Hence, I'm being critical of everyone, right?
Yeah.
I'll criticise Romero just as much as I've done Maddison, just as much as I've done everyone on the pitch, right? I can go through the whole team and criticise them to the hill and back, right? But I think Maddison's a really good player. So my expectations of him is really high, right? So when he doesn't perform, I get annoyed with him because I expect so much from him, right? That's why I'm banging in on him all the time.
But when he's in that number 10 and he's got no flipping space to do it, what do you really expect of the man?
Can I say something about Maddison? Can I say something about Maddison?
He's got 2 assists this season, which means he can find it. It's just when we play top 10 teams that are just better than Ipswich's, Southampton's, Everton's and whatnot, then you see what we're about. And our players, they're showing us that this system doesn't work for them. By the way, I put Basuma in this category. Again, he failed to boss the game for us. I put Basuma in the category.
He was awful today.
And Pape Sarr's overrated, by the way. Pape Sarr's overhyped.
Jogging around the whole fucking pitch today, right?
Sorry, James. Sorry, sir. I know you wanted to go.
Sorry.
No, you're all right. You're all right. Listen, I know Maddison's getting stick, and so he should. Yeah, he should. But you tell me once in that whole 90 minutes when he got the ball where you see a winger make a run in behind, you saw the striker make a run in behind. He took a touch, turned, and they're all fucking standing still. I'm sorry,
Exactly.
Dan, but Kulusevski is the worst fucking player in this squad. We try him right wing. No, it don't
No,
work.
he's
Let's
not.
play him left wing. He can't play left wing. Let's play him up front. He can't
All
play
right,
up front.
then
Let's
at
try
the
him
start
Cam.
then,
Can't
James.
Can we
play
stop the
Cam.
F word?
Fucking
Guys,
We're
can we
all
all-
calling out different players. This is
Guys,
what
can we
everyone
all
wants to play with.
the F word, please?
Sorry.
Can you all stop the F word. Thank
Sorry.
you. Yeah.
Sorry.
Right.
But for me, it's these front 3, 4. They're awful.
It's
The
all
only
bad.
2 attacking good passes in that game were from Romero and Porro. The rest isn't. It's just redundant. The moment Maddison gets the
It
ball,
was.
the whole front 3 stood still. Son, I've been calling Son out for 2 years now. He got played the ball to. He had more touches than anybody on that pitch. Touch inside. I can't do anything. I'll cut back. Lost the ball. Trying to take people on his own corner flag. He's awful. He needs to go. All of that front 3 have to go. No more excuses. And
There
Ange
was
does
no
deserve
service for
criticism in that.
Kulusevski at the start through the first half either. He did actually get into a couple of open spaces.
Yeah, but he's
and he got
awful on the
nothing.
ball. He's on
He
the
got
ball. He's
nothing.
shocking.
But
On
I'm
the
not
ball.
saying he's a great player, but he is not
No,
our
he's
worst.
awful.
Who would you? Well, who would you rather on the right? Johnson or
Kulu can't
Kulusevski?
play in the
For me,
forward. in the
if
forward
you're
wing
asking me who I
position.
would play,
He
my
cannot
front
play in
3
the forward
would
wing
be
position. He can't.
my front 3 would be Will Lancashire, Mikey Moore, and fucking Alfie Devine. Sorry, said it again. Alfie Devine. They're the front 3 that I play because the rest are useless. I'd rather see that. I would rather go into a game and go, you know what, let's see what happens. I see the same every week from Johnson. I see the same every week from Timo. I see the same every week from Kulu. I see the same thing every week from Son. So let's just keep playing them. I swear, like, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. So let's keep trying and hopefully.
It's Ange's
I don't know
tactics,
what to
mate.
say.
It's the tactics. It's the tactics. Go and
It's
play
not
these
just
players.
the I'm sorry, but Brendan Johnson's got a 4-yard pass to make and he can't make it. That's nothing to do with Ange.
Brendan
Kulu's got a
Johnson's
4-yard
just
pass to make and he can't make it. That's nothing to do with
It's the
Ange.
tactic.
I'm not saying Ange isn't to blame,
Sorry.
but when everyone on this channel says our front 3 is bottom half of the table, but let's blame Ange. I'm sorry, there's 4 5-yard passes that we don't make.
But no one
Like,
said that,
that's
James.
not Ange's fault.
No one has said that. No one has said that at all. Everyone has grilled the manager and the whole bloody team. So nobody on here said that. We're just picking out player by player now. And you've basically jumped in at the point where we're doing that. We have picked out pretty much and had debate already on here about everybody. And I've also stated this whole system works for about 3 players on that whole bloody pitch. I'm not saying that we ain't got a very poor front line, but everyone has basically been picked out. It's not just picking on one.
Last week on multiple channels, your channel, my channel, Savva's channel, Haz's, everyone's channel, and then you, and then he, and then she bang the drum. Look at the stats. There's no end product. There's no output with Odegaard, and fans overhyped him. Today, tell me a chance he created, a cross to a Spurs shirt that created a good opportunity, a killer pass, an assist. Odegaard did nothing. And the one chance he had to impact, a ball to the back
I
post.
just can't believe he missed that chance.
No, do you know why?
Yeah.
Instead of headering it, he tried to chest knee it and sent it wide.
Yeah.
That's a player that isn't that one second, Dietrich. That's a player that's not good. And I said this. I said, we need to wait and see with this kid. We need to see what he does. I've seen 2 games and I see a lot of huffing, puffing. This guy can't blow the house down for me so far. I'll give him a season, but this is why I agree with James. Our front 3 are shit. I'm good.
I think they're the worst in
They're
the
not
league.
good.
Who signed them? Who signed
They're
them?
not good enough.
Who signed them?
Savva, I agree with you. Savva, I agree with you. I agree with you. You know I do.
No.
Yeah, I disagree there.
Well, you see, honestly, do you remember?
Ange said I've been backed, but Ange said I've been backed.
No, I know, no, but
He's
no,
put it on
but
himself.
I agree. I think Angie's the biggest yes man going. I do, but I think that is different to being backed and saying that I signed these players. And maybe that's me being naive. I don't believe he went into Levy and said I want Timo Werner. I don't believe he went in and said I want this 18-year-old from
Then you should leave.
You should
Then
leave.
say
Then you
no.
shouldn't have said everyone that.
No, I agree with you, but
And he's got to do a
what we-
Conte. He's got to do a Conte and throw a grenade.
I agree, but that's a different
Right,
conversation.
what I don't
To
get is-
he's picking his players.
So
But
hang
then
on,
he's
we think that
facilitating it.
Daniel
Dan.
Levy.
He's facilitating it.
We
Sorry,
think
sir.
that Daniel Levy has turned around and said, right, Ange, you've got to have Timo Werner. I really want to pay his 165 grand a week. This is Daniel Levy we're talking about. For me, he brought him in last year, and we had all the excuses for 6 months that it was to cover Richie and Son because they were injured and the Asian Cup. And sure, cool. Okay, fine. He'll be gone in May. Then his very first signing is Timo Werner, right? Surely if the manager didn't want him, he'd go, look, I've seen him for 4 or 5 months. I don't want this guy. There's no way Levy will go, I definitely want to sign him. What benefit is there to Daniel Levy to signing Timo Werner?
But didn't he come out last season and say multiple times this front three isn't good enough? But then we now think he said if he said this front three, no, but this is what I'm saying. But if he said this front three ain't good enough and they re-signed Timo Werner, how does that make sense? Make sense.
But apparently, I heard that Ange was more pushing for Werner more than Levy. That's what some reports.
I personally listen, maybe, but I'm only saying my opinion. And my opinion is I can't see anybody pushing for Timo Werner.
Is that the refresh that he wanted? He wanted to go and sign Odegaard to complement Johnson on the right. Is that really what we've gone for?
But did you see Lange interview saying we've been watching Odegaard for 2 years?
Yeah. Savva called it yesterday, I think, or the day before.
And we're saying Ange wanted him, yeah? We're saying Ange picked his players. They're the players Ange wanted. We've been looking at stuff for 2 years. I agree with you. I agree. But this is where I'm saying, though, I think there's two separate things. I think, yes, man, no one can argue with me that he's a yes man. You can prove it, facts. But to say he's been given the players he wanted, I don't believe he got that. He won't come out last season and we're going to win the league next year and then knowing that we're going to sign Timo Werner.
Okay, wait. Can I ask you a question?
Hang on, James. All right.
Yes, mate.
Can somebody please tell me then? Because this is what happens. Whenever a player comes in, Van der Ven's brilliant. So it must have been an Ange player. Werner's shit. I don't believe he wanted him. Right. We've got to make this make sense.
I've said this enough, mate.
Right. He signed the bloke twice, Timo Werner, right? Mm-hmm. And again, no one can give me a reason. What is the benefit for Daniel Levy to try and push that signing? It's a guy that he's having to pay 165 grand a week. If this guy was on 50 grand a week on loan, I can pretty guarantee you go, that's Daniel Levy, that is. But this guy's on 165 grand a week. At what stage has Daniel Levy turned around to Ange and gone, you must take this player into the club? I fail to believe it.
I am with you 100% on this. I have called out enough times, mainly on like chat and that. Well, hang on a minute. Why is it we go and get players like you said, Van der Ven, Vicario, whatever, and other ones that people label, and Johnson when everyone thought he was great at first? Well, I say everyone, people did think he was good. No, that's an Ange signing all day long. Ange wanted them. It's fits system. It's Ange. All of a sudden, Timo Werner comes in on another one. Everyone knows he's absolutely crap. Loads of people say it. What are you doing? And then next thing you know, I'll say more than 3/4 of the system turn. No. That's Levy. That's Levy. That's not Ange. That's not Ange. And then all of a sudden, Odegaard. Oh yeah, fits the system brilliantly. And then as a proper stinker, no, do you know what? That's a Levy one, That's a Levy one. No, make your mind up, people, yeah? One or the bloody other. We all know how the system works, yeah? If we're all going to be honest with ourselves, we all know that basically half the players he got, if not more, were basically shoved in his face, and it's either that one or that one, mate. But then you've got to be consistent with it as well in the aspect of, well, is Ange actually picking his players? Because it's what he said, and I'm only holding a man to his word, but we know what Levy's like. But to go and get Timo Werner for the second time, the second season, and then Savva said the rest of it, why the hell is Daniel Levy going to get in a done and dusted, wound out player like Timo Werner for 175 grand a week with the money he's paid on that when he could have just bought one of the youth through? And I don't think anyone would have buttered an eyelid. It makes no logical sense.
The youth was decided before the transfers.
But you see what I'm coming with, though. Yeah, Dan, he could have gone and got. Why the hell would Levy go out and get Werner?
Right, I think this is semi-right and semi-wrong. Okay, and this is where I'm at with this. All the previous managers, I've always blamed the board, and I've always blamed Levy, and I've always said Levy out, ENIC out, and I'm still ENIC out and Levy out to the day I die with this club because I know they are the biggest problem. However, when Conte came out and did what he did in the media and then got sacked or left, that changed everything for me as a fan. Because then I thought, do you know what? He's actually calling them out. Top man. Thank you, Conte. So now I'm looking at my manager. Are you going to be a man of honor and a man of integrity? Or are you going to be a corporate Gareth Southgate waistcoat wearing yes man? And this time around, if this goes wrong, which is looking like it might do, I am blaming all of them. Levy for hiring him, Levy for hiring Lange, Lange for being a yes man, saying, oh, the club's been looking at Odegaard for years. Lange, you've only been here for 9 months, so clearly you're not in charge. I'm going to blame Paratici because he's bought some dross in the past, Veliz, Solomon, whatnot. And I'm going to blame Ange because he's publicly come out and said, this is on it. Right, if you're going to own it, then you're going to own it. So I blame all of them, Dan, this time.
Right.
All of them are to blame.
I'm going to blame.
I'm going to blame to everyone who defends Ange.
They all need to go.
A lot of warning. He's had ample of warning from Poch, from Jose, from Conte. Right, and all the managers that refused to join Tottenham when those top managers left, right? For him to come into to know what Spurs is like, right? There's no manager that comes into Spurs now after Conte that should get grace from the fans, right? They have to prove, right, that they are what they say they are, and they're the people to run the club, and do that by winning games, right? Signing good players, right, and sticking up for themselves basically, and not accepting shit from the ball. Right, that's why managers, when we took, what was it, 3 months to get a single manager because no one wanted to come to Spurs because they saw what Conte said.
He was our 7th choice, Mez, wasn't he? 7th choice or something.
Exactly.
I agree, mate. I agree with everything you just said.
I'm not backing Ange.
Guys, it's all Levy's fault. He brought in Ange, right? It's because Ange is going to be the yes man. We are seeing it all happening again right now. Whoever's not a yes man.
I disagree. I disagree.
I'm not even gonna bring up Levy on this. You know my views on Levy. My problem is, first of all, we're just not good enough. That's just when it comes down to it. We're just not good enough.
Yeah, that's true.
Your Doji not good enough. Benzema not good enough. Madison not good enough. Romero not good enough. This team not good enough. And I will say this: what frustrates me about Ange on that first goal, if it was any other manager, Conte, Jose, they are turning heads, and all you see Ange does is put his hand in his pockets.
Yeah.
You can't compare Jose and Conte. They're winners. they're the best.
They do that. He has this
personality, though, isn't it? It is a different personality.
Ange has his face, which is up, and then
he's not inspiring at all on the touchline. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
like, when I see him,
Hang on, Maury, can I? I just want to look. And again, I'm not gonna stick up for Daniel Levy, right? Because everyone knows I've been Daniel Levy out for however many years. But I'm sorry. The problem is with this constant narrative that it's just Levy. Daniel Levy doesn't set up the team to be that easy to defend against.
I agree.
I'm sorry. Daniel, he's got, listen, to go back to the point about Romero, I watch him defend for Argentina. He can defend. I watch him play for Tottenham Hotspur and I go, Jesus, you're always out of position. Now, if you get a proper manager in that knows how to work with defenders, there's no chance that we're on the halfway line. And I'm going to show you this. Look. Have a look at this, guys.
Give Conte that defence.
No, just to push.
Hang on. I'm bringing something up. Look, right? Look at that, right?
Yep.
Have a look at that. The gap, right? If we look at the halfway line, the gap from the halfway line to, I think it's Joe Linton who plays the pass, right?
Yeah.
The gap from Joe Linton to our back four is about, 10 yards? 15 yards maximum? Right? All of them are on the halfway line. Have a look, though. Have a look at Porro's body shape, Dragashin's body shape, and Udogi's body shape. What are they all doing?
Romero's not even looking.
Right, but that's my point. What are they all
But
doing?
But even Dragusin, why is he not doing the offside trap?
Guys,
No.
This is Savva. This is what I said at the start of the show. The basic of man marking. We don't man mark.
We don't defend.
This is my point. My point is, guys, you have a look at all of them are on the halfway line, right? So straight away, you and I all know the moment a ball goes over the top, that is a defender's worst nightmare. Defenders do not want to be tracking back to their own goal to defend the ball. They want the ball in front of them. And just set them up that we are there 15 yards away from Joe Linton, who makes one pass, puts it down the middle of, I think the ball went down the middle of Romero and Draghi,
And dodgy.
right? And a dodgy, right? But look, one of our centre halves, I'm not digging him at it, but one of our centre halves isn't even going the right way. One of our centre halves then didn't turn. Porro's nowhere near it. Dragoshin's not quick enough to be defending on the halfway line. And I'm sorry, that can't be on Daniel Levy.
Yeah.
That bit is not
Savva,
on Daniel Levy.
Can you bring that up again? Can I point one thing out?
Yeah,
Savva,
yeah.
bring that up again a second.
Yeah,
Can you bring
one
that
at a
up?
time, please, guys. Just one. Cheers.
Right. Do you see what was missing now? Does everybody really see what was missing now?
Yeah.
What's that?
Number
The
6.
number 6.
No.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was going to get to that.
Yeah, because
let me
let me
tell
number
you.
6 in the middle, he intercepts the play.
No, that's not the point I'm getting at, but I'll make you right. It is. There was one thing missing now, and we didn't have him on the pitch today. Van der Ven.
Van der Ven.
And that is why
the guy who
he's
takes
so
the ball
bloody
back.
important.
Earlier.
Because one thing you can bet on is if that would have been Van der Ven now, he would have been able to get back and cover it.
And the
That is
manager
why
has to
Van der
adapt.
Ven.
But
I know, but I'm just stating what was actually wrong there. The fact that Van der Ven wasn't there to cover everybody's backside like he usually does, game after game after game, and he has to come back and do it. That is exactly how it is done.
let me
But
finish
he
my
can
point.
usually get back and cover it. Sorry.
Let me
Tom.
finish my point. I agree. I agree with Savva, and that's why I was like, you can't bring up Levy. This comes back to Ange, and the reason why I say this, and I mentioned his reaction to that first goal, is I really question: does he have a command and presence at the club? Like, for example, Romero would not get away with that at Argentina. He does that, he's getting crucified. Any other manager is going to chew him out, and the players. Another thing I question about this club, and I was telling Savva this on one of his shows, like, who's the brain in this club? I questioned for years the intelligence of this club. The reason why I wanted Locatelli is that he is an intelligent player. He's an intelligent midfielder. We don't have. I can't tell you who's the smartest guy, who's the most intelligent player on that field. I can't begin to tell you. And we have no command on that field. That's what, for me, I watched the game. I was literally bored because I know we were going to struggle to score. Thank you, Dan Bird. Because we were atrocious. Like, literally, went to sum it up, we're not good enough. It's going to be a long.
Mari, remember in the group chat what I put in there? I said we are brainless. We don't play with our heads. That's all I'm going to say, right?
Yeah.
I don't know why we're bringing all these players in, but
Eugene, we don't have any leaders in that team. There's no one there to come on and tell you go here, you go there.
You know what?
Where's the leadership in that team? There's nothing.
We are a dumb team.
I went downstairs just now. My uncle's watching the Spurs game downstairs. He's a Spurs fan as well. And my uncle's sitting there and he said, do you know what I just don't understand? Right? He said, when you watch our players, he doesn't know where any of them are playing at any one time. Everyone seems to just go wherever they want to go.
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
So when you actually watch us, and by the way, he used to, I'm not going to say who, but he used to be the head of academy for a Premier League football club, right? So he knows his onions. And he said, you watch them, there's no calmness. There's no strategy. It just almost seems that whenever Spurs have a bad half of football, what we do is we go all gung-ho, chaos, to try and get back into a game. And people go, attacking football. It's not attacking football. Because what Newcastle did was Newcastle, after they conceded, they rode that storm for another 10 minutes, didn't they? They rode the storm. They quickly realised, hang on, Spurs can't pick out a pass. You know what I mean? We can't pick out a pass, right? And then all they then started doing was slowly but surely, and I'm not saying they were good guys in any way. Last 15 minutes, slowly but surely, they just started to go, right, hang on, one ball over the top, one ball down the channel. Because we are chaotic. We are absolutely chaotic as a football club. And I see things like, well, he kind of plays like Pep. No, he doesn't. Oh, and, Ange's style is better than Arsenal's. No, it's not. So we're brilliant at the back. You speak to anybody. All our back four getting above Arsenal's. You speak to Spurs fans. Oh, they're better than all Arsenal's, right? All of our midfielders are brilliant. Our forwards are good, right? We've got a good squad. I watched a show yesterday with Dan, Stel, Dietrich, you were on it, Ian was on it, and Adrian. And I'm listening, no offense, I'm listening to Adrian and Ian sitting there go, this is a stronger squad. Guys, this is the stronger squad. Are you ready?
That's what I've been saying.
This was our bench, right? Forster is awful. Spencer's never done anything in football. Davis is 400 years old. Alfie Devine, we know he's only there because we've got injuries. The brilliant generational grey that Ian and Adrian were waxing lyrical about. Can someone stop that buzz? Cheers. Hello? Right, the brilliant grey, who was generational, better than Højbjerg. They'd rather him come on. He doesn't even get on in games like this and doesn't get a start over crap like Papa Sarr. Bentancur, okay. Bergvall came on again today, kept giving the ball away. Johnson's shit and Werner's shit. Please tell me where we are stronger. A whole summer. Sorry, I'm really frustrated how more people are not seeing this. A whole summer, that is our bench away at Newcastle.
Can I read you one comment Ange post-match? Did you see what he just said? So another someone, unfortunately, we haven't got the rewards for our play, but ultimately 3 strong performance from the 3 first games. Is he okay? He really thinks we played well the 3 first games.
Yeah,
mate.
On track.
The excuses he's giving, he's starting to sound about as straight as a bloody roundabout.
The results don't reflect in that way.
I blame the journalist. I sent a picture to Stel showing the formation that we were playing and where the players were on the pitch, and four or five of them, right, were all over the place. And Stel goes to me, "Are you sure that they are the right players with the right names on the pitch?" I'm like, "Yeah, that's it, right? They're all over the place." And I think what makes things worse is that throughout the 90 minutes, Ange lets them take more and more and more risks when they're going forward. So they even look even more chaotic as time goes on. And what the teams do, right, and all 3 teams done this, although obviously Everton were a lot worse than the others, right, is they absorb the pressure for 10, 20 minutes because they know they're not going to finish our dinner, and then they do exactly what you said, Sav. They start pinging the balls up the top, and by then we're gassed, right? We're too tired to then start picking them up and running back, or we've lost concentration. And this happens every single game, near enough. That is
one bit.
Can I just share some?
Get tired, it's concentration, and then balls over the top, and we're done.
Can I just share something? Just to defend Madison, can I share something quickly? Savva?
Yeah, sure, go for it, man. Sorry, I was just finding some more stats and facts. You know, I like facts and stats.
Just to defend Madison, this is from minute 1 to 51, like the passing plays. Look at Madison, how congested he is.
Mate, it's mental. It's so
and look at the
bad.
space. Look at the space. Where's the striker?
Dietrich, what are you showing here? What are you showing here?
No, it's just the average position and the passing plays we did from minute 1 to 51. Look at Madison. This is Madison, number 10 here.
Yeah.
And look at all the players surrounding him. And look at the space here.
So then Madison should run into the red circle and pull away.
Yeah, but where's the striker? Where's the striker?
I don't care what the striker is. He needs to identify the space and exploit it.
Yeah, but hang on, that's easy to say. But he plays more off the left, and Kulu plays more off the right. You can't blame Madison for everything. It can't be. Oh, well, that's his fault as well. He needs to be there.
I'm not blaming him for everything. I'm just questioning what I'm seeing. I'm challenging this. I mean, look. At the end of the day, Tottenham was the master of finding space and pulling away. Okay, so I don't get it. Do you know one thing? And this goes to every player at Spurs now. This isn't about Madison. Iggy made a really good point many months ago when we were talking just football in general. And he said at AC Milan, they had stellar players. Maldini, Baresi, Nesta. And if they felt something wasn't working, as grown men, they would go to the manager and say, "Boss, this doesn't work for us. I'm not getting the best out of me like this. You need to change up a bit and let's work on it together and see how it works for us. What we've got is a manager, Ange ball or no ball, and players that are too afraid from the looks of it to go out to manager and say, if you're Romero, Van der Ven, Udogie or Porro, and this keeps happening, why haven't you as a force said, right, we got to speak manager. This is
No, they tell him. No, they tell him happy. No, they tell him happy birthday on Instagram. That's the only thing they do.
In fairness, though, how do we know that they?
And when it comes down to it, this team doesn't have a command on the field because our manager doesn't have the command of the team. Just plain and simple. Yesterday, I'm watching Atletico, and they won with a late goal. But throughout the game, right, there's no panic. They still have that command, though they have not scored, because they get that. Of course, he's a legend, Diego Simeone, right there. That team's the extension of Diego Simeone. Hey, we're going to pull this out. They have that command on the field. Like someone said, when things go rough, we panic. There's chaos. It's just like organized chaos, and we're calling that beautiful football. It's not beautiful football. What I saw beautiful football was Harry Redknapp, Poch, right? That's beautiful football. This is not beautiful football. This is wasteful football. That's all I see.
Murray,
can I add to sorry, mate. Go.
Yeah, sorry, mate. I'll just say there's 2 points I want to make. Number one, I think we were found out at home to Wolves last season, and I think since then teams know the blueprint to beat us. Because remember, Wolves beat us with those 2 balls. Yeah, at home to Wolves. Yeah.
Oh, mate, I think people worked out the blueprint very, very early on how to beat Tottenham.
And since then, it's not been the same. And also on the transfer window, I just want to say something. So we know we went 18 months without signing a player. I'm 100% sure Poch was offered players during that time period. But did he say yes to all of them? Clearly no, because he said no to a load of players he was offered. Just because Andrew was offered Werner and all these players, he didn't have to say yes to all of them. He didn't have to say yes to any of them. And on Conte as well, this is proven. He said he didn't want Spence. It was a club signing. So Andrew agreed to all of this. So we should hold him to his word when he says these are all my players, because he had the opportunity to say no. All the other managers before him said no to players.
And Levy wouldn't argue losing less money, would he?
Yeah.
I just want to bring up a point. First of all, Phil, there's a huge difference, mate, between me saying that they're quality wing backs and quality fullbacks. Both of them aren't defenders. I don't care what anyone says. Porro and Udogie are caught out time and time again. They're not defenders. Now, guys, I've just had this sent to me, right? Again, remember I did that for all those facts that people said they came back and went, oh, Savva cherry-picked, even though I cherry-picked 9 months, apparently, right? Tottenham Hotspur are away form in our last 12 league games, right? Bearing in mind, this is a team that fans go, no one in the Europa League should worry us. Liverpool 1-0 up, by the way. Luis Diaz, who I was told not good enough for Tottenham. Our last 12 away games, bearing in mind, this is a team that we were told can just go and win the Europa League. No one in there worries us. This is a team that we were told, yeah, he's been backed, Ange Ball top 4. Our last 12 league games, right, played 12, won 2, and that was against Sheffield United on the last day of the season, who were relegated, and Nottingham Forest, who finished 17th. 4 draws, 6 defeats, 2 clean sheets. That was Aston Villa and Sheffield United. And we've conceded 2+ goals in 8 of those 12 games.
Mm-hmm.
Please, someone tell me now, what is Ange good at? I keep seeing this, that he's brilliant. Other than his PR and this machine that he seems to have grinding for him, what is that this manager does why so many fans like him? Because all the stats are crap. Yeah, that's now 13 wins in 32 games. Right? What are we doing here?
A lot of fans love the man's personality. A lot of fans, Spurs fans especially, don't like drama as such, even though we get a shitload of it. Pardon the French, sorry. Even though we get a lot of it, yeah? Same as the club don't like drama. It don't want players that are going to cause drama. It don't want players that are going to confront managers. Fans, a majority from where I've only, compared to you lot, been doing this 13 months. I see a high majority of the same. I've only been doing X for a little while, winding people up on there. And yeah, it's so easy. And so many of them are the same. It is so diverted in that way. They don't want the drama man there. They don't want the Conte calling the club out for what it is, because they actually know what the bloody club is. But they don't even like to admit it to other fans. Conte put it down and he dropped the bomb, mate. He dropped the cherry. And everybody knew it was true. Even the ones that did not want to admit it and still ain't got the balls to admit it to themselves, let alone other people, did not want to admit it. The fans at Spurs in general like his attitude, as in being a nice yes man. Might as well have a Foster's in his hand when he's watching the bloody game. He's good with the press. He's good at putting the press in their place at times as well. He's got a comedy side to him and everything. He can look a little bit serious when he wants to. He's a nice fella. And that is exactly what Spurs are. Does anyone remember how long ago I said this? We are just too bloody nice.
And Joe, I'll tell you what Ange is good at, right? I'm sorry, Mas. I'll tell you what Ange is good at, right? Ange is good at, right? Playing the ball in the opposition half and playing horseshoe football. That's all. It's not about scoring the goals. It's not about creating chances and all that. We just play horseshoe football. Go down to one end, come back, U-turn, go down the other end, come back, U-turn, go down the other end. I've been saying the whole last season. That's what it's good at. And why our fans are so enthralled with him is because the past few managers that we were stuck with, we played defensive football, counter-attacking football. That's why now we're like, oh, that's our problem.
Eugene, it's actually a lot more simpler than that, in my opinion. I think the only reason fans like him is because we kick the ball forward. Because all I ever hear, all the rebuttal I see in the group chats, I get arguments with people. They're like, well, don't you want Conte and Jose back? We played low blocks. Do you want? That's all I ever get replies. So
with this squad, I would, yeah.
I know, but that's the replies I get most of the time when I criticize Ange's tactics. It's like, well, don't you want Jose Conte back? So we play low block again. We're playing attacking football. Even though it's just what's perceived as attacking football, anyway. Look, I'm
gonna say it. No, has after.
Well, guys, it's got to be one. It's got to be one.
Yeah, sorry.
4 people are trying to talk at once, and
they lack so much creativity when they go forward. But I mean, what I see at a basic level, right, is our midfielders don't grab hold of the ball and dictate it. I.e., Basuma, Maddison does more than the other two, granted, right? But all of the attacks, and I think Dietrich's little diagram illustrated it, either go down the left wing or down the right wing, right? Which is predictable when they're defending, right? And they just cut it in, right? Either cut it in, right, for someone to run down the line and cross it low in the box, right? And if we ask any of our attacking players to do anything different than that type of attack, it all falls to pieces. They don't do anything. They always do the same attack. That's all they work on. When you look at the Spurs PR videos on their YouTube channel with them training, that's all they work on. And then when you see the games, that's all the attacks they try and do. And I think it's as simple as that. That's how basic it is. So Ange's tactics, whilst I agree with Stel that it will work against the bottom half of the league, but we'll see this season, right? Because 2024 has been diabolical in terms of form, right? I can't see us ever improving because that is what he drills them to do. There's nothing new coming. Our set pieces are all the same. We don't do anything different. Our attacks are all the same. The way that we defend is still the same. So
set pieces were improved.
To be the same.
Yeah, I disagree with the set pieces. I think
set pieces were improved. Now we're doing man-to-man mark.
Yeah. No, I don't mean. I mean going
attacking.
Attacking set pieces.
Guys,
the only thing I would. Sorry, Phil, go on.
I was going to say, you know, when you say we shoehorn. Here's the thing, right? When you've got all that possession, you've got a team pinned in, and we have Newcastle pinned. Okay, Man City will have Haaland, Silva, Foden, Savio, Gundogan, De Bruyne. But we could just roll it all off all day long, right? That's what you need to grab that possession and put the ball in the back of the net and create the moments. We've got Odegaard, Werner, Kulu,
Brenda,
Johnson, Richarlison, right? And then you look at the midfield, other than, let's say, Maddison and Son, who we'd say, let's say they're good players.
You've got to put Son in that as well. You've got to put Son in that.
Yeah, Son's culpable.
Son played on the left today, and as soon as he started, why is he on the left? He can't do it.
It's still awful. He's still got. Sometimes Son is getting a free pass. You've got to put Son in there. I haven't seen Son turn up for a long time.
No, but James, Son on the left is finished. He's finished.
Son up front is finished.
Huh?
No.
Son up front is finished
up front. No, he's not.
He's finished. He's not finished up front. No, he's not. He's not Harry Kane.
I'm sorry, man. This is where I will criticise, and I'm sorry to say.
How many chances were created for Son today, James? How many chances were created?
How many times did Son get the ball in a good position and turn back and lose the ball? How many times did Son?
No, you didn't ask my question. You didn't ask my question. How many chances?
All right, there was a chance towards the end. Son was running towards the. It was 3-on-2, and Johnson was to the right. And rather than do anything, he just kept running, and he lost in the ball. If he knocked that to Johnson, who was in yards of space, who I think is awful. He then opens the game up, but he hasn't got the tactical brain to go, right, if I give here, I know I could then make that run. He's not good enough up front.
You're talking about him running on the ball. I'm going to ask again. How many chances were created for Son today as the striker in the second half?
Yeah, but you don't get chances by standing. Yeah, but you don't get chances by standing still. You've got to make them runs. He doesn't make them runs.
Can I offer a different viewpoint on Son?
Runs for what? No one's creating any chances for him to run onto anyway.
All right, so this is where I agree. But this is where I agree with Savva, because Maddison was on that ball so much today, and not once did Son on the left or up front make a run. He stood still, and he stood still, and he stood still, and you're thinking, well, if I keep standing still, I'm going to be put through on a one-on-one.
On the left, he's done.
Even at the end, he kind of went into the centre.
He's finished. Right, I think Son is finished on the left in terms of. He'll control the ball, he'll hold it up on the left, but he just cuts in now. That's all he does. He just cuts in and lays it off. I think he's a brilliant striker through the 9 against the bottom half teams. Mm-hmm. I think if you're going to play against the bottom half teams that can't defend for toffee, you stick Sonny in there. I think he's brilliant. I think you put Sonny against proper top defenders now that are in the top of their game, that are fit, that are healthy, that know how to mark. I don't think that guy is your main centre forward. You watch his goals for Tottenham, right? Yeah. You like the goals against. Look, this is what we do as a fan base, right? He scored a couple of goals against Everton. It was, oh my God, who said Son was finished? Let's be fair. Son capitalised off a really bad bit of goalkeeping from England's number 1. Mm-hmm. And then Van der Ven done all the work, laid it off, and he finished from 5 yards. I've got no doubt Sonny's going to do that against Leicester, against Everton, against. I can't even think all the crap teams at the bottom.
No, but Savva, he would score those goals. He would score those against a top 4. If he's in that position against a top 4 club, he would score. But he's not going to be in that position. Diaz ain't going to say.
This is wrong.
Hang on. So but there's a difference against those big clubs that have got better defenders and are better organised. Sonny's natural game isn't that number 9. I think Sonny was. This is why Sonny was excellent when playing for Jose and Conte. Sonny was excellent because their game wasn't high pressed, everybody in the box like we saw today. 5 players on the edge of the area, the 2 wingers come in, the fullbacks go in. That wasn't their game. Spurs' game was hitting teams on the counter-attack. And when Son has got space to run into, he's one of the deadliest finishers in Europe. The problem is Tottenham don't play that way anymore. Yeah, teams will do what Newcastle did to us today, what Leicester did. Everton can't do it. Leicester did it. Newcastle did it. They will put 10 men behind the ball and they'll say, break us down. When we play like that, you nullify Son as a footballer. Now, normally, you can say, don't worry, shift him left, he'll get the ball, he can cut him. That's gone from his game. So I think what we're going to see all season, Son's going to score goals. I'm not doubting that. But his effect all round on a game, no matter where he plays, I think is going to become less and less and less, and we're seeing it every game. He's
I've
having
been
a
saying this for nearly a year.
One second. You've also missed out one thing, Savva. Let me just say one thing and then you can go, Stel. Let me say this one thing and you can go. Savva, you've also missed out the most important thing about that with Jose and Conte thing. He had the best striker, the best hold-up man, one of the best passers in the world, laying it into him. So when Harry Kane gets the ball, both centre-backs go, let's get Kane. That allows Son all the space in the world to run free. We do not have that. We're never going to have that again. Son's finished at Tottenham.
Guys, this is madness. Last season, Heung-min Son was our top. It's absolute madness. He was our top scorer. He was the top scorer. Hear me out. He was our top scorer at Spurs against the top 10. Just listen. I'm going to read it out. Arsenal away, 2 goals for Son. Arsenal at home, goal for Son. Aston Villa away, goal for Son. Crystal Palace finished in the top 10, but let's not say they're the best team. He scored 2, 1 away, 1 home. Liverpool away, Son scored. Liverpool at home, Son scored. Man City away, Son scored. Newcastle at home, Son scored. Guys, what you're saying is not true. He does turn up against most top 10 teams. We've got to create for him. Is he going to be brilliant in a team that low blocks, ultra compact the whole game? No, he's not. But this guy,
wait.
4 goals, and I think for some reason...
Can I say something quickly?
I never said he's not going to score goals. This is the thing.
You just said against the top 10 with teams that organise you can't score. I just gave you that 6 teams.
Hang on.
Wait, can I mention something quickly?
Hang on. Let me rebuttal my point.
Sorry.
Son, I said at the end of my thing, Son will grab goals. I don't doubt that. I'm talking about his all-round effectiveness as the number 9 against those better teams. Yeah? Against those better teams.
I'm just talking about goals.
Okay, they will love playing against Son because he's not a hold-up guy. Son's best attribute has always been his pace and his finishing, right? Now, more than ever, teams are putting 10 men behind us still, right?
Not any.
Some of the bigger teams...
He's our top scorer against the bottom 10 as well.
No, but still, you forget something.
He was our striker last season still.
No, you forget something. We bought Solanke
that's what I'm saying. That's why Son can't play left anymore. He has to play striker.
Yeah, but now...
Where does Solanke play? So where does Solanke play?
Savva, and this is what I was saying last week. This is a problem Andrew's now created for himself.
I agree.
So now
to say Son can't do it.
But now you can make the argument that Son can't do it because we have Solanke down the middle.
I think
but Solanke doesn't score against the top 10.
Correct.
Look at his record.
I think Savva's points are correct. I think James's points are correct. I think Stel's point. I think what's actually happened is the forward line and the midfield has been drained of quality and Son is suffering, right? On top of that, you've got our 2 or let's say 3 best players all operating on the same side of the pitch up forward with everyone congesting on it's exactly what Savva said, on a front 5 static, not moving. And when you have that, Son is useless because he doesn't have the same qualities as Kane, as an example, who can hold up, who can bully the players, because he's easily bullied off the ball.
But for me, though, I think Son would work in a top 8 club, and we are a top 8. Well, I hope we're a top 8 club. Son doesn't work in a top 6 club, top 6 club and above. Son doesn't make it anymore. I'm sorry, this is my problem with Spurs fans, and I'm not digging anybody out of here. Johnson is not good enough, need to let go. Kulu's played every position on the pitch, not good enough, need to let go. Son is on the way down. What we should do now is sell him because we'll still get good money for him. But we'll wait.
That should have already been done, James.
And then what we'll do is we'll wait for Son for another season or 2, and it'll be worth nothing, and we'll let him go for free. All these players that we kind of hold on to and try and hope and pray. It's like a religion supporting Spurs because we just try anything we can to prove that this is right, and it just doesn't work. We need to cut loose.
I've been saying this for how long now?
Agree, mate. Yeah.
If anything, I've been one of Son's biggest critics, but the thing I will not have you say that he's done. He's not done. He's not finished. That's OTT. Yeah, that's temper talking.
No, that's my opinion. I've been saying it for 2 seasons.
Okay, fair enough. But he's not done. No way. Yeah.
Let me back at that one. Let me back at that one thing before you move on, though. If he's not done, does any other top 4 start that guy? Any top 4 team, do they start that guy up front?
No.
No, but when you say he's done, you mean he's done and finished.
He's done for Tottenham. He's not done if you don't want to be top four.
Let me finish.
James,
Right.
what do you mean?
He's
Start him on the
still.
wing? Wait. Start him on the wing or start him up front? Because this
I start him in Saudi Arabia.
No. 'Cause this one. Wait. This one team yesterday, their fan base. No, listen. This one
But
team.
Levy will never sell him anyway. So
Wait, this one fan base.
Take care still.
take care, mate. Take care, mate. See you later.
I think Arsenal fans would gladly take Son because they were complaining yesterday they had no one clinical to finish their goals. I think Arsenal would take Son.
Really?
Oh, yes.
Really?
Yes.
No way. You have to be able to pass the ball to be in the Arsenal team.
Who didn't score yesterday? They should have won. Even with
Haaland scored yesterday.
10 men. They were complaining that they didn't get a striker or another winger. Martinelli's playing horrible. He's not doing anything. Trossard only does come off the bench. He started yesterday, but he didn't score. So a team like Arsenal would gladly.
I don't think they'd want a striker like him, though, Murray.
I disagree.
My point now. Can I finish my point over on this now?
No.
Can I I've been trying to say it for 10 minutes.
I'm listening to Arsenal yesterday saying, man, the one missing piece that they're missing, they don't have a guy who's up front that's clinical. Yes, they score goals, but the games that they really need someone to score, they don't have that person. Son, if I'm an Arsenal fan, even saying that, I would definitely take Son. Like, yeah, it's the reason why I took Raheem Sterling because they need someone up front. It's not enough for Arsenal to overtake Man City. And yesterday was.
Wait, why are we talking about Arsenal?
No, no top 6 team will take Son. And I'm like, whoa.
No, in the starting 11. In the starting 11.
I'm sorry, Murray.
Yeah, no,
this is my problem, and you've got to let go. He was one of the best, but you've got to let go.
I brought up a good example. The only person up front that is of quality, like really quality up front on Arsenal is Saka.
No, I'm not hearing that at all. No.
Martinelli.
Trossard is a joke.
Hang on. Hang on. We're now getting into the realm of what Spurs fans do. We look at clubs that are much better than us, with much better players, and we find a way to drag them down to our level, right? For whatever we want to say about Arsenal, right, being our rivals, let's take our Spurs hats off. Right?
They're better than us.
Not one of our front three right now for me gets into this Arsenal front three. Now, there's more to it than just
Arsenal front three. Can you tell me Arsenal front three?
Hang on. But look how effective they are. This is the thing we all miss. We all talk about Son does X, Y, Z, right? Look how effective their players are in Arteta's style of play. Trossard, right? Martinelli's not in good form, so they bring in Trossard, who's in excellent form. Saka is a very good winger. Havertz is in sensational form. We can cuss him all we want. Havertz is in brilliant form, both scoring and assisting. For like the last 25 games, he's got like 21 goal/assists, right? He also runs the channels like Arteta wants. He holds up the ball like Arteta wants. He drops back into midfield and makes us an extra midfielder. So, for example, would you put Son in over Havertz right now? On paper, people will
No,
go,
not for that system.
Right. That's my point, Dan. So when we just say name who he would get in front of, in Arsenal's system, I don't think Sonny would do well because Sonny isn't that good with the ball. Sonny's game has never been about how good he is with the ball. It's been about reactionary moments. It's been about times where he's got space to run into and he's in autopilot. When you then go and play, for an Arsenal, right? That's different. I'm watching Liverpool right now. I'm watching Luis Diaz on the left wing. He pisses all over Son at the moment. Sonny has been a fantastic player, and it's a sad indictment of Tottenham's transfer policy that he is still our best forward. That is a sad indictment that 10 years later, from buying him, we still can't buy any players that are as good as a player that is, I don't care what anyone says, is going that way year by year.
Savva,
sorry.
I said this to you when I first spoke to you.
Mari, let Dan say. Yeah, let Dan say, Mari. Mari, let Dan talk.
What you said, mate.
You bring up a good point.
No, Mari, Dan's been waiting ages. Let Dan talk. He's been waiting ages.
No, I'm just.
And I've let you two go off on it.
Can I rebuttal? Like I've been waiting patiently. No, I'm not one of those, and you know this. Like they'll say, everybody will jump it. I'm just saying that based on what Arsenal fans complain, and you know, I have even a show with an Arsenal fan. Right, the one thing that they complain about that they don't really have someone that's clinical, like up front, especially on that left side with Martinelli. Right, he's probably the weak link. Havertz, you're exactly right. Sonny cannot hold up the ball like Havertz does. And Saka, I'm not even mentioning him. He's untouchable there. But it's not too far-fetched to say, hey, they have a starting lineup of Son, Havertz, and Saka. It's not too far-fetched.
I'm sorry. Trossard is level.
Right, can I give my bit now?
Okay. Rodero on the left, Mari. Saliba starts. Right?
No, hang on, Mari. There's nothing to do with Saliba. So in that front three you've just named, you want Son on the left over Trossard and Martinelli. Is that right?
Well, yeah, because my opinion of Trossard, and I've talked to other Arsenal fans, because even yesterday, even though he's good for their system, he is more of a super sub. He scores his goals coming from the bench, right? When Martinelli starts, he has been last season and this season not in good form. Right? About the old Martinelli, he hasn't been in good form. And Trossard is at best coming over as a super sub. In my opinion, and some are.
So what's some best at?
Oh, stop it, Mari.
That's
Mari, you're digging a hole.
Hang on. But
you're digging a hole, man.
I just feel like we've got to let go.
But Trossard, when he starts for Arsenal, is a different Trossard when he comes from the.
When he starts, he's still quality. I disagree.
I disagree as well.
Can I just say my bit here
now? Love you.
Son is not done as a player. This is my only argument I've been trying to get in here, like, say with you, James. He ain't done as a player, not at all. For me, he's still one of the most clinical finishers on this planet. But no way is he getting in that Arsenal team. I'll explain why quickly, yeah? It don't match his system. For me, the way I now look at Son is like Jermaine Defoe was. For me, he's a little fox in the box now. But the problem is, when you go and play with a team that defends with five in the middle, and if you remember, Savva, I said this to you when I came on your first show, or one of the second ones, and I've been saying this for ages on Stell's one, he cannot play in the box with five men in there. Why? Because he is too physically weak. And that is no insult to the man. He's just not built for that. Solanke will do that job better than him. Richarlison would have done a better job at Arsenal in the box than Son. But if you give Son that bit of space on the outside or get him in a technique where he gets in the middle with a team that don't crunch him in, he will still finish all day long. He's not done as a footballer. But for what we want him to do, he's lost a yard or two of pace, which he's starting to show, but he's still got good pace. His acceleration's still good and he's still clinical. He can't pass for come love nor money. He can't cross come love nor money. Never bloody could. And you can also blatantly see he's losing his stamina as well. He's not done as a player, but this system we play now does not fit Son in the slightest anymore.
Agreed.
That player on the left is that player on the left who cuts in with a pure pace and aggression and gets past people by kicking the ball past people and using his pace. He's done. Son is now, for me, a poacher. And that is what I would use him as.
Dan, I completely agree with you.
But
I
we
don't
do
think
not
he's
play
done.
that. No,
can I come back at that?
Yeah, just quickly, James. Just really quickly. I don't think he's done, Dan. But I'm not sitting here going, he is done as a footballer. Not at all. All I'm saying is, and I think this is quite clear, and I think anybody that can't see this, I do think it is burying head in sand. He's not what he was. Now, that's not an insult. that happens to everybody.
And I agree.
Like, especially some footballers, most of their game is around pace. Michael Owen's the best example, right? When Michael Owen started to lose his pace, he became only effective for half chances in the box.
It's always who I compare him to.
All-round game isn't great. Now, Son, today, we saw it on the left-hand side. He's not the worst player on the team. He's not the best player on the team. But what Son is not anymore, I don't care what anyone says, he is not that star attraction anymore. No one is watching Son anymore and going, this guy is as good as Salah. This guy is like Phil Foden. Son now is a top player that is getting a bit older, and he has his moments fewer and further between. But apparently, if you say things like that at Spurs, everyone gets really offended.
Yeah. Can I have my
we should have sold him 2 years ago, Savva, when we could have still got 90 million for him. But we are too nice and accepting.
I know, but Dan, let me round off, right? Let me round off. This is what I was going to say. The problem with Tottenham is this. We do this with every single footballer. We keep them for years and years and years and years to the point where we start seeing them go like that, right? And then because we've got such strong emotional attachment to Son, we don't want to admit to ourselves that he's not that star player anymore. He's not the player and he isn't. He's not digging us out of holes anymore. He's not producing those special moments in games because he's getting older. Not because he's a bad player, not because he's having a bad year. He is getting older. If he's put one-on-one, do I fancy Son to score a goal? Yes, of course I do. If it's a game where you can't slip in a striker through the channels or behind the forwards, do I think he's effective? No. And
not anymore.
No, not anymore.
It's caught
Everyone
up with
seems
him.
to get so offended by it.
I've been saying this for over a year that it's been happening to him. Look, if I want to say it really technical, take me back to when I was 18, 21. I could go at it for 45 minutes without blinking an eyelid. I now have to get my stamina together because I'm lucky if I can last 20.
Can I sort of talk about this on thing as well?
I'm going to come to you in one second, Joe. Adam, listen, every other club seems to be able to move players on and not worry about it like Spurs fans do. Every other club seems to lose players regularly, move them on, they get someone else in the window. I'm not sitting here, by the way, saying you have to sell Son. But my point is we're keeping him and keeping him and keeping him to the point where people are still expecting the same Son that we had 5 years ago. And he's not that same footballer. Sorry, James.
No, but with that, that is me. I do moan when we sell our best players. Do you know why? Because we don't replace them. That's why. So that is me. Yeah, I'm okay to moan. Like I'm okay for us to sell. I'm okay for us to sell Harry Kane if we bring in Osterman. I'm cool with that. But when we bring in Solanke, I'm okay to not be cool with that. I'm allowed to moan. But what we're saying there about Son, and this is where, listen, Dan, I'm not digging out at you, mate. I love a good debate anyway, so it's all love. But from me, where you said things like he's like a Jermaine Defoe, a fox in the box. In my opinion, it's just my opinion. Son doesn't have the brain to be a but for me, Son doesn't have the brain to be that fox in the box.
Is spur of the moment, isn't it?
I don't think he's got. No, for me,
Defoe knew where to be and when to be there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, this is why I personally say Son is finished. This is why I say Son is finished.
Okay.
I think unless you're playing him through on a one-on-one, so if you don't play him through on a one-on-one, I think he's a useless striker or a useless winger. And the odd 30-yarder, I expect him to smack in 2, 3 30-yarders a season. Like, he's got that ability. His finishing is still good. You don't lose that. But everything else about that player, for me, he lacks. He's not a fox in the box. He hasn't got a footballing brain to think, right, Johnson's got it. There was times today, and I don't like Johnson, but he's got the ball on the wing and Son's on outside the edge of the area. If you're all playing up front, you need to be in that 6 yard waiting for that. He hasn't got the brain to go, right, okay, he's here. Now that's my trigger run. For so long, he's been...
Even when Son was at his peak, you gave him too much time. I'd say 8 times out of 10, he fluffed it up. But Son was always best on bang, bang, job done.
Yeah.
And
that's where I think Harry Kane did all of Son's finishing.
Yeah, but
all of Son's thinking.
Harry Kane could predict a game like Teddy Sheringham, for God's sake. Son, if you ever give him too much time, even when he was at the dog's nuts, he fluffed it after time. Son was always better as a response player, pure split decision. Give him so long to think, and he used to cock it up. I don't think he's good enough for what we need now.
Yep.
But there's certain ways you can play that would still fit in nicely, is what I'm saying. But I've been saying Son's on his way out for a long time.
Can I throw a theory, Dan?
Guys, hold on. Savva, thanks for having me on.
No, sorry,
it's 12 a.m. in Malaysia now. Thanks for having me on, guys. Big love to all you guys. All I can say, right? Levy out, Enoch out. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Take care.
Can I just want to throw out a theory, and I do want to wrap the show up in the next 5 minutes because I've been going for 5 hours now. For me, do you know what this is screaming out for? And Dan, I know it's something that we've talked about a lot. I truly believe if Spurs played 3 centre-halves with Van der Ven to the left, Romero to the right, and Dragusin in the middle, Udogie as a left wing-back, Porro as a right wing-back, Bentancur and Basuma in the middle, with Maddison in a number 10 as a number 10, and Solanke and Son up top, with Solanke doing all the target man, all of that, and letting Son be the little guy that runs off him and runs into
Emil
the channel.
Heskey, Michael Owen.
Right? For me, I think that team finishes top 4. Right?
Really?
I think, because I think you've got 3 centre-halves that are now all doing what they're meant to be doing.
Yeah, true.
Right? Van der Ven and Romero can bring the ball out, let Dragusin sit and be the stalwart centre-half. Porro and Udogie aren't fullbacks. They are wing-backs by trade. Hang on. Wing-backs by trade, right? You've then got Bentancur and Basuma that can do the double pivot thingy, right? And you've got Maddison that's allowed to play in his own position. You've got Son, who's now through the middle with Solanke. For me, every single player in that formation is now playing where they should be playing. It stands, you've got Van der Ven and Romero on the halfway line committing defensive suicide because Ange tells them to. You've got 2 fullbacks that can play centre mid. They're not centre mids and they're not fullbacks. You've got Maddison being stifled. You've got Basuma sitting the deepest of all our midfielders when he's actually an 8 that should be carrying the ball, right? And you've got wingers that are ineffective. What I've just picked there removes everything that's bad about Tottenham at the moment.
Don't you think you're missing, Savva? Can we switch Ange for Conte with that team?
Sure. Mate, listen, you know I don't want this manager here. You know I don't want this manager. Yeah. But that's not happening. The biggest worry for me, and I'm going to get some super chats, and I am going to wrap up the show in a second. The biggest worry for me is even after a disgraceful second half versus Leicester, whatever that collapse was today, Ange is coming out and telling people that we've played well, that we didn't get the points we deserve, and half the fan base, if not more of the fan base, is going, yeah, really like this. Now, what if we now lose to Arsenal as well? We're now 1 win in 4, right? Mm-hmm. We're now 1 win in 4. And by the way, our last 10 league games, we've lost 6. We've lost 6 of our last 10 league games.
What have I been saying to everyone? These next 3 games, if it goes wrong, mate, this whole thing is going to go toxic tits up. The only bit I would possibly do different to what you said, Savva, is possibly play with a 10 and a false 9 and a striker. But apart from that, I'm 100% with you. That's the only thing I might change.
Mate, absolutely.
I have been saying this for 9 months now, if not more on here, and had row after row after row, and then even done a bloody show on it. And it's only starting to sink in for some people, whereas other people, when they heard me say it, they're like, do you know what? You've actually got a point here. This team, I keep saying it, play it the right way, you'll get more out of it. This team is more than capable than what it looks. Get Conte in as the manager now with his system, this team works.
Just
with
quickly,
Ange's system, it just don't work with any team, I don't think.
But just quickly, if the day Ange gets sacked, you know we're not getting a better manager that's going to get the best out of those players. So life after Ange is going to be terrible.
I disagree, because listen, I don't think it needs the world's best manager to look at these players, right, and see that you could actually get something out of them. The problem we've got at the moment is everyone, Dan's always right. The fact that we had Conte, who was negative or perceived as negative. Now this manager goes forward, everyone thinks that's great. What we need is we just need a manager that's got a degree of common sense, yeah? Know when to go forward, know when to sit back, have the balance. But at the moment, we had none of that balance with Conte for whatever reason. We've got none of that balance with Postecoglou. I think you could bring in, it doesn't have to be a Conte or a Jose or a Pep or a Slot. You bring in a manager, right? Look at Eddie Howe, right? Look at Eddie Howe. What
you know who I would like
out of his players over and over and over again.
I would absolutely die for a player for a coach like Emery. Emery takes his team levels.
You know what I'd go for? What I want now is a young manager. I actually want to look at, to an extent, what Arsenal have done, but what I'm seeing a lot of other teams do. For me, Ange is just so set in his way, like Conte, that he will only do it one way, yeah? And I think that is down to age. Because when you get older, it's just harder to learn new tricks. We all know that's just how it goes, yeah? What I would want is the Sporting Lisbon manager, or someone who's like, say, 40, 38 sort of thing.
Yeah, but
someone who can do basically what Arteta has done, and it makes me feel sick saying it, but adapt every season. Play with the bloody cards you got. If you can't get it your way straight away, get the best you can out of it, and then slowly start affecting it. I want a young manager that can adapt and bring it forward to modern football.
Sorry, but you guys need to realize something. I'm not saying we're going to get the best manager like Conte, Jose. I'm not saying that. But no manager that has a brain is going to take the Spurs job. And if he takes... wait. But if they take the Spurs job, I'm going to question them. Because you know he's not going to get the backing. He's not going to get the time. He's not going to get anything.
Whatever we say, Dietrich, right? When I hear this, who's going to come manage Spurs? We're still a top half Premier League team, and they will get paid, right? We will get managers. Whether or not it's the manager we all want, that's different. But no, we're Tottenham Hotspur. We're not going to be sitting there going, I can't believe we haven't found a manager for a year. Of course we're going to get a manager. But again, the directors of football, they're meant to be going out there and looking at who's the next big manager, who's doing really well with the squad they've got. I.e., look at Juventus just hiring Thiago Motta. They took him from a smaller team. He worked wonders, knows how to get the best out of his players. They've given him loads of young players, and now Juventus have played 2-1-2, looking decent.
Yeah, right? But they bought him one of the best. They bought him, what's his name? The DM that was Aston Villa. What's his name again? Douglas Luiz. They bought him good players. We don't do that.
Yeah, but he's talking about like the start. I mean, for me, I think I would have before he's moved to Bayern, the only coach I would have liked to see coming after Ange is somebody like Company, someone that's worked wonders with loads of young players, plays the right way, but also has a bit of a backbone. And this is where I can't defend Ange. I've tried to be as fair as I can. He's so stubborn that. How can you work with that? You can't win like that. No matter how good you are, if you are the best person in the world at your job, no matter how good you are, there's always something more you could learn. And I feel like he's just like, nah, this is the way we're going to do it, mate. This is, and I can't stick up for him in that respect. It's like, I don't think that he's been backed. I don't believe that personally, but I also don't think he's helping himself by talking too much and saying things when he's just saying nothing. So
the thing is, where I disagree with that is I don't think Ange has ever managed top players before. Right? When I say I don't think Ange has never managed top players before. So hang on, it's got to be 3-0. No, it's not. All right. So when he's bringing in players now, these look like players to me that he would bring in at Celtic that would go and win the league.
Exactly.
Right? And when we're saying, oh, it's not on Ange, if it's not on Ange, keep your mouth shut, Ange. Stop telling everyone that you've been scouting. What did he say with Solanke? We've chased Solanke since June. Odegaard, one that I really liked. I wanted him since before the window, but it took time because of Solanke, right? So if you're going to keep saying all these things, James, we have to hold him to his word, right? But we can't just keep saying he didn't want these players. He is buying these players, right? I fail to believe that if he had gone and said, do you know what? I don't want Archie Gray. Can you get me Manu Kone for 25 million? Right? I fail to believe that Levy turns around and goes, God, no, I want to pay 40 million for the kid. I fail to believe it. And by the way, Manu Kone isn't old. So why couldn't he have done that? The money was there.
No, I agree with you, and I guess we'll never know that side of things.
I'm with you as
but
well.
I fail to believe that he wants that young winger for 25 million when Eze was there for 50 million. I don't believe that when he went to say Eze, he went, yeah, no, I'd rather this 18-year-old lad. That's where, listen, we can agree to disagree. I don't believe he's saying I want these players, but I do believe he's accepting these players because there's no way he's picking this young lad over someone like Eze. He's not that stupid.
But Eze wouldn't have been offered to him. Eze wouldn't have been offered to him because of the fee to get Eze out. But listen, between it, Lang and listen, when Lang has the meetings with Ange about who they're looking at, the scout and all that, Levy won't be in all those meetings. He won't be as the owner. He might be at the main ones, but throughout the year, you're telling me that Lang and Ange haven't come up with better players, right, that sit in the middle of an Eze and a Gray, for example. Someone who's not there, but there. I fail to believe it. The guy talks a good game.
He's a bitch. And that's what he is.
And the very fact you said yes.
And Levy's one at that.
Not once, but twice has to say something about his judgment.
3-0 Liverpool.
It says something about his judgment. Twice he said yes to Timo Werner.
Agreed.
Exactly.
Agreed.
He's Levy's bitch, and that's all there is to it.
I agree.
I want to do some super chats and end the show, guys. By the way, it is Man United 0, Liverpool 3. They are ripping them apart for all of those. Oh, hang on, they're in again. Hang on. They've got 4 on 3. Salah. Oh, he's just gone over. Sorry. I'll tell you what, all of these people that said Klopp's leaving Liverpool, they look brilliant. They look absolutely brilliant.
And I wanted Slot, and he turned us down.
I wanted Slot as well. Wacky Paranormal said the summer transfer window went well, right, Ange? Well, exactly. It's looking very, very poor. And the fact that he made how many subs today? And Archie Gray wasn't one of them. Archie Gray was not one of them. Again, Bergvall got 10 minutes at the end of the game.
What did I tell you, Dan? I told you Gray's a bad sign.
No, I don't. Hang on, let me. I just want to rattle through these super chats, otherwise I'm never going to go. Big up to you, Wacky. A user said Ange Ball equals playing drafts with chess pieces. Joke. Completely agreed. I think it's terrible. I just think it's terrible. By the way, when we're talking about big game players, Mo Salah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Mo Salah has 10 goals in his last 7 visits to Old Trafford. That's what I'm talking about, big game players.
That's shocking.
Tony Rodriguez said, I don't care what anyone says. Ange is an effing joke, clueless and totally out of his depth. His football brain is not there. Scotland, Japan and Australia, give me an effing break. I agree with you. I think
to the point as always, Tony. To the point.
I think all the stats and the facts are showing this now. No matter how much people want to deny it, the facts are there. Daniel Leave Me has said you can't blame Ange for taking the biggest promotion of his career. I don't blame him. We'd all be the same. Yes. Blame the Joker. Blame the Joker in charge. Yeah. I don't blame Ange for taking the job. I blame Ange that he can't understand when it's not working and doing the same thing every game.
Mate, that's the best name. That's the best name. That is the best name. Daniel Leave Me.
Let me finish the super chats. Let me finish them. I'm so tired. John Stokes said PSG man is right. Son is pants. Big up John, who's then come in again and said James is correct. His passing, tackling and vision are pants. And these last two aren't super chats, but they are things, you know, when you just see lies and you think, stop lying. Savva, you say Son is regressing, but rave about Xerxes. Has anyone ever heard me rave about Xerxes?
You did say his quality.
Pardon?
You did say his quality.
When? When did I say his quality?
One man you bought him, I remember. No, you did. You did say his world class, but you just say a quality signing.
I don't think that class is as raving about.
No, not rave. Not rave. No.
And Jamal, when I say we are Tottenham Hotspur, no matter what any of us think, we are the 6th to 7th richest club in world football. We will never be left without a manager. Managers will come to Tottenham Hotspur. Whether or not it's Nagelsmann or Slot turning us down, there'll be another 100 managers behind that will take the job. That's what I mean by we're Tottenham.
One quick one, Savva.
Go on.
My mate Dave, just last bit I mentioned it. My mate Dave, he actually pointed out one that he would like to see us go for next when it goes wrong with Ange, not if, when, because for me it's on the way out. He said he's very interested and likes the Ipswich manager and thinks that could actually suit Spurs the way he's actually done it with Ipswich and that. Just a quick one on what you think on that.
Or the Brentford guy, what's he like?
I just want to imagine we're back.
I'm asking.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough really. That's what I mean. From what people were saying, I haven't seen enough of him. I know he was linked with Chelsea, but I know he was also linked with, was it Thomas Frank from Brentford? So that could be another option.
I would take Gasperini from Atalanta. That's my manager.
There's managers all over, right? I just want a manager that's got the maturity. I don't mean in age. I mean the maturity and comfortable in their own skin. And what I mean by that is I want them to be able to look and say, right, this is how I play. It's not working because of X, Y, Z. I need to change something. But we've got a manager that's now, as I said, 13 wins in 32 games. That's not top half form. That is really bad. And the worrying thing is that ball we saw today that split us open for the second pass, that's not the last time you're going to see it. No. That's not the last time you're going to see it. So look, guys, I am going to leave it there because I'm absolutely shattered. Look, big up to everyone. Thanks, Dietrich, Mari, James, Dan. Thanks everyone for coming after the show. Hope the rest of you enjoyed. Hope the rest of you enjoyed the commentary of the show. Really appreciate it. Smash the like button. We're only 25 short of 700 likes. If you haven't subscribed to everyone on the show, please do. Please keep subscribing to myself as we're only 50 away now from 13,500. Listen, I'll say this. In barbaric disdain, just for you, what are we doing here? Take care, everyone. And as always, come on, you Spurs.
Pick up everyone.